Good morning on what promises to be another exciting day here at the Royal Welsh Show. We're going to be here with you till 5 o'clock, and I hope that you can join us on the English language service. I'll be here with our resident team of experts, and if you are experiencing any problems whatsoever, ring the number on the screen. The team from the S4C hotline will be more than happy to help you. So, let's kick off proceedings. Nia, of course, is just saying where she's likely to be wandering around the showground today. The South Glamorgan Pavilion, the food hall, of course, and we'll be catching up with her later on this afternoon as we bring you all that the Royal Welsh Show has to offer on this, the third day of the show. Well, I mentioned earlier on that it was busy in the main ring, and that's where we're heading to start proceedings today. So, let's join for the first time this morning, Rachel Thomas. Good morning, Rachel.
Morning, Gareth. Another nice day. Nice for the handlers and horses, not too hot yet. So we've come back now to the Section A's, and they've changed ends of the ring from yesterday, from anyone watching yesterday. So turn of the senior animals today, and so we've got class 16, which is the Baron Mare o Geldin, 4 to 7 years. So always good entries in these, 36 entries. So we've got our judge Julie Perrins from North Yorkshire with us today. Welcome back here for the second day. Just up in front of us then was 226, and this is Sandy Anderson's Thistledown blue suede shoes. Next pony up the roan in front of us there, 248. Kerry Shone's Glassmon Prim and Proper. So this is just our first trot up, so at this stage I think it's probably easier for me to give you some names, numbers for those of you that are interested in the breeding and looking out for friends competing. Braf gweld yma ni, Julie in a pink. So I'm joined with Danny Everett today as well, a Welsh pony expert, more of an expert than myself, so she will be able to chat us through.
It's nice to be here. I'm looking forward to the day.
So Danielle, you were showing a Section A yesterday. What type of animal would you think Julie Perrins would be going for?
She's looking for something that's true to type. She did a very good job yesterday. I really enjoyed the Young Sport Champion that she had forward. Oh, it's always difficult when you're judging such large numbers.
Yeah, and for me yesterday, watching from, my background is not the Welsh, as you know, but to me, a lot of these ponies could go on and be doing the lead rein and the first ridden M&M, really lovely sort of flashy quality.
Definitely, and I think that's something that she'll be looking for. These ponies are often used for young children, so they are always looking for something that could continue on in that role. Obviously these are the older mares, and they are used as brood mares a lot. The young stallions as well, but she's definitely looking for something that will go on to do a job at the end of the day as well.
And is it important then, the Baron mare classes and the gelding classes within the breed? It's obviously these mares haven't had a foal this year for whatever reason, but they still want to come and win here.
Oh God, yes, it's the pinnacle for anybody with a Welsh breed. Everybody wants to show at the Royal Welsh. They want to be in that ring, have the excitement of running around that grandstand. These ponies really show off as well. They love the atmosphere, and they're all going very well so far.
Did you have a nice run round yesterday, or were you out of puff like some of the Welsh cob exhibitors?
I was out of puff because I'm not as fit as I used to be, but I really, really enjoyed it. It's one of the reasons I came. I just wanted to have a go round, and I was more than happy to stay in the ring, and I was lucky enough to get a rosette, so I was over the moon. So we're sort of limited a bit with the camera angle here, but we'll just try and get a few numbers for people watching at home. 229 in front of us now, Megan Bine and Brown's Sarum Pollyanna. Lovely little section B mare going there now. Section A, sorry. Going very well.
So we'll be back to that ring a little bit later on.
Yeah, hopefully have some results for you then.
Julie Perrins.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd, day 3 of this year's show, and it's our first visit of the day to the sheep ring, and it's a very good morning to Gerald Lewis and Emma Thomas.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, first visit to the sheep ring, and the first time we're seeing this breed, and the first time they've actually got their own class here, and they are the Badger Face Texel, or Dasenkop, as some of them would call them, and it's interesting to see them at the show, Gerald.
Yeah, good morning. Yes, it is. Very attractive lamb, aren't they?
They are. They're quite striking, and I like these because you've also got a useful sheep as well.
That's quite
That
right.
makes sense.
Yes, it does. Yes, I know what you mean. Yes, in terms of you've got a carcass of significant weight at the end
Yes.
of these, haven't you?
Yes,
And you can
yes.
cross these with any crossbred you would want to,
Yes.
and it will produce a lamb of a sizable lamb. Yeah,
And,
very attractive though. Very nice. They, I suppose, where are we? The Torwens of the. Or the
Yes.
muscular versions of the Torwen, are they?
Yes, and it just goes to show that the same sort of genetics or colouring is in a lot of these sheep, and you often get that little bit of a throwback to the badger markings, don't you? Within a lot of breeds, then.
I think the badgers are quite responsible for a lot of. Must have been very wicked when they were young
I
or
think
something
so.
years and years ago. Yeah. No, there is a lot to say. And our first look at the judge there, Mr. Andrew Nicholas from Stoke-on-Trent, and he has a good class of lambs here to judge too, isn't
They
it?
are,
For
isn't
the
it?
first time, as you state.
Well, it's the first, we have seen them here before, but they were in then small numbers, so they were put in with the any other breed category. But like you say, they've increased in numbers, so then they get their own class, which is wonderful to see. And as we've said,
What are they basically then? A slight move on from the blue Texel, or a slight step back? I'm not too sure which way it
I'd
is,
imagine
actually.
they're cousins, aren't they?
Yes,
You
they're
know, they're
cousins,
all
yes, indeed,
very
yeah.
similar, and very similar, I'd say, in sort of size and shape to the blue Texel, then, aren't they? They're
Most definite. They're up on their leg, to be fair, aren't they? They're very good top lines in all these lambs. that
very
we can see
nice,
then.
very nice.
Not quite, perhaps, the Texel type square heads on these as is on
not
them
as
Dutch.
heavy, maybe looking.
No, not as heavy, perhaps.
No,
Yeah, that's the
no.
word. Yeah.
No, definitely more similar to the blue Texel.
But also stating here, our judge will be stated himself that he would like to looking for a square head. So. Obviously, he's favouring them a little bit more towards the blue Texel than perhaps.
Mae 'na hawl gan bobl I groesi dim ond ma' nhw'n defnyddio hwrdd efe Dazenkop neu'r badger.
17 entries in this ram lamb class, which is a fantastic number really. For the first time they've had their own classes here, and as we've mentioned over the week, that it's record entries or 10-year high entries for the sheep, with nearly 3,500 sheep here representing all of the different breeds.
Here we see in shot Mr. Michael James of Noel Blindy Honno up in Maesmanis, and his farm actually would be looking down on top of the showground here, and so he wouldn't have too far to travel to fetch his sheep for the show. Also a very renowned Texel breeder.
Super, that's a big lamb, isn't it?
It is a big tall lamb, yes.
And quite stocky, isn't he? And short in the neck there. And
the markings on these, would they stipulate that it has to be similar to the Torthys or Torwens in terms of unbroken lines, or the...
Well, we'll come back and have a discussion on that later, because we're just going to move away from the sheep for the moment.
Thanks, Gerald. Thanks, Emma, for the time being. We'll be back in the sheep ring later on. And Nia, during her travels around the showground, has bumped into Alan Rhys-Jones, the chief executive, and this being, of course, his first show. It's the third day. We've had a great start, and he feels as if people are coming to the showground earlier. Obviously, the attraction is the main ring and the sheep shearing shed later this afternoon. Obviously, it's been a year, of course, the preparation time to get things ready for this show, and now I just feel as if there are so many things that I'd like to see. Obviously, there's official duties, and there's an opportunity to talk to different people who are visiting the showground, and we're getting an awful lot of feedback, especially this year in the new food village, which is brand new, of course, and we just want to know what people's opinions are, just to see if everything's working as we were hoping it would. And of course, next year's the preparations rather for next year's show start now, and no doubt we will hear from Alan Rhys-Jones before the end of the show. So let's head over to the cattle ring for the first time this morning, and it's Gerald Lewis once again, this time joined by Ewan Thomas.
Yes, good morning everybody, and first visit to the cattle ring this morning for Wednesday morning in the Royal Welsh, and we're featuring the championship for the females of the future pairs in the dairy section. So there'll be a pair from each of the dairy breeds exhibited yesterday, exhibited here. They will be nominated by the judge. So the judge yesterday of each breed will have nominated what he feels is the best matching pair of heifers under the age of 18 months to represent the breed here today.
So the judge obviously has to be of knowledge of every individual breed here, because he has 4 breeds in front of him, and there is significant traits within all these futures animals.
Yes, and certainly that. And our judge for the morning, Paul Harrison, is exactly as you've alluded to there, Gerald, a man that has a knowledge of various different breeds. He keeps Holsteins and short-horn cattle at home. Dairy short-horn cattle at home in his farm in Northumberland, but he's a man who's also judged throughout the UK and internationally, judging various breeds and interbreed championships. I can recall judging classes at the National Calf Show, and Paul was judging the showmanship as well. So he's a very well-known face within the show ring.
As in the title of the class, pair.
Yes,
and really mean a lot to him.
Yeah, well, I would have said exactly that. We discussed a bit of it yesterday during various pairs classes across dairy and beef. And yes, he'll be looking for ones that match sort of aesthetically, stylistically, and in terms of type-wise to each other. So it may not necessarily come down to them being equal in size, but they need to be the same dairy form and shape to them in the pairing.
Yes, and obviously, as we see there in this particular shot, then colour isn't an issue at all.
Certainly not. You know, we're looking at the pair of short-horn heifers here. We discussed with beef short-horns yesterday, and of course with the dairy short-horns, about the variety of colours we can get throughout the breed. Everything ranging from the deep red that we see of the heifer on the outside to the roan markings of this heifer, and even white as well. So we'll see, as with the beef short-horn, the dairy short-horn, you will see the range of colours all the way through.
Yes, indeed, yes.
But that's not specifically what he'll be looking for in terms of colour. It will be that they are fitting in terms of type and shape and form. And obviously, he's also, in the back of his mind as well, he is sort of looking for 2 young animals that are going to should theoretically be well built and well placed to make great adult animals, because that's the whole point of these dairy heifers, is that they carve into the herd and be productive. So yeah, he'll have that in the back of his mind as well, that they need to be sort of the right shape for making cows for the future.
Obviously their legs are paramount and up on their hocks to be able to sustain all the weight that they'll carry throughout their life. So that'll be a big feature that he'll be looking at, and also locomotion, because these cows will walk to the field, walk to the parlour, around, and they spend a lot of time actually in their production lives walking around.
Certainly, Gerald. You know, for those listening, a dairy animal spends very little of its life giving milk. It spends a lot of its life just living life, making milk as such.
Yes, forage to make milk.
Exactly. You know, the biggest proportion of what a dairy animal does in its life, and this is going to sound very idle, is lie down and chew its cud. They're the main things that they do. But that is proof of a happy cow. Has he come to a final decision here? I'm
shaking every competitor's hand, and good job it's not a massive class.
Yes, certainly. Certainly that. And that's when I'm judging, I certainly like to address every entry to some degree, because I think it's very important in my mind to do that, because yes, it only takes one to win, and a pair to win in this instance, but the class is made with the number of entries forward, and you need to appreciate that whoever is stood at the other end of the line has also put a lot of effort into getting the animal there.
Quite right. It looks as if he has.
It looks, yes, I'd say we haven't done any rosettes to confirm given out yet.
But in the morning, see, then people with the rosettes haven't got up yet, perhaps.
Possibly not, or maybe the judge has forgotten to pick them up. By the looks, that's possible. a lot of handshaking going on. But if we have got a final placing, the winning pair here is the pair from the Holsteins, which they were the two heifers that came to the fore in the maiden heifer class yesterday. They were exhibited by Richard and Bethan Thomas, Churchville Chief Ambrosia, and Kevin and Sian Rickard Starlet Ray. So yes, they definitely are. They are the winning pair there. So yeah, congratulations to the Holstein pairing here, taking the first of today's dairy classes.
I'r par yna. Holsteins, dwy aner Holstein werth I gweld.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Ewan. We'll be back in the cattle ring, of course, quite a few times during the course of this morning, because there's plenty going on there. There's plenty going on in the main ring as well. So let's return there, and we'll rejoin Rachel and Danielle.
Wrth gwrs, ar fore di Mercher, I ni'n croesawu yr adran B am y tro cynta. Hwre, hwre, medd Rob Jones.
Diddordeb nawr, ie.
Dyma dy ddileit.
Ie, mae'r adran wy'n cadw, wrth gwrs, ac y flwyddyn hyn, wrth gwrs, mae tipyn o diddordeb gyda fi just I weld beth wneud.
So we're back with the Section Bs this time, our first visit this week. So we're on the yearling colt class, and I think this is the final look around. And our judge today is Mr. S.D. Howard from the Boston Stud in Yorkshire. So Danielle, is B a section you've bred, or you just predominantly
no,
Ds?
My first pony was a section B, but that was quite a long time ago now. She was an all-rounder. We did a little bit of everything with her, but we have mainly been with season Ds. They were originally a mountain pony, so they used to be up on the hills. And here we are. He has the final results with number 420, which is Jan Pet Class Act. Second is 419. John Llewellyn James with Iath John Snow. And third is 413, Sandy Anderson's Thistledown Kingfisher. All excellent examples of the breed. I'm sure they're all very happy with their results.
And again, ponies will probably go on and have a good, successful career as ridden ponies. Those prefixes are known to myself as good, ridden performers as well as.
Definitely, Jan Pet Start themselves have done some ridden in the past, and they breed for performance animals. This pony's had some success before, winning here as a colt. And he's also done well at the Royal Holland Show this year. Steph has been showing horses for a long time. I've seen her do the ridden, but she does focus more now on the in-hand. I think she's taken over the breeding from her parents as well. She does a lot of shows. She's always looks very smart as well. Beautifully turned out pony and herself.
Yeah, and I like the matching jacket with the liver chestnut pony. Looks really smart.
Overall appearance helps when you're in that ring. Just helps the sparkle. And he's moving beautifully, going down in front of the grandstand now. Looks like he's enjoying himself.
So I think we'll be back at the Section B ring a little bit later on.
Lovely.
Yr un sydd wedi cipio y wobr gynta, yr ebol blwydd o'd gyda'r adran B. A mae Jan Pete Moonwalker a Steph Mansfield nawr wedi ffindo'i ffordd draw at Hannah.
Well, llongyfarchiadau mawr, Steph Mansfield, many congratulations. I won't keep you long, I know you're in the next class, but tell us quickly, how does it feel to win with a homebred here at the Royal Welsh Show?
Oh, it's amazing. No better feeling, so pleased with him.
And what have you got in the next class now?
Just a yearling filly, and then that's it.
Do you say that's it? You'll have to come back for a championship.
Thank you very much.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. As you can see, nice blue skies above, and the River Wye flowing there, just right next to the showground. And we're going to head over to the sheep ring now, and we will join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we return to the Dazenkop Ram Lamb, and our judge has been working tirelessly since we've been away, Ems, and I think he's sort of drawn his first preliminary first lamb.
Yes. And over the last few days, we've seen different styles of judging, haven't we? Some turn them loose and have lineups, and then have semi-finals and finals. And now then, I think that here now then we've got our top 3.
You would like to think so.
Yes, tremendous power in these Ram Lambs. You know, they're only youngsters.
Very impressed, actually.
Very, and they look very consistent in standard throughout the class, then, if you know what I mean. Does it?
Yes, they do. Very uniform they are, everyone, aren't they?
Yes. And
they're not excessive back ends, but there's a good back end on every lamb that we've seen, isn't there?
Good shape on them. It looks like they've got good backs as well. And
they do, yes, indeed, yeah.
Nice straight legs, and they do have a bit of a, like you say, the Badger Torwen. They look quite similar from the back on the markings, at least. And you did ask before we moved away earlier about the markings on the face, and I think there's not like a very strict breed standard, but they need to have those little teardrops and then white on the jaw as well. So I don't think there's any stipulation about it has to be a certain stripe, but just that those markings are there then. And of course we see the white then going up the breeches as well.
And there'll be Elin,
Yes, there is a significant difference in some of them in terms of how wide the actual hindquarters is, or the markings on the hindquarters is, isn't there? But
there could be a bit of an age difference between these Ram Lambs as well.
Yes,
you know,
indeed,
a month or two difference in these lambs then can make a big difference in growth, can't it? But there's still a lot of jigging about going along, isn't there?
I think we better be quiet about our
decision making. Yes, definitely.
We'll leave that up to the judge. Yeah.
A tough job here, I would say, because
it's an exceptional good class of lambs to be fair.
Very nice. It'd be interesting to see if we see any of these up in the winter fair now, Christmas time, because that's the kind of ram they are. Nice to see some young handlers here as well. We do see that the coloured breeds and something
actually
a little bit...
17 lambs in this class.
I know, it's a really good entry, isn't it?
It is. Quite wide, this lamb, this first lamb. Perhaps not just carrying down quite as much as perhaps the second place lamb, but he's quite wide, isn't he?
I'd say the first 2 lambs here now would be significantly bigger and wider than the rest of the class. Yes.
There is shape.
Well, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh no, that. Oh no.
I thought he was sending him.
I thought he was going to swap them over, but no, he's loosening them. See them walk, and it is important when you do have these bigger muscled lambs. It is important to see them walk, because you know, these handlers, they've been in the ring before. They know what they're doing when they're getting them to stand straight, don't they?
Hours of practice and leave no stone unturned.
Look at me.
It looks as if he's made his decision. Will he remain as they were?
Well, they could think. It looks like they're going to go back as they were. We'll just have to wait and see.
The young man that's in first isn't going to go without being told, is he?
No, definitely not.
Os chi'n mynd lawr i'r, fel maen nhw'n gweud, i'r nitty-gritty, mae bach gormod o wyn.
As you stated, and he's no tricks here, then that young man there has made sure that lamb stands exceptionally wide. And for this work, he has become first prize then, so...
Very well done to him.
Well, that was quite close, I'd say.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah.
Nice win.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
How many of these have you got?
Better off asking the one next to who's just come third.
Ah, so you've beat the owner then?
Yeah.
With his own lamb?
Yeah.
We'll go and have a chat with the owner. Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you catch the wrong one, or is he a better handler than you?
I won't answer that one.
But it was a tight class, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Tough
definitely,
class.
definitely, yeah. Yeah, strong lambs.
How many of these have you got?
Nearly 50 odd now, I think.
Wow.
Riverside Badger faced Texels.
Texels as well.
Yeah.
But mainly these, like. But yeah.
They're quiet, aren't they?
Depends. Depends which ones you have.
Ah, right. They look quiet in the ring today anyway.
These ones are all right, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And we'll be back in the sheep ring later, but we're heading to the sheep shearing shed, and Aaron is obviously looking forward to visiting this shed during the course of the day. 2 world champions standing next to him, Richard Jones and Gwion Evans. They won the team title up in Edinburgh, and Richard, of course, was an individual champion in 2019. But together, they won the team title up in Scotland in the Golden Shears World Championship. And as it happens, it was in Scotland where Richard won the individual title, but unfortunately Gwion had beaten him this year.
Nes I dweud, ta mis cyn y sioe, os na ni ennill y teams a na ennill y individuals, fi'n ni double world champions wedyn.
He said about a month before the Royal Welsh shows that if we were to win the team and or the individual, we'd be double world champions.
New Zealanders are Kiwis.
Aaron just saying, when I used to do some shearing, it used to be the New Zealanders who were world champion, but it seems that the Welsh have taken over. And Richard just saying, I wouldn't say we've taken over, but we've certainly showed that we can compete against them these days. And of course the two of them have competed against themselves in the Champion Shearer of Wales. Richard has won it before in the past, and he's going to try his best to beat Gwion this afternoon. And Gwion, as the world champion, of course, there's a bit of pressure. He still hasn't won the Welsh title. He's won the Open twice, but he's never won the Champion Shearer of Wales before. And one of them, either Richard or Gwion, will be competing in the test match against New Zealand, but they're not sure as yet which one of them will be representing Wales. Yes, and Aaron's just wishing them both the very best of luck for the competition later on this afternoon in the sheep shearing shed. And of course, we will be there to watch quite a few of the competitions in the sheep shearing shed later on. Right, we're off to the main ring. And they've been showing in the main ring since 8 o'clock this morning. And just a quick reminder, you can watch it all on our live stream service as well. If you want the information, just visit our website. Right, let's join Rachel and Danielle.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back now to the main ring, and our first visit to look at the D's today. So definitely your field of expertise, Dan.
Yes, big class again. It's always well turned out. This is the Baron Mayer class, 4 years to 7 years. So looks like there is. Judge has made his decision, and first prize goes to 1022.
Pan ti'n gweld y gwahanol brydfeydd sydd yn cefnogi rheini sydd yn
Lee and Howard Allen with Dai Sophia Rose. Second is Daniel Hughes with Iowos Rothernevoth. You'll have to excuse my Welsh pronunciation. And third is the Charman family, Copperthorne Fantasia. 3 beautiful mares, turned out to perfection.
So obviously, Dan, this is the Baron Mayer or Gelding class. So if they're any geldings in this class? They might have been down in the horse ring last night for the gelding class.
I would have thought so. If they're up here for the week especially, they would have done the gelding class yesterday. It was a very well turned out class last night as well. I think there were something like 32 entries forward.
Good.
Geldings are very popular these days, and it's nice to see them so well represented down there last night. I think I was down there watching, and I think judging finished about 7:30, so a late evening.
Good. Good, and it's good that the gelding incentive scheme isn't that old, really, is it? It's quite...
It is quite new.
A new-ish scheme, isn't it?
But the Welsh Pennycob Society are trying to promote the geldings. They play an important part. It allows a use for this animal to be a ridden family animal. A lot of people have them as pleasure horses as well as show horses. It's nice to see them so well represented last night. This is a beautiful mare. I believe she's out of Deo the Goddess, which I actually think my father judged here a few years ago, and that mare won here. This mare herself has also done well here. She was 6th in 2022, and we're going to see her go down now in front of the grandstand. As you can see, ears are forward. She's moving on really, really well, looking like she's enjoying her trip around the ring. The owners always have something here at the Royal Welsh. They're always showing. There she goes.
Welcome back to Royal Welsh Showground, and without further ado, we're going to head straight to the sheep shearing shed. It's the seniors competition. It's heat 5, I believe. Let's join Gerald and Iwan.
Yeah, good morning, and first welcome and run at the senior shearing championship. And as we focused all the way through, we started with the juniors at a quite sedate pace, and then the intermediates, and now the seniors will move up, which is one step closer to the open. And these guys will have been through all the same rigmaroles of passing all the tests and courses and that to get to this particular level. But obviously I would suggest that perhaps a lot of these boys will be a little bit older than the previous young men and young ladies that we've seen, and there would be a good bit more experience under their belt.
And that experience will tell in the pace in which they finish, the cleanliness of how they shear the ewes, I imagine, as well, Gerald?
Yes, most definite. What we are seeing, though, actually, is these young men are really focusing on doing the job correctly, because this is basically only a qualifying section, isn't it? This isn't the actual final. When they are sort of the end game is to win it, but to get it competition is a no mean feat on its own.
As you mentioned yesterday, Gerald, actually going like the clappers and finishing first doesn't necessarily mean anything. So the important thing, as you're saying here now, is they have to do the job right.
That's quite right.
Not get penalties, not lose points in the judges' eyes, and just let the time take care of itself as
That's
such.
quite right, because I think all of us that have ever competed in any sort of sport, if you get through to a final or something, obviously whatever you're taking part in, the speed seems to come into it, and the person next door to you is going quite fast. This is more of a concentration job. Please do it right. Please qualify to get to the semi-final stage, and obviously then to the final stage, and then we can have a go and see how fast we can actually
And that's
go.
potentially maybe a little bit of the difference. When we get to the final, it is literally the 6 on stage together, isn't it? Whereas now we're going through qualifiers.
That's great.
They're not necessarily going up against somebody who might make the final with them. You know, so it is, as you say, accuracy, get the job right, and no blunders.
That's quite right. Yeah. And we have a quite right, and number 5 there is Richard Lancaster, and I'm not too sure what lamb he's going in for, but we've quite a wide variety of nationalities. Gwion Mason Evans on number 6 there, and they're on, you can't quite see what number stand that was.
Gwion Mason Evans o Tanllan, Taliesin ger Talabont, ni'n abod o'n dda, dwi rhyw hanner...
See the Rouseys. Number 6 there, Gwion Mason Evans, not the world champion, but his namesake. He's gone in for another lamb. Oh, we see a little bit of claret there on stand number 4.
And we see that little there, and Gerald, that'll be marked now by the judge on the stage here.
No,
that will be marked out to the back. So the man on the stage, you alluded yesterday, is only marking for what they have to go over the second time.
That's quite right, yeah. Number 2 finishes there. Number Richard Morgan has finished, and number 1 there is Ivan Tradwin has finished as well. Hopefully we'll come back later to see the results and see who gets through.
We certainly will. Now then, you don't necessarily have to be here at the showground to feel part of the Royal Welsh Show. You can follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. All the information you require is on our website, s4c.cymru/Sioe. Right, without further ado, we'll rejoin Gerald and Iwan. We're in the cattle ring this time.
We return to the beef cattle, and these are the native breed pairs competition, and they'll be exhibitor bred as well, so it's self-explanatory of all the native breeds within the country. Well, most of them will be here on the show anyway, and the bred by the actual people that will be leading them. Well, not necessarily that, because they could have a person handling the cattle for them, but the cattle are entered by the exhibitor, and therefore they will be shown mostly by the exhibitors. And start with the Welsh Black pair.
And the judge for the day is the same gentleman that judged the team of 5 there yesterday, Will Edwards. So he'll already have cast his eye over a few, potentially, may have cast his eye over a few of these in the team of 5.
Yes, it's quite likely, but I'm not too sure on how the breed societies nominate or arrive at the decision which of the animals will be going through to represent their particular breed line. Look at the beef shorthorn pair then. There.
Yeah.
I think this beef shorthorn is, in my opinion, has probably been the most improved strength-wise of classes, but the quality of the cattle, to be fair,
certainly
have been very, very good, haven't they?
There's a huge drive in that. I know we've had a good few years now where there have been supermarket schemes supporting the use of beef shorthorn beef. I think it was Morrison's who set that on to start with. And there's obviously other supermarkets doing it with various other native breeds as well. And they've gone and driven towards breed improvement as well. It's a breed that we've actually in my work environment, we've been classifying the beef shorthorns for a good few years. So I think they're in a drive for improving the breed throughout, and I think that may be showing as well in the show ring as well.
Oh yes, most definitely. They obviously paramount in terms of locomotion and eye-catching ability, isn't it? So, and correctness of frame and whatever. But so if they were to compete in the native marketing schemes, as you have alluded to, then they've got to get everything right, haven't they?
Oh, certainly, yes. And uniformity across a breed is probably important in that sense as well. We always talk in terms of like the meat production, the abattoirs do want uniformity.
That's right, and we have like the information. If you are putting them through the abattoir yourself, then you will get the grades back in terms of our fat content, and obviously confirmation bonuses to come into the frame. Obviously the native breeds will struggle much to get above the R confirmation, but to be fair, it's quite a significant step up from an O confirmation animal, and therefore there's a few pence bonus. And obviously if you're producing the product which they can sell, then they're going to request them off you again, aren't
and
they?
I think that's exactly it, isn't it, Gerald? Is if you're looking at some of these direct supply contracts that are directly towards some of these natives, they're not necessarily wanting those E's and U's. They're probably supporting them through the difference in terms of fat quality, eating quality, marbling, and that's maybe the in terms of the direct thing that some of the markets are after. They're coming away from the need for the muscling as such, and looking directly more at other things. We'll hopefully rejoin later to get a result here in the cattle ring.
Thank you very much, Gerald and Iwan. And there's an aerial shot of the main ring. And we've been here a few times already this morning. We're going to return there once again. And we will join Rachel and Danielle.
So we're back now with the Baramero gelding class in the A's, 4 to 7 years. And we've got a result.
So it looks like our judge, Julie Perrins, has made her final decision, and first prize has gone to Sarah Dennard with Kamadhi E. Bethel. Beautiful little Section A mare there. Second is Sandy Anderson's Thistledown Blue Suede. And third going to Brian and Jennifer Thompson with Pennock and Tasia. 3 grey mares there by the looks of it, all gleaming in the sunshine. It's nice that the weather has stayed good today for these ponies. bathing them, keeping them clean when it's raining is not a good job.
So I think the first pony there is a 7-year-old by Henia Yara Glenn.
Yeah, bred by Mr. Lewis. Always does well in the Royal Welsh. Has some lovely ponies and is a prolific A breeder.
And then the second, the Thistledown pony by Thistledown, Lord of the Flies. Again, another, even by myself, well-known Welsh prefix, the Thistledown ponies.
Yeah, and our third place breeder is by Pennock Romeo and Out of Islan Alian.
I think we may get an interview, and I think this possibly will this be in
And
English.
that's Rod Lewis. I is with them. Presumably he's the owner.
Mr Rod Lewis.
Ond ddim hyd yn oed gwybod oedd hi'n dod heddi, so I bedol i wenwi, cymryd dwi I bedol, mae bedol yn lwcus.
He's having a good chat with Hannah by the
Just
looks of
saying her
it.
name is very lucky and it's in.
Sadly, we can't translate for you.
Overwhelmed. My missus' pony, I bought it for the year before last, and yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster. It's her first show, to our knowledge. She's an absolute gem. She's got an engine to die for. We just we come here today, fingers crossed, to see whether we would even get in first row, to be completely truthful. Yeah, we knew she was a nice pony, but you know, it's a lap of the gods in a massive show like this.
You did just tell us as well when we were chatting with Rod that she's got even more she can do and she hasn't given you the best yet. You've got the championship to come.
Let's hope we get a good show out of her and have a better show than we've had so far, which you know, let's hope.
Pob lwc i'r championship, ynddo fe?
Yeah, pob lwc yn wir. Many congratulations and good luck for the championship. Diolch yn fawr.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. Nia is in the South Glamorgan Pavilion with Rhian Davies, who's been busy this morning, or during the course of the week. She's been judging a lot of the arts and crafts section. They were at the Merched y Wawr, and they have been asked, though, the different counties have been asked to put together 5 different elements within the theme of a taste of the city. I think I'm right, Emma?
That's correct, yes. It's a bit like the YFC, where they'll have their county competitions, and they come up here at Wales then with representing their counties. And as you said correctly, so Taste of the City is their theme, and there's 5 elements. So the first one is a craft. So there's 2 craft elements. So to depict triban, photography, and then this is amazing.
That's impressive, isn't it?
But what is nice as well, it doesn't actually tell you, it's just a building, it's open, so it could be absolutely anything.
Yeah. And she was referring as well, on the left-hand side there, a shopping bag is also one of the 5 elements.
That's another craft element as well. And then we've got one cookery element as well, which are macarons. See, then these buildings here, totally different, but incredible. Wow.
Yeah, as a combination, this combination came second, but...
Yeah. This in the background, we've got the quilting then. So then this is the depiction of Triban and Cardiff, as you can see here, with the Millennium Building.
That's the Westgate Hotel we can see there.
Yes.
And Swansea, presumably, with the Grand Theatre.
It's in Cardiff, Newport and Swansea.
Yes.
But each element is judged separately. But as you said then, those marks are added up, so they got second overall then.
I like the way the macaroons are. We've just gone out of shot. Are presented within the saucer.
That's very clever. And that's it. Everyone will be trying to display their work. That's just a little bit different, something to catch the eye of the judge, isn't it?
Wedi cael ei dafeiriant lot ohono fe, pa welwn ni beth sydd wedi cael cynta yn yr adeilad Trida, hwnnw gyd â llaw.
Right, Ria's just explaining that as we go around the corner, we'll be able to see the difference. Why? Because the 3 buildings, 3D buildings we saw earlier were third, but she said, wait until you see the one that's won, and you can see how much work there's been involved. Now then, this is Anglesea's attempt.
Yeah, that's a poem there on like a collage.
I think that's Bangor University on the top.
Yes,
there, I think.
Yes, I think you're right. Now then, we move on.
Now
to
this
the
is
first
the 3D building that won first prize
from Meirionydd County. This is incredible. This is actually been crocheted.
Every element of it.
Absolutely. And I had to look twice at this part of it because it almost doesn't look like it's... there we go. And that's the roof. But then you can open it up. So that's thought about a different element of it. And so it's not just the building. They've actually furnished it as well, haven't they?
But it's the detail that must have taken weeks and weeks
but
to
also
put together.
Not just to make it, but to get it to stand up like that. That's very special indeed. Very special.
There's no wonder that.
And just sort of saying that all those tiny little flowers on it. That's hard as well, though, to judge the different crafts against each other.
There was another judge with Rhian judging all these craftwork, and of course they were in unison when they decided that that 3D building deserved the first prize.
And here we go. This is the winning overall, is it, I think? They have, yes, because they've got quite a few. And just looking at the shopping bag here. Yeah, this has got pockets inside, and then they've got the applique work on the front.
4 young women on the way to hit the town.
I think that, well, it reminds me of Sex and the City a little bit. So it is quite, you know, that...
Yes.
Yeah.
I see. That's clever.
So yeah. So
and there's one missing.
Yes.
Yeah. Well.
She's just saying there's all in the detail, isn't it? Like we got the perms and the little petticoat popping out at the bottom. A lot of thought has gone into that,
absolutely,
isn't it?
Yeah. But as Nia was saying, even though there's only 3 of them left there seems to be plenty of energy there.
Plenty of energy.
Umbrella's up in the air, ready to go.
So this is the interpretation of Triban. I love that. It's completely different to the others, isn't it? It's quite abstract, very modern, but beautiful.
Yeah, and you can see the effect of the reflection in the water, as it were, of the buildings above.
And then, but also as a whole, isn't it? The display, it all goes together, doesn't it? And looks great as a complete display.
Yeah, as Nia was saying, you could spend quite a while looking at all the different colours there and the reflections, and then the 3D building there in the middle is the cathedral, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very different, isn't it? It's a different craft and a different interpretation of building, isn't it?
Oh, Nia's just asking Rhian, it sounds as if you've lost your voice. Yes, well, you know, the standard was so high, we had to celebrate that. So, yeah, Rhian's had a good week, and many congratulations to the eventual winners. And I'm sure we'll be back in the South Glamorgan Pavilion again during the course of our broadcast here. We're with you, by the way, until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Right, let's return to the main ring, and here's Danielle and Rachel once again.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back with the section B's. And our judge today, I don't think we've given him a mention yet, have we?
No.
Mr. Stephen D. Howard, Boston Stud, up in Yorkshire.
Yep, he's here today judging. He's been involved with the Welsh ponies for over 50 years. As a 9-year-old boy, he was often seen hanging over the gate of the Boston Stud, looking at the ponies. And he was very lucky to be invited by Margot Rees, the owner, to have a look at the horses and enjoy them. When Margot died in 1996, he was very fortunate enough to be able to inherit the Boston Stud, and he's been continuing it ever since. We have a line-up here, 3 beautiful ponies again. Don't think the final decision has been made. He's having a good look at them, just to make sure that he's got them in the order that he'd like them.
I think what's interesting with the B's, with the A's, we've noticed predominantly lots of grey ponies, but with the B's we get a big mix, some lovely livers, some great palominos, greys. There's a vast range, and roans obviously, a range of colours with the section B ponies.
Yep. It almost looks like we've got every colour in the book in this class.
In this class, yes. It's sort of standing out.
Yeah, definitely.
There seems to be one of every colour.
Yeah, almost. I think there is there.
And it's the quality looks through right to the back line.
Yes,
to me.
Definitely. Looks like he's made his final decision. His hat is off, so we'll just wait for the results to see him hand out the rosettes. We have a Palomino in first place here by the looks of it, but we will just wait to confirm that once the rosettes have been handed out. She has a big smile on her face. Looks like she's very, very happy. This is a filly or gelding yearling class. Yes, and there we are.
And 449, that's Kerry Wainwright's Skelon Seville by Skelon Casanova, and out of Skelon Chloe Nini.
And then in second place we have Richard Miller with Heniarth Timeless, by Torval Houston, and Outer Heniarth Tingaling. Richard himself was the judge here last year, so he'll be very happy with his second place.
And then third was Kate Mansfield with Smoky Cot Calypso.
Yep, she's having a good show, so she's had a first and third so far, so she'll be very happy.
Skelon Seville yn camu ymlaen ac yn camu i'r brig.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Danielle. Let's head over to the sheep ring now, and we'll join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we're in the class 937, and any other pure native upland breed of sheep.
Yes, we've got a real lineup of different breeds here now, and we've gone straight to the winner, which is 5 Mr Melvin Williams with his North Country Hill Cheviot. And, bit of a shame we didn't catch some of the other breeds in this class.
I did see a white woodland, or North Woodland sheep actually in the class then.
Don't see too many of those in this area of the country. White-faced woodlands would be a rare breed, but hopefully we'll pop back again and see some of the different breeds. That's, even though they're not enough for them to have their own classes here at the Royal Welsh Show, it's nice that they still get their time in the ring.
Quite right.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground once again, and it's straight to the cattle ring. Let's join Gerald and Ewan.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. We're back in the native pears, beef bred pears this time, Ewan.
Yes, and this is a class for exhibitor bred pairs, so both animals in each of these pairs will be bred by the same person. So, yes, it's... I'm not sure it's exclusive to one exhibit from every breed, by the looks, because we have got multiples in here. But it is exclusive to native breeds.
And we see Mr. Will Edwards, who we seen yesterday or last night, judging the Fitzhugh pairs.
And as we saw yesterday, the hat is off, so he must be thinking. Yes, it was one of his signature things yesterday. The hat came off while he was looking through the pairs. I'm not sure if that means he's close to making a decision or not.
No,
but yes, making sure that he casts his eye throughout the whole lineup.
And again, Mr. Edwards, then the class states itself that they are a pair, so he should be looking for a matching pair. Obviously, as we alluded to, perhaps not in colour and whatever, because we see a white shorthorn and coloured shorthorn bull here. So, but obviously in type, conformation is more essential in the beef breeds than in your dairy breeds, and well, I wouldn't say it's more important, but it is more prominent than.
Yes, it's about the shape and meaty conformation, as in what you're talking about as well, isn't it?
I've chosen a pair of heifers that look
very similar.
Nigh on identical, aren't they?
They do. They do. Certainly do.
Depends on what he has in his own mind about a pair of animals, because he is the man that is in charge, and he is the man that makes the final decisions.
And we noticed yesterday when he judged the team of 5, he ended up with the 4 final ones were continental.
Yes.
But he obviously doesn't have those continentals to fall back on here. So
he's got to go for his own.
It has to be native breeds.
Native breeds,
in this class. There is obviously a different class here in the show for pairs exhibitor bred continental. But he's... this is exclusive to those native bred pairs.
Like in the Fitzhugh 5 yesterday, he's taking his time, and obviously, as I've alluded to many times, doesn't matter how long you take, as long as you get the right decision.
That's right, isn't it?
And did his day, and obviously the other breeds will be trying and thinking they were maybe a little bit hard done by, but no, and knowing the cattle competitors as they are, they will be the first one to congratulate the winning pair.
That's correct, Gerald, and as is true whenever anybody does any judging, you will never please everybody, but you have to please yourself.
That's quite right.
So it is as long as he leaves here happy with the pairing coming to the fore that he feels deserves it, that's what judging is about. It's a man's opinion on the day.
That's right.
And he's starting to draw them out now.
Shorthorns, Welsh Blacks. Good pair of the shorthorns there.
They are wonderful little pair, those. I think they must have been one of the pairs in shot earlier when we joined the ring earlier in their first parade. I'm sure he must be thinking about going for these long-on pair, because they are a lovely match, aren't they?
They are an exceptional pair.
I'm sure brysur maen nhw'n gael. Dod ar holl wartheg mallan ac yn troi'n allan.
And he is very thorough. He wants to make sure that he's confident in the pairings that he's tapping forward. I imagine he'll go for another 2 pairs as well.
I would think
Gerald,
so.
Bringing them down to a 4.
If he had gone for 8, then he'd have them all.
Certainly that. He's starting from a slightly smaller field this morning than he had to yesterday.
Well, obviously then we can see there's a pair of Welsh Blacks have gone forward before, and we can see a pair of Welsh Blacks there in shot as well, and another pair of beef short on, so it is not alluded to just the actual breed.
No, certainly.
Open competition for
I think
all
it's an open competition for all exhibitor bred pairs, isn't it? So, so yeah, anybody that has a pairing they feel worthy of entering have been able to do so.
That's right.
And there we go. He's taken another pair of short ons forward as well here. Where will he go for his fourth pairing?
Pwy nesa, felly? Felly mae yna ddau bar o wartheg byrgor wedi cael ei tynnu mlaen. Tybedle mae Will Edwards o Sir Fôn.
There's two pairs of...
Un par fach arall sydd angen, mae'n dod nôl lan at yr Henffordd.
There's already two pairs of short ons, I think, up forward, as you said, isn't there? And there's a further one there. It's back, just have another look at this Hereford pairing.
Cami nôl.
And it's potentially maybe easier to get a matching pair here, being bred by the same exhibitor, maybe the same bull has been used and as such.
The Hereford is going forward.
So we've had the Hereford as the fourth pairing he's taken forward. So a representation of a couple of breeds come forward into this final lineup. And we're probably going to have to rejoin to get a further result later.
Yes, we will indeed, but we'll stay with Gerald and Iwan because we're heading back to the sheep shearing shed.
We saw heat number 5 in the senior championship there earlier. We've moved now on to heat number 6. So another fresh contingent of shearers here on stage.
Yes, and I could say that it's a little bit shearing competitions, but I do know several of these young men themselves, and they are sheepdog competitors along myself. In shot there is Joe Price from just outside Built here in Llananis. And in number 4 there is Daniel Biggs. But just across from him then there will be Dewi Jenkins, who's done very, very well. Last year's international champion in the sheepdog world. And down on stand number 1, hopefully we'll see in a moment, is Theon Harris. Very, very good handler there from Pembrokeshire. So
good shot there with 3 shearers in view, so
yes,
we
can. David Roberts brings up the rear on number 6 if we're lucky enough to feature him. So yes, a little bit of. I'm a better handler on the sheepdog world than you, and I'm a better shearer perhaps is going forward. But to be fair, I know there's Dewi Jenkins in shot. Then Dewi's a very good shearer, and Theon Harris and Joe Price, the 3 that I would know quite well, and they're very good handlers in the sheepdog world, and also they're very, very good shearers as well. But as I alluded to before, the qualification to the final is their main aim. Winning this particular round of qualification here doesn't mean that much. It's just to get in that top 18. Well, they'll go forward to semi-final stage, and then through to final is the end game. And as they say, these boys have upped their pace quite a bit, but still shearing well below their capacity of being flat out. They're trying to do the job exceptionally well.
We chatted yesterday, Gerald. I asked you about the comb, and you said about filling the comb. We noticed today these boys are using a heck of a lot more of this comb than the ones yesterday.
Well, it's common sense, actually. The better you get, the faster you get, and obviously when you get faster, it's not all about speed of arm and all that, but if you can fill that comb a little bit more and cut the number of blows down, well, obviously then you shear the sheep a lot faster. Lambs are a little bit more rounded, obviously, and not quite so big, so you'll have a struggle to fill your comb all the time on a lamb. But on a full woolen and more on an adult sheep, obviously there's more ground to cover, so you have a chance, and every part of the animal would be slightly bigger. So, but these lambs are quite strong, mind, and done. But there's Dewi coming down the last side on one of his lambs. And,
we talked about the full wool and the lamb wool being very different. Does the size of this animal impact these boys in terms of shearing? Is it easier to shear
more lambs? You shear a lot more lambs in a day, especially nice lambs, like an open lambs they call. with like not very woolly round the points, and what I mean in the points in terms of in round their brisket and up round their cheekbones and down their legs. But anyway, we'll have to come back later on and see if one of these young gentlemen make it to the semi-final, to the final.
Don't forget, there's more than one way of following the activities here at the Royal Welsh Show. On S4C Click, you can watch all the activities in the main ring, including the 3 individual rings within that main ring. For all the information you need, visit our website, s4c.cymru/Sioe. And as we mentioned, the main ring, that's where we're heading next. Let's rejoin.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back in the Section A ring, and we're in the Baramero Gelding senior class. And we believe this is the final pull, I think, don't we, Dan?
Yes, I think so. It looks like it. I'm assuming that our judge, Julie Perrins, is just having one last look. There's still a few walking around, so she's still placing. But we're guessing that this is the final lineup as we wait for all the others to come into line. Again, a big class. An awful lot of greys in there again.
Yeah, this sort of stands out, doesn't it? Because there's so many greys, and then the Section Bs, they stood out because there was just about every colour under the sun.
Grey is a predominant colour in the A's, but they do come in a variation, and
they are available in other brands and colours.
Yes, definitely.
So, I mean, again, quality right down the line.
Some beautiful mares, and when we saw them doing their initial go-round, some lovely movers as well. You do find that the atmosphere here at the Royal Welsh Show does help to make the move even better. It just elevates them a little bit, gives them that little bit of extra sparkle.
Yeah, and I'd imagine some of these ponies, they have, they're obviously not had a foal this year, and maybe they're having a year off. They'll still come. It's still a valuable class to win.
Definitely.
And as you said, some ponies probably love it here.
Yeah,
so
some
maybe
don't
they'll come.
Some get a little bit overwhelmed and aren't quite sure what to make of it all. But it looks like the hat might be coming off for this first prize winner here. He's holding out in anticipation.
Are they keeping us waiting?
Yes.
Keeping us in suspense.
Will she change it?
Oh, she's going to have a final look.
Yep, she wants to make sure she's got the correct lineup.
As an exhibitor, this is the worst part, because you're there thinking, oh my
your
God.
heart is in your mouth. And
are they going to move me? Are they going to send us out?
And there's nothing worse than being pulled in first place and perhaps getting moved down. It is quite a disappointment, but it's unusual that it happens here. He's trying his best, making the mare look as good as he possibly can. A little bit of grass to keep her quiet so she stands. You can see his face, look at him. Having a chat with second prize, am I staying here?
So this mare looks a lovely stamp, a lovely example, a lot of bone from, obviously, I know you can't always tell from a camera angle, but you've got a good idea.
She's a beautiful mare, a beautiful front on her, lovely eye, nice neat little ears.
And we often find, I know from a judging point of view, it's, sometimes it's quite easy to judge from outside the railings, but the best place is in that ring is often a very different story when you're in the middle of that ring.
You see more in the ring than you do outside the ring.
And I think with the ridden classes, it's easier because only you can tell what sort of ride they give you.
That's right, yeah. His hat's off, and I think the cards are coming. Yes, she's made her decision. So, first place looks like it goes to 283 D.A. Jeffries, Dargell Athena. It's been shown here by Adam Fletcher. Second place is Crumpwell Blue Lucy, owned by Catherine Owen.
And third place we've got P. Thomas and Williams Arad Cha-Cha.
Adam Fletcher.
He's having his final run out.
Well, it looks like this interview may be in English.
Many congratulations once again. Your winning week is continuing.
Amazing, it really is. This is bred by Doug Gale and Darryl Jeffries. This is the grandmother of the yearling filly from yesterday.
So there's a real family connection here of Royal Welsh winners.
Yeah, she's just an amazing mare. We love her. She was champion of Bath West this year, so Dargale is the best kept secret in the world.
Fantastic. Well, you've got a championship coming up.
Yep.
And yeah, we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the week now, and obviously to the Jeffries family as well, and more running around this main ring for you.
Yeah.
Pob lwc a llongyfarchiadau.
Wel, croeso nôl ato ni.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Danielle. We will be back, of course, in the main ring. We're going to feature the main ring heavily later on this afternoon. But in the meantime, straight back to the cattle ring, rather. And it's Gerald, the new one again.
We're back to see Mr. Edwards as he's studying his semi-final lineup in recent time since we've been away, so hopefully he will have...
Well, it's looking to me as the hat is going back on. And just another hand over the Welsh black pair here.
Pressure.
Yes, certainly. It just keeps building. But I suppose that it's a very important class, but he probably feels a little pressure eased having already done that team of 5 yesterday.
Yeah. But we go allude back, always go back to the scenario that, you know, it's a little bit of a, oh, there you go, it's the Welsh Blacks this time, and a little bit of bragging rights in the cattle lines there.
Certainly that, yeah, and well, obviously the Welsh native breed coming to the fore. There's a little bit of bragging rights there.
And the short horn pair is in reserve position.
Two even pairs in all honesty.
Very tight, yes.
I'll be controversial and say I may have gone the other way personally. I do like that pair of short horns. But again, it's those first impressions. They were ones we saw in the first camera shot. And you do get that first impression of them. It was only when we rejoined the class later we did see the Welsh black pair in a nice profile. So, yeah, wonderful. But wonderful for the Welsh black breed to come to the fore here in the exhibitor bred native pair.
How many? 16 cows and followers. Yeah.
Only 16, but top quality cattle.
Yeah. So he's the son of the Welsh Black champion last year.
Oh, brilliant.
And he's only 17 months old, so hopefully he's got a good future.
I was just going to say one for the future, certainly.
Absolutely.
Llongyfarchiadau mowr iawn. They are absolutely fantastic, and it was such a strong class. So some great short horns here on the Hereford and the high. They were wonderful.
They were fantastic, and everybody really works really well and hard to get here. And yeah, it's a bit of luck at the end of the day as well.
Llongyfarchiadau.
Diolch yn fawr.
Da iawn.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and we're next going to be featuring the Lloyd Family Award in the sheep ring. So let's join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, one of the highlights of the show, of course, is the interbreed classes. And this is a very special competition, the Lloyd Family Award, for a group of 3 sheep for the hill and upland, native hill and upland sheep.
Just witnessed the native pairs in the beef cattle, so we come down a small size but still stick within the native and go up one animal perhaps. And yeah, this is a real plug this for individual breeds in the hill sheep here to come out on top of this.
And for this competition then, there is one entry only from each breed, and the breed judge is to nominate which animals go forward to represent their breed in the group of 3.
We have a first look at Mr. John Thomas from Mid Glamorgan, Penroof Farm, Mid Glamorgan. The honour of judging this here today, and of course Glamorgan is the feature county, and he's on that committee. Been working hard with that particular committee, raising funds and that to see that this show runs successful, and he has been rewarded then with the honour of judging this particular competition. As he states, it's a real honour to do so.
So we've just gone round there. We had the ring then with the Welsh Mountain pedigree, and then we had the Welsh Mountain hill flock, and then the distinctive South Wales mountains with their red colouring. And this is a ring favourite here at the Royal Welsh and the Winter Fair. We always see them, Gerald, the Black Welsh Mountains.
Yes, to be fair, an attractive little sheep, aren't they? They're a neat sheep, aren't
neat,
they?
Very neat, and they are eye-catching in the ring then.
And obviously then it's something that white sheep will look clean and lovely, but black, and they make sure that they are very, very clean and presented very well, and they do look attractive running around on the grass.
Oh, they definitely do, definitely do.
Grass is just going a little bit more worn under the feet of them now, because when they started on Monday morning here, and everything was looking so green and fresh and whatever, but there's been a lot of footprints on top of this grass in these rings, and the last 2.5 days have been very, very busy. And
absolutely. There we go. So moving on from the South Wales Welsh Mountain to the Black Welsh. A lot of these breeds then, not all of them, but a lot of them, the males will be horned, the females not so.
I would suggest that these have gone for a mature ewe or a yearling ewe, and then a ram lamb and a ewe lamb.
Yes. I think a lot of them have gone for that combination, have they?
Indeed,
the ewe, the ram lamb, and the possibly as well. You could see with the ram lamb and ewe lamb classes, there was more entries, so more to choose.
Very strong,
very strong.
Every one of these particular hill breeds, right throughout, exceptional numbers.
Absolutely.
A lot of people come to the show ring this year with a vengeance, and to be fair, and realise that these events need to be supported, and otherwise they will struggle. And I think the sheep industry has done it proud this year anyway.
You'd be hard pressed to find a better show of livestock anywhere in the world, I would say. Even across the cattle have been tremendous entries, even the pigs and everything else. Definitely. Moving on now then to a breed that we followed closely yesterday, Gerald, the Badger Face Torthi. And they had plenty to choose from too.
Goodness gracious, yes.
Been quite a job to pick them, probably.
Well, yes, indeed, yeah. We witnessed classes yesterday of excessive numbers of sheep, to be fair. I believe, if I'm correct, there was 53 individuals in the ewe lamb. But we'll have to come back, and hopefully we'll see what happens later on.
Well, Aaron is in the young farmers section with Delyn Evans, who's a vice chair of the Young Farmers Competitions Committee. And Aaron is whispering because obviously there's a lot of activity going on in the background and a lot of concentration. It's the craft competition.
Yes, a little bit different to normal show craft competitions. The YFC members will have made their exhibit, but they have to, on the day, do an example of their craft so that the judge then will be able to judge them on their skills in making as well. So it's not a case of getting Mum Gee to knit you something and turn up with them. Yeah. They have to demonstrate how they went about it. Not the whole thing, but just a little part of it.
No, and the theme is an accessory or an item that can be used at the circus, and the competitors are 16 years or younger, I think.
Yes, for the Royal Welsh competitions then, they have a competition for cookery, craft and flower arranging, and the ages will be under 16, I think it's under 21, under 28 or under 18, and they change every year for each section then.
You can see the concentration, and from what we've seen so far, there's quite a variety of different items.
Different things, absolutely. We've seen hats and fascinators and masks and all sorts of different items.
I think as well, I've just read here as well, they have to prepare a kind of a mood board as well, so that that the judge, for example, could probably see the thought process that's gone into creating these
absolutely
craft work.
And they will be marked then on the different sections and given an overall mark as well.
Yes, erbyn diwedd blwyddyn nesaf na pryd bydd y sioc yn set mewn dyfodol.
Some, as we said, some serious concentration going on here.
And both Delyn and Aaron are being quite respectful, keeping their voices quite low, so that they're not...
This competition is happening now.
Yes,
it's serious stuff.
Yeah. Aaron's just asking Delyn, obviously looking ahead to what's coming up, the tug of war, asking if she'd been taking part in the past, and she certainly has. Right, we'll leave the young farmer section. We'll probably be there later on, but we'll move over swiftly and go back to the main ring and rejoin Rachel and Danielle.
Thank you, Gareth. We're back with the section Ds. This is the senior Baron Mayoral gelding class. Our judge is having a look at them at the moment. It's class 86. He's just walking down the line, trying to see if he has his correct lineup. Again, another very strong class of mares and geldings. We always get the very best here at the Royal Welsh.
Yeah, and again, quality all the way
definitely
down, really, all the way even into the back line. So this is
taking his time, having a nice walk down the line, having a look at each and every one of them. Again,
our judge, Geraint Davis, Reedley, are you familiar with our judge, Dan?
Yeah, he's been breeding for a lot of years. He has section Cs and Ds. As always, it's always a great privilege when you're asked to judge here. He's having a very good look at what's in. Looks like he's going to be moving one. That's a great feeling. I believe that's Brandon Joyner there, showing for... he swapped them around, brought one up.
So is it usual with the Welsh cobs to just sort of swap them, or do they send them back for a final walk around with the riddens? Or
I think it also depends on time and how well they're getting on. Sometimes it's easier just to move them around in the lineup. You don't get lost that way. Hats off.
There we go.
So first place there, 10.57, owned by Gwyneth Griffiths, the Fungwy Welsh model. Beautiful bay mare there. Second place is H.J. Hudson, Maisa Felin Emma. It's nice to see the mare back with the Hudsons. She was sold a few years ago, but they've brought her back and she's been shown by the granddaughter, which I'm sure Hayden is very, very proud to see. And then in third place, I believe it's 1049, Maria Pacella's Abergavenny Yaris. They've travelled down from Essex. You will often see Jessie driving a team of 4 Gelderlanders, so she's doing a bit different today, running the Welsh Cob round the ring. And there she goes, beautiful mare, moving well.
So interesting, this David Oliver showing this mare.
Yep.
Would he normally be associated with the C's?
He shows C's and D's. He's a producer, so he's showing this for Gwyneth. Gwyneth's a little bit like me now, unable to keep up with the Welsh Cobs, so she'll have asked Oliver to show the mare for her. He's an excellent showman.
Yeah. I think he's out of puff today.
He sounds like he's out of puff. He's a little bit
yesterday.
like all of us, yeah.
we had a theme yesterday of, I think, the handlers saying that they were out of puff.
Yeah.
But,
it's quite, although the sun isn't shining, it's still warm, and no matter what they say, it's quite a long way around that ring.
Yeah, and it's quite heavy. So I think we'll be back a little bit later on for some more Welsh Cob action.
Yeah, and Hannah was just checking with him whether or not he'd replaced the button he'd lost on his waistcoat yesterday. Yes, it's been repaired. Anyway, moving on, we're back in the South Glamorgan Pavilion, and Nia is with Catrin Stevens. Obviously, the feature county this year is Glamorgan, and the Merched y Wawr, who are the county responsible for this particular exhibition, is the West Glamorgan branch of Merched y Wawr, and Catrin Stevens is the lady talking with me at the moment. And looking at these pictures on the wall, they're the work of an artist by the name of Vera Bassett, who lived in Pontarddulais. She was born in 1912, and there's one feature that's quite common in all of these pictures that we're looking at. It's the umbrella, and they've used that symbol, or the umbrella if you like, as something that they're using as part of which featuring quite prominently within the exhibition that they have here. As I mentioned, Vera Bassett, the artist, was born in 1912. She died in 1974, and she lived most of her life in the Swansea area in Pontarddulais, and quite a few members of the Merched y Wawr, of the West Glamorgan branch in particular, can remember her in years gone by as a Sunday school teacher. And Nia's just asking Catrin, was she recognised as an artist? Unfortunately not to a great degree, according to Catrin, but she had exhibitions in Biarritz, in New York, and in other places abroad. And she had exhibitions with some of the major artists of Britain, and even Richard Burton in particular was a great fan of her work, and has purchased, or had purchased, a picture of a picture that she had made of a gypsy. And she sold quite a bit of her work as well during that period. And Nia just mentioned the fact the umbrella is quite prominent to be seen here, and they're using it as a symbol, as it were, as a protective symbol, perhaps, that bringing people together. Catrin also mentioned the fact that they had a lottery grant, which has obviously helped them to put this exhibition together. And you can see in those umbrellas there the rain falling. They are the colours, of course, of Merched y Wawr, but also the colours of Ukraine. And Catherine's just mentioning we're very aware of that connection, as it were.
Gyda llaw, mi ddylen ni fod i sôn, mae Grace Burt o Gangen Abertawe sydd wedi gwneud y gwaith carligraffi, ysgrifen gain sydd yn darlunio yr hwyangerddi fyna a'r mochel dan yr ymbrel yn ogystal. Mae'n arbenigo.
Mochel dan yr ymbrel, by the way, is a Welsh poem that children would be very familiar with growing up in the primary schools.
O gangen y gwter fawr, sef Angela Hicks, I wneud y darlun, a mae wedi defnyddio lliwiau Merched Fawr.
And this picture I think Catherine's referring to is the work of Angela Hicks, yes. And she's, that's it. It's like a homage to Vera Bassett. These are Angela's depiction of her sort of ordinary women, if you like, who are underneath the protection, as it were, of the umbrella. And that's if you are visiting the Royal Welsh Show this afternoon or even tomorrow. This particular exhibition is located in the South Glamorgan Pavilion, as I mentioned. Yeah, Catherine just mentioning, as this short, brief chat is coming to an end, that many people have been to visit already and have commented on the work that's to be seen here on the Merched Fawr section.
Well,
right, to the outdoors now, and as you can see, it's getting a bit grey in the clouds there, but we're heading for the cattle ring, so it's back to Gerald and Ewan.
Yes, we see now a native breed pairs earlier on, and seen the home cattle of Wales and the Welsh Blacks coming to the fore, and we're looking at the Shallery pair of cattle here that won the Fitzhugh Fives yesterday under the same judge. So I don't know, what will he do, Will? What do you think?
Well,
Ewan, sorry.
It's obviously an open competition again, but we've seen he has a preference for the breed maybe yesterday in the fives. So
yes,
does that potentially just draw his eye and his mind again? But obviously, as you say, it's an exhibitor bred pair, so potentially neither of these, or some of them might have been in the five yesterday, but some of the other pairs will be different as well, won't they? Because they're obviously exhibitor bred. So there is that possibility of that bit of variation in what we might see him do today.
Having said that, then we alluded to that the competition is very, very strong this year, and the number factor is in each particular breed are very high. So every breed will have quite a good pool base to choose from, even though they are exhibitor bred. Yeah, we should see strong pairs, shouldn't we?
We obviously saw in the natives there that there's big numbers of beef shorthorns here this year. There were 3 exhibitor bred pairs forward there. And we just saw far in the shot here when we were looking at these, there was another Charolais pair in the background. And you will probably see that the more numbers you have in the show, we're going to see more maybe pairs within some of these classes, because obviously more exhibits means more exhibitors, and more exhibitors with exhibitor bred animals means there's more potential pairs from the larger supported breeds.
Yeah, you're quite right. Limousine's dominated individual championship on Monday and then won the pairs competition, so they were knocked off their perch a little bit by the Shalleries yesterday, and the Belgian Blues come in front of them on the 5 as well, so I'm sure that they will be perhaps quite keen here today to regain their...
I think any of the Limousin pairs that are forward here will be keen probably to regain that bit of pride for the breed, in not getting the clean sweep of championships in the main sort of championship classes here at the show. So yeah, I think you'd be right, there'll be that little bit of
they'll be trying quite hard.
That envy in them, wanting to edge them to the top again.
And we see a couple of Shallery pairs forward, and we also see a couple of pairs of Limousines forward in this particular section. So a little bit of personal pride coming into this now, isn't there, as the exhibitor bred and the
as you said,
an individual even though they can be of different stables, they are still individual, competing them for one another, basically, and
Yes.
for your mate, isn't it?
Yeah, because as you say, yesterday it was the sort of breed all coming together, with these being a pair of exhibitor bred animals. It's obviously the pride in your own prefix and your own herd that is trying to draw you to the fore.
No, myself, I have quite liked a lot of these Belgian blue animals that have been forward right throughout the show, and they did come close in being reserves in the 5s yesterday, but I think there is some very good,
certainly
must be some good pairs of Belgians.
In the individual interbreeds the other day, there was a beautiful heifer forward there as well, wasn't there? So, as you say, they are a breed that have sort of changed their approach to what the animal looks like over years.
Yes, quite right.
And I'd say it's paying dividends, really.
Yes, actually, this heifer here, mine would be quite rough, I would think, and I wouldn't think that Mr. Edwards would like her quite as much, but still a commercial breed and an exceptional good heifer. And but I think there was, as you said, exhibitor bred it is, and maybe the heifer that we've seen in the show in the individual championship, perhaps she wasn't exhibitor bred, then, isn't it? And obviously she's out of the race then,
and potentially that exhibitor may not have had a partner to go out with her, isn't it? That's potentially true as well, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
And obviously, as we've chatted earlier, we can see another set of blue pairs over there in the background. So as we chatted in the Continentals, there are various different ones throughout, and we're going to have to rejoin the class later for a result.
Dewch nôl ato ni I ben llanw'r gystadleuaeth yma yn y man.
Well, welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd, and we're going to head straight back to the sheep ring and join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, now then, he's obviously had his first look around the ring while we've been away, Gerald, and he's beginning to make a bit of a shortlist lineup here.
We see the Beulah speckled face.
Yeah.
Sheep been drawn out here, and
they've won this competition many times in the past.
Yes, indeed they have, yes.
Oh, and the Kerrys, we followed this breed on Monday. Very showy sheep as well. No surprise that they've been pulled out. I can't quite see. We've got the hill speckle possibly at the side of the Beulahs. I'm not too sure there.
The whole showing, here's the Becknock Cheviot representative inside. The whole showing scenario now then of these particular individuals, and I'm going to quote the hill breeds. A lot of these hill breeds here have moved on quite a bit. They're way too strong now. Big bred, a little bit too rich to survive.
They're almost
in the hill.
A show section of the breed.
That's quite right. It's gone a little bit too tier then, perhaps it has, isn't it? The genuine commercial ewe that will survive and thrive and keep us is supposed to. Just might not feature here in the show ring in the Royal Welsh Show, but it's an example for the breed.
These would be the race cars of the sheep breed.
Well, the only race to the bag, perhaps.
We'll keep the Fiestas for everyday use, isn't it?
But no, nothing against it. They turned out fantastic.
Oh, beautiful.
Trimmed to perfection, actually. But
there we go. There we have the hill speckle here. Now then, they've done well in the past in this competition,
yes, they
haven't they?
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
And back to our little Welsh, black Welsh on the end there. They are a lovely little show sheep, aren't they? And,
very smart.
They're not very high maintenance, they are they?
No, and the badgers as well. They're tough little sheep, and possibly that's why they're gaining in popularity again, isn't it? They're low maintenance. I've got a few badgers at home, and I can only say I don't see them very often.
They're in the neighbours' way.
Well, to the other end of the field. But, and I very rarely have to do anything to them, and they rear a ram or even two lambs, and you can't ask for much more from a sheep, can you? So and now then we see some of the breeds exiting here. So we've got, looks like that we've got the Kerry Hills, the Beulah Speckle, the Hill Speckle, the Badger Torwen, and the Welsh Blacks, is it? Yes. Nice trio of Kerrys by there, very smart. The Speckles, then, they certainly look to have the power. Then again, those Hill Speckle as well, tremendously strong trio there as well, isn't they?
Yes, indeed, and as alluded to mountain breeds they are. And these years on these speckles are quite open, and I would think a lot of the old speckle breeders of past would concentrate on a very tight, folded year then, and they have this sort of mentality in their mind that an open year will take in a lot of the rain that we have in Wales here, which is true then, and
so the
crossbred ewes are cross in terminal size of the Texels, and that to put back on these particular ewes. And
we did mention, if any of you tuned in to us previous days, with these hill and upland sheep, then they leave their tails naturally long on them, so that when the ewe lambs in harsh conditions, her udder will be protected by the long woolly tail on them. Not always a favourite of shearers, but there's a practical use for them. And we saw the Torthys, but not the Torwens, and here they are. Again, a very eye-catching breed, and they're similar to the Black Welsh.
Nice trio then, Black.
Nice trio, yes.
Sort of the black they're together, aren't they, in the middle there, and they're like black. But anyway, we'll have to come back and hopefully come back and see the conclusion of this particular class.
Absolutely.
And there's a fabulous view of the showground. And we are going to head straight back to the main ring. And it's welcome back to Rachel and Danielle.
Thank you, Gareth. We're back here in the main ring, class 35. Looks like our judge is making his final decision. Rosettes are in the steward's hands.
2-year-old colt class.
Not such a big class, not so many entries in here.
No, seven catalogued. But I believe the B entries this year are up quite a bit.
I think they are, yes. They're not. The classes this year across the board haven't been as big, but it has been declining a little bit over a few years. But it's nice to see such quality in the ring, which is also important. So rosettes have been handed out, and I think first place has gone to 457, which is Mole View Thunderstruck, R.R. Jones. Second is Hayley Grotter with Cadlon Valley Masterpiece. And third, A.L. Williams, Mol Gurnath Mabon. 3 beautiful ponies again. All of them well-known breeders.
Yeah, and I think I've seen quite a few of these ponies with these prefix coming out under saddle very successfully, haven't we?
Yeah, especially the Cadlon Valley. That's mum, Hayley, showing there, but daughter Libby does the ridden very, very successfully. Always produced to perfection, as are all 3 of the exhibits here, first, second and third.
I think it's nice with the bees, isn't it? They're always promoted as a child's pony, but also a small adult, really.
Yes.
And I think equally their temperaments are really good for the children, whereas possibly your section C's aren't always as suitable for children.
Some can be. And they're a pony again, as with all 4 breeds across the section, A, B, C and D. They can do almost anything. They ride, they drive, they jump, they hunt. They're a great all-rounder.
Nice moving pony again.
Beautiful, yeah.
Wel, wy'n digwydd nabod y dyn, yr ŵr bonheddig yma yn dda iawn, Mr Richard Jones, o Frydfa Moel Fyw, llongyfarchiadau mawr i ti, Richard. Ti mas o wynt fyna? Wel, gwedwch ychydig wrthon ni am hanes y geffil yma, i dad Cio.
So, apologies that we can't translate this interview for you, but this pony is by Moel View Moonstruck and out of Moel View Cerian. So and a lot of these ponies are bred by the exhibitors and shown by them.
Yes, so it must be very special for them as a breeder to have a pony that wins here that they've bred completely by themselves. Sire and dam are both animals that they have bred themselves.
Yes, so very satisfying. So no doubt we will see this colt back in the Young Stock Championship a little bit later on.
Yes. Oh, we've jumped to class 18 now, section A's. We see number 307 running around the ring. He's had his first place with Alan Hughes, Godabog Rossin Mynydd from the Goodybog stud. Beautiful dapple grey mare there. It's a mare class, you see her foal there as well.
A dyma fi yng Nghymru enillydd cyseg bridio yn yr adran A.
Again, apologies for not being able to translate.
Yeah, so these studs would obviously be the Welsh, the traditional sort of Welsh studs bred in West Wales. Some of the older prefixes and very well known. Yes, so obviously a lot of well-established or North Walian, West Walian, Welsh breed studs. So
you can always pick Alan out in the ring. He always wears the shirt with the Welsh dragon on the back of it.
Ah, I've seen the Welsh dragon shirt, yeah. So hopefully we'll come back and show you some Ds in a little while.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, from the main ring, we'll go back to the sheep ring, and well, we're hopefully going to get a result in the Lloyd Family Award. Back to Gerald and Emma.
Yes, and back, hopefully, the conclusion of the Lloyd Award, as Gareth alluded to, and he's trimmed them down again to 3 exhibits now, and they happen to be the 3 of the speckle-faced.
They have.
In terms of Kerry.
Yeah, they have. They have.
Beulah and
the speckle.
Hill speckle.
Hill speckle.
Yeah.
I like that.
I was
Hill
struggling
speckle,
there for a while.
Trio. They're strong sheep, aren't they? They look the part. Look. He's obviously not listening to me, and he's gone for the Beulah speckle face trio. A breed then that have come to the top in this competition many times in the past.
Nôl yn 2019, hefyd yn 2017. A mae'r Beulah ei hunan fel bryd wedi ennill y gystadlaethau, ond mae droion a thrôn y gorffennol. Werth i weld, ynddi.
What achievement for them.
I weld Eirwyn, a mae Iestyn a Dyfan wedyn yn ei helpu fe. Eirwyn, llong gyfyrch.
The Maynard just having a word there with Eirwyn Richards, who's had many ribbons and red cards in the sheep ring here.
Beulah yma, maen nhw yn wleidy'r llygad, a mae'r marciau yma'r lliw yn anhygoel yn dweud.
Adi, mae'r diar gwyn yn rhywun sy'n dal ar hoel fan hyn, a mi cael ei o'r brydau mynydd, maen nhw'n defed reit gryf hefyd.
Just saying that they have an eye-catching colouring about them and the size and power of them.
Ond mae siŵr o fod o help, bod nhw gyd wedi dod o'r un cae, yn dweud, ti sy'n berchen y tri.
And yeah, he is the breeder of all 3 of these, so huge achievement to him.
Ges ti wysad, Justin?
No, they're not right. We're wysad neithwr.
A Dyfan, pob lwc I ti nes mlaen, ti mas yn y bencampwriad?
Ro, nes mlaen llaw yma nawr yn bencampwriad ar hwrdd Beulah, so can you
Coming back later on for the championship, and then we'll be back for the championship later on as well.
Diolch yn fawr,
Diolch
Welcome back to Llanelwedd on this day 3 of the Royal Welsh Show. And we're going to head straight back to the cattle ring and join Gerald, who's with you on.
Mr. Edwards has been working since we've been away, and I believe I'm correct in saying 3 out of the 4 that came forward yesterday in the 5s have come forward in the pair so far, in Blues, Limbs and Chalrays.
Looking very like that, and well, obviously we've chatted earlier about the fact that there are multiples of the breeds in here, so it's looking possible he might be sending the other Chalrays on the way he's eyeing these up as well.
Yes, indeed, quite possible.
He obviously sent 2 beef short-horn pairs forward in the native.
Yes, that's yes.
So he's
right,
maybe not looking to spread it around. He's trying to look for the best 4 pairs that he can.
Yeah.
Oh, but he has left those Chalrays in line. You can see him in the background here, just going across to see what else he can.
Well, looking front on, 2 very even Chalrays and 2 young ladies that look very similar too. So perhaps he's looking at the whole outfit, perhaps.
Potentially, he's trying to look for everything matching.
Matching, yeah. Oh, you're quite right, Ewan.
He has. He's taken
another
another pair of Chalrays
forward again,
as well. So yes, 2 pairs of
Chalrays at each end of the competition.
Yes,
so
yeah.
Pick a winner. Ewan has got to be one end or the other, hasn't he?
Well,
no, I don't know.
He's not unknown to pull. You know, he did pull the blonde 5 at the last minute from into the final 8 last night, and did keep them in the 4. So
yes, you're quite right.
So
quite right.
Is maybe just thorough enough here. Just wanted to get the oil off his hands.
How dare he dirty my coat.
Charlie's gath i ddod yn y tîm o 5 again.
Ie, na ti. So mae'n amlwg yn hoffi nhw. A dwi'n meddwl sa neb yn gallu cryn o'n esan.
Well, he's obviously still deliberating where he's going to go. And all of the handlers, as we alluded to yesterday, I think it's important you never stop showing your animal to the best of your ability.
Probably a job to beat this pair of Chalrays on the end, probably. I'll stick my neck out, but I've been wrong before.
It is that. I tend to agree with you. They are a great pair there on the end. And I would have said it'll only add to the success they've already had during the show. But then, never write off the Limousin's. They've obviously had a lot of success as well. And as we've said before, we've talked about the numbers of breed cattle forward. I think the Limousin's are the most represented beef breed, I believe, if I'm right,
yes, indeed,
in the show this year.
Yes. Yeah.
And
well, they are described in the commercial business and that, like the Limousin influences. They are show animals. They have got up on their leg a little bit more, just a little bit finer in the bone than the Chalray, their counterparts, and they are a showy animal, an eye-catcher.
They have that extra style, don't they? Because of, as you say, the slightly finer bone, the fact that they're very much up on their feet.
Yeah.
And they do tend to move very well because of that finer bone and that.
Mae'r penderfyniad yn agosau, dwi'n meddwl.
But yeah, he's coming down to the finer details. And he's gone for the Limousin's.
Gone for the Limousin's this time.
Just as you've just described about
and the Chalray pair then, which we liked, then are in second position. So
yes, so no, certainly mixing things up, and the Alfords from Devon taking the win with the Limousin pairing.
Fair dues. Congratulations to them, and the Limousin, as we stated, were very dominant in the earlier part of the show and have now finished on a high at the end. So anyway, we're back to the high-flying shearing competition, and I believe we are in heat 6 of the Open. So it's the first time that we have featured open shearing here at the show, and as I probably got fed up with me saying, the pace has picked up slightly again, and these guys have a lot more experience. And on stand 1 we are looking at Simon Goss, and then Marion Evans in stand 2. Stand 3 is Rhys Davis, 4 Ewan George, and then 2 on the end of our friends from down under in David Gordon and Peretta Abraham on 5 and 6 respectively.
And so just to draw analogies, this is sort of the Premier League now. This would be the you will go no further up the ladder than these particular guys, and I would go as far to say majority of these, especially our 2 New Zealand friends there, would earn a living day in and day out down under shearing sheep for a living. So obviously it's in their interest to shear them as fast as they can and as clean and as tidy as they can when they're working at it day in, day out. And obviously the practice doing it correctly day in, day out, and then obviously brings them forward to being exceptionally good. And the 2 New Zealanders that are on the end here are actually representing New Zealand in their respective team, in Team NZ. So we're looking at the All Blacks of the shearing world. Well, so we should
be wearing their black
see some quality, some
silver fern, sorry, with great pride. And you see there then that the way that he is applying his trade, that he is doing an exceptional good job.
You chat about the day-to-day, these boys doing this day-to-day. Obviously the two Kiwi boys are over here competing. Will they be shearing over here as well, possibly?
Possibly then, yes. Depends on how long they've been over here. Well, obviously they've come over, I would have thought, for the World Championship was held up in Scotland just about a month ago then. So yes, I would have thought that they would have needed to be able to practice, so they would have got a job with a contractor here somewhere.
And that's possibly
maybe not in Wales, but somewhere throughout this country, yes.
And that's
they
possibly
would have been.
What I was thinking, you know, they obviously need to keep themselves in the right form for the job,
most
don't
definitely,
they?
And obviously shearing our Welsh type or Scottish type and type of sheep that are kept here in Great Britain, and they would probably love these open lambs as we've described, because they would be shearing. Romney is one of the most dominant breeds in New Zealand, and Romney, I've always described them, they could well have had wool in their mouth, and because that's how woolly they were, like so. But there we see the New Zealander on the end, Peretta Abraham, looks as if he's come out first, and his
Yn y canol, mae'n olygfa hyfryd ag digon o sŵn hefyd wrth i ni groesawu y cesig magu 47 mlwydd oed a'i hebolion. I hebolion yn llafar iawn ag digon o waith wedi bod.
Thank you. Yep, we're here with the junior broodmare class. We have 14 entries entered. I haven't seen how many we've actually got in the ring. But again, beautiful quality animals forward. We have a beautiful bay mare here. So these mares are aged between 4 and 7, and they've all had a foal this year.
Tair mis wan yn paratoi, so it's lovely cael cynnig yna heddiw, so really da.
A ddo fyd?
Do, ges I ddiwrnod da ddo I fyd, so yeah, gyd I weld.
All turned out beautifully. It looks like we have a lot of bay mares forward here. When judging, judges don't take preference on colour. But some judges do have a colour that they prefer. He's having another look.
So
would the foal have any bearing on this competition, or is just the mare?
It is just the mare in this class, but you are looking for something. So as a brood mare, she should have some depth and bottom to her, so you don't want her to look too narrow through her stomach. They split this class because obviously the older they get, the more mature they become, and it's not as easy to beat the more mature mares. So it's nice that they have their own class up to 7 years of age. So it looks like the final decision has been made. So first place goes to the actual family with Danaway Jolene. This mare has already done particularly well here at the Royal Welsh Show. Back in 2019, she was the reserve young stock champion. They're a family that have travelled down from Kent. They regularly attend the Royal Welsh Show. They're here every year. They've done very, very well here before and have won the Prince of Wales Cup a few times. In second place, we have R.J. Davis, Scuderia Flying Star. Again, I do apologise for my Welsh pronunciation. And in third, it's Mark Swiston's Cascob Red Ribbons.
So, Dan, what we were talking about earlier was, has the judge here today, Geraint Davis, would he be favouring a particular type of cob? Because we know there are obviously certain, even though there's a breed standard, the type will still vary.
Yes. So I would say, on watching his judging, he has been following the type that he would breed himself, which I think is what we should be doing when we're judging. This is a beautiful example of the breed. Beautiful head, beautiful front, lovely big bold eye. She also moved beautifully in the ring.
So at least we'll have a chance to see her move now. And with the running, you did use a term earlier which I thought was really good, about a good cob you can sit on the shoulder.
Yep, that's it. Often when we've been showing cobs, the best thing you can have is one that will take you around that ring, because it's hard work keeping up with these cobs, and she looks like the type of mare that you could sit on her shoulder and she will take you there, which is what you want.
So this is going to be in English, so we're all right now.
It will be, yeah.
No strangers to success here in the main ring. Does it get any different, or is the feeling still the same?
Oh, it's as good as ever. And who gets bored of winning here? It's the best show of them all, so you never get bored of it, can you?
What about the running around the ring? Does that get any easier?
Well, I was a bit late in parade, to be honest with you. My brother was supposed to be showing her, but he was really unwell, so last minute I was shipped in, so out of condition.
Out of condition, but not out of condition to take home the winning rosette. Massive good luck in the championship now and for the rest of the week.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, pob lwc.
Well, dyma ni wedi...
Welcome back, and the morning's competitions are coming to a close. It'll be afternoon in 20 minutes. Let's head over to the cattle ring. Here's Gerald, anyone.
Yes, we're back in the pairs final, as you would say, and it's the Continental against the Native, and I think it's fair to say that Mr. Edwards has shared the prizes around, hasn't he?
He certainly has, and so he's now come to the crux of picking out the overall champion exhibitor bred pair, and has his Welsh black pair from the
Natives
that we featured this morning, and the Limousin pair from the Continentals that we later featured. And obviously they're both pairs that he's already seen previously, so he's gonna take a brief moment to cast his eye over each of the two pairs. And he's tapped out the Limousins for the win, so he backs the Continental pair.
Yeah, to be fair then, the Limousines have come on top of the exhibitor bred pairs, but...
And then obviously the Welsh Blacks, the reserve champion overall there in the exhibitor bred pairs championship.
So, as I alluded to before, the Limousine started very well in the show, and they've now finished very well in the show in the exhibitor bred pairs.
Yes, certainly that. And congratulations to the Alford family on their win.
A David, diolch I ti am dy gwmni'r bore yma. Diolch yn fawr. Diolch yn fawr. A gai draw I gael sgwrs gan y teulu.
And we'll hopefully hear a few words in a moment from the winners once the presentation of these awards are completed. Obviously represented by a young bull and a heifer.
Congratulations. I'll let you put the sash in place first, so we can have him looking smart on camera. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank
How
you.
does it feel?
Amazing. Amazing. Really good.
What's the story with the bull? Tell us all, what's the story with the bull?
He's bred by Mike and Melanie Alford in Devon, Foxhill Farm in Devon, and he's been living with me in Scotland since February. I turned the cattle out for Michael and Melanie. We've done all the summer shows this year, so that's him finished now, and he's destined for October Carlisle Bull sales.
So he'll be sold?
He'll be sold in October, yeah.
Who's going to buy this one? They'll be in for a cracking bull, whoever gets him.
I don't know who'll buy him, but yeah, he's a good bull, very good bull.
And just a fantastic pair as well, and yeah, many congratulations, thoroughly deserved.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there we are. We'll leave the cattle ring, and we'll head over to that main ring we can see in the distance, and there's the close-up. And we're going to rejoin Danielle.
Thank you, Gareth. Yep, we're on class 36 here now, which is the filly or gelding 2-year-old in the section Bs. Again, we have a whole range of colours in this class, which is lovely to see. Our judge is having a final look around. Looks like he's going to be sending them out for a final walk round. This filly has a beautiful walk, which is what we're looking for, stretching out and tracking up at the same time.
Danny, as you alluded to, many colours on show. Would a lot of judges have any preference in colour which they'd like?
Personally, I don't think any horse is a bad colour, so I don't...
Any good horse is a bad colour?
Well, yeah. So when I'm judging, I don't really look at the colour, but people do have a preference. I prefer a bay, that's what I like, and most of the animals that I have are bay, but we've had all the colours that you can get in the Welsh breeds. They do have to be a solid colour. We're not allowed any black or white piebald skewboards. They are not allowed, so it does need to be a solid colour.
any bearings on? We see a few horses here with 4 white socks. Would that be any preference or nothing?
Again, it doesn't make any difference. Some people prefer 4. It's nice to have them even. It makes them look better when they're trotting, but again, it makes no difference. As we can see on the first one in first place at the moment, she has one very long white leg. Again, with that colour, it doesn't show quite so much as it would if it was on a bay or a black. But again, it shouldn't really have any difference on the judge's final decision. He's looking at conformation and movement. He's having a good look at these to make sure he's got the placings as he wants them. Looks like the hat is off, and the rosettes will soon be handed out.
So the significant end of the class is when the judge removes his hat.
Once the hat is off, the final decision's been made. So
and the position is always then, we see in the cattle and sheep judges, might from right to left or left to right. Does that make any bearings on this?
No, none at all, no.
The decision is always in the rings that we've seen that the animal is actually on the left-hand side of the class, and that's the winning position.
Yep. So in first place, we have 469, J.I. and Joe Parry's Ayath Fiena. Second is 472, Gillian Simpson's Watley Cinderella. And in third is 460, Jill Ashington's Cadflyn Valley Prim and Proper.
Mae'n y gyfle nawr I ni glywed gan Hannah sy'n cadw cwmni i'r enillydd.
So here we are with Hannah.
Frydfa eart llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I chi ar ennill unwaith yn rhagor ar y ca arbennig yma.
Pass over to Gareth to see if he can translate.
Yes, it's a great experience. It's been better than the winter fair when we were here, and yeah, it's warmer than it was during the winter fair. And what are your hopes now? We're going to keep her, and I'd like to see her saddled, but at the end we see if we can improve once again. Yeah, we've obviously won here before, so we're very, very, very grateful to keep that kind of tradition going. All the best for the years to come, and I'm sure it won't be the last time we see her.
Well, erbyn hyn, dwi wedi ffindio ardal fendigedig ar faes y sioe.
Well, Aaron, as I suggested earlier in the morning, is going to be, or has been wandering around the showground. He's with Lee Oliver at the moment. And as we can see, there's the area is the kind of a wildlife area here down close to the forestry section, and it's a very attractive area as far as children are concerned, and we like to show them the kind of work we do within the Wildlife Trust, and so they can see the kind of wild creatures that live within an environment such as this. Yeah, Lee's referring to some items that are out of shot at the moment. Yeah, as Aaron's saying, it's a great area for children. Gives them a sense of adventure. We call it a bit like being a bit of a safari. They can see into the pool there and see how the different kind of creatures that live within that kind of environment. We have a kind of a treasure hunt as well. So we've got silhouettes of various animals. That is the silhouette of a golden plover, and they're getting fewer and fewer here within Wales. And then we have the Welsh and the English names to all the creatures that are silhouetted. We've got hares there as well. And they're going to venture closer to the little pool area that they have, and obviously trying to be a bit careful not to fall in, but there's quite a bit of growth within that small lake, and obviously there's an opportunity for children as well to be a little bit hands-on and scoop in the net and see what kind of creatures actually live in this little pool. And just pouring it out into those plastic containers and see what's going to be revealed. We've got a few water boatmen, I think, and water snails. Obviously very different to what we see on the land. Yeah, quite a few water boatmen there. So it just gives makes it a bit more interesting as far as the children are concerned, and I think Lee's going to give it another go and see if he can find a variety of other kind of creatures that are living within that pond. As Aaron said, just as well I haven't got my children here, because they'd probably be in the water by the end of the day. And as you can see, Lee's found another water boatman there. And when we explain to the children, right, we explain as to what's in the water, right, what eats the flies. Well, the fish will eat the flies. What eats the fish? Well, the otter would eat the fish, and so on and so forth. And there's a raft there. That is there to see whether or not there are any minks living there. Obviously it shouldn't be, because they would eat an awful lot of the wildlife, the fish, the birds. Well, I don't think Aaron's got much of a chance of finding a salmon in there. Right, back to the sheep shearing shed. I'm not sure which heat are we looking at now, Joe?
7. We are in heat 7, and we have a good board here again, obviously, with heading on number 1 there is Gareth Daniel, who has come to the fore here many times in the competition here in Shearer Wales and Open Shearing competition. And second stand is Gareth Evans and Aled Wyn-Jones on 3, Aled Priest on 4, Hugh Jones on 5, and Dion Edwards on 6.
And you said there about sort of some big names, a good stand in the shearing world. These would be household names, wouldn't they? You know.
Well, yes, most certainly, yes, yes. To the ones that are earning a living and chasing sheep from all throughout the British Isles and that, yes, everybody would have heard of Gareth Daniels, obviously, and numerous other guys that will be on there. But it is such a short season in this country, as I've alluded to many times, that shearing isn't quite as big as what it was many years ago, I believe, even though perhaps the standard, and now Wales have their world champion here living here in Wales and born and bred in Wales. Shearing was, I believe, a lot less gangs about years ago, and a lot of guys used to do a lot more. So, like as I said, you've either got to travel, go abroad to be able to seek the profession of shearing, or you basically don't take place. And a lot of young farmers' sons and that used to go out and shear just to earn a few pounds, because Dad was too tight to pay him to working at home, isn't it? And no, it was a lot more people were shearing. Young farmers were shearing a lot more years ago, and then, as I believe then, that it was, as you alluded to, household names were few and far between, perhaps, but there was a lot of very good, and we did see one there on the board who was now resorted to giving up on the shearing, was Nicky Bynan, and Nicky was a household name, as you state, many years ago, and still is, because he still does shear a few now and again, although he tells himself it does hurt a lot more than it used to. But no, there is, as we got 1 or 2 world champions amongst us now, and hopefully there will be more right throughout the ranks again.
You talk about it hurting more. They tell me is a day's shearing equivalent to running a marathon or something? Or
Well,
is what they try and
I've never run a marathon. I've done a lot of day shearing, and but no, it is, but in every profession in life, the better you get at it, the easier it becomes, and also along the way, you have to look after yourself in terms of eating and fitness-wise and that, because everything that you do, if you're fit, if you play a game of football, rugby or whatever, if you're fit, then obviously the 80, 90 minutes where you persevere on the field becomes easier, and this is no exception. If you are fit and you can shear and make it look easy, well, it's easier on the body as well, isn't it?
Of course, certainly.
So there, number 3 finishes first, Aled Wyn-Jones. Gareth Daniel was in hot pursuit. So, but anyway, we'll have to see which one of these gentlemen.
Thanks, Gerald. Yes, and we wait to see Gwion Evans, the current world champion, in the shearing shed later on. We'll certainly be there when he's competing. In the meantime, let's see what the weather's got in store. It's getting a bit windier here at Llanelwedd. And for the rest of the day, well, the heavy rain is on its way, unfortunately. Creeping in from the southwest, 18 degrees Celsius here in Llanelwedd. But as the overnight, as the temperatures drop, the rain will also move away. And after midnight, but by the morning, it'll be drier. Yeah, 15 degrees Celsius overnight, as you can see from the map there. But tomorrow, it's going to be, well, a few rain showers, as you can see here or there. A light wind blowing in from the west, and it could reach 21 degrees here at Llanelwedd. Yes, Alex just saying, I've got my raincoat ready just in case. Well, we know that the rain is coming, and we'll have to find an umbrella for Nia for later on this afternoon. But so far, we've been very, very lucky as far as the weather is concerned. But and tomorrow, of course, in the afternoon, it should be drier than it will be this afternoon from what we've just seen from that weather forecast. Well, we're going to leave you for the news headlines, but we'll be back with you shortly.
Pnawn da i chi. Mae prif weithredwr grŵp bancio NatWest, y fonesig Alison Rose, wedi ymddiswyddo. Ar ôl cydnabod, mae hi oedd wedi datgelu gwybodaeth gam arweiniol am Nigel Farage a'i gyfrif banc private gyda'r cwts i'r BBC. Fe ddaw hyn ar ôl i'r prif weinidog fynegu pryderon difrifol am ei hymddygiad. Mae Mr Farage wedi galw ar holl fwrdd y banc i ymddiswyddo hefyd. Mae dros 40 o bobl wedi marw yn Algeria, yr Eidal a Groeg wrth i danau yn ardal môr y Canoldir fygwth, pentrefi a chyrchfannau gwyliau. Mae Groeg yn paratoi ar gyfer rhagor o hediadau i fynd â phobl o Ynys Rhodos, ac mae tanau'n dal i losgi ar ynysoedd Corfu ac Evia. Mae disgwyl i'r tymheredd godi dros 44 gradd mewn rhannau o Groeg heddi. Mae'n alw ar Lywodraeth Prydain i gyflwyno deddfe newydd i geisio atal cŵn rhag ymosod ar anifiled fferm. Cafodd mesur lles anifiled oedd ar ganol i daith drwy'r Senedd i ollwng yn annisgwyl y mis Mai. Mae'r undebau amaeth yn galw am gynllun i fynd i'r afel ar broblem ac yn ôl y Llywodraeth. Mi fydd nhw'n amlinellu'r camau nesaf cyn bo hir. Mae heddlu'r de'n gobeithio bydd adolygiad fforensig o gymorth i ganfod pwy oedd yn gyfrifol am lofruddiaethau Llanhari nôl y 1993. Union 30 mlynedd i heddi, fe gafodd Harry a Meghan Tooze i sythu'n farw yn ei fferm dyn Rhondda Cynon Taf. Fe dreuliodd i darpa'r fab yng nghyfraith Jonathan Jones flwyddyn dan glo am ei llofruddio, cyn cael ei ryddhau ar y pêl. Mae ymysodwr Wrexham Paul Mullin wedi dioddau anaf i'w ysgyfaint yn ystod i buddugoliaeth o 2-1 yn erbyn tîm dan 11 Manchester United mewn gêm gyfeillgar yn San Diego neithwr. Mae tymor yr ail adran yn cychwyn wythnos i ddydd Sadwrn. Yn ymateb i'r digwyddiad, fe ddwedodd rheolwr y clwb Phil Parkinson i fod e'n anhapus dros ben gyda'r digwyddiad. Wel, mi fydd gyda ni'r tywydd o'r sioe yn fyw o faes y sioe'n Llanelwedd nesa, ond o Gaerdydd dyna'r cyfan wrtha i am y tro. Mi fyddai'n ôl fan hyn gyda'r bwletin nesa am 2 o'r gloch. Cofiwch bod mwy am yr holl straeon yma ar ap newyddion S4C. Ond am y tro, diolch am eich cwmni chi a pnawn da i chi.
Welcome back. It's the third day of this year's Royal Welsh Show, and it's been a very pleasant morning here at Llanelwedd. And it's getting busier by the hour. Yes, a warm welcome back to the showground here in Llanelwedd. There'll be plenty going on this afternoon, a variety of different championships. Wednesday, of course, is traditionally recognised as being Welsh Cobs Day, and of course later on we'll witness the parade of prize-winning stock. There's plenty going on. Coming up shortly, we'll be focusing on the Dairy Cattle Championships. And we'll be talking with Sarah Cox, the Radio 2 DJ, who is one of the judges here this year. And don't forget, you can watch all the different classes in the individual rings within the main ring this year for the first time. The north, the middle and the south. All the details of how to do that is on our website s4c.cymru/Sioe.
Ac yn bersonol, mae gen I resiad o lythrennau fel amdanyn nhw yn ystod y prynhawn. Y WI, dwi'n mynd at sefydliad y merched, y DPJ.
Nia just reeling off all the letters and the places she's going to visit. The WI, the DPJ Foundation, and then the PGI, the Protection Geographical Indication. That's obviously going to be within one of the stalls in the food hall. But to start with this afternoon, we're heading to the main ring and we'll join Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. We're back up in the cob ring. And this is the senior broodmare class. So it's the broodmare 8 years old and over.
Di cael diwrnod prysur iawn ddo. Ar un mor brysur heddi, a prysuro neithu prynhawn ma David.
Siwr, a cymaint debyg o ran beth ni'n gweld.
So, our judge, Geraint Davies, just taking a final look at his initial lineup.
Dipyn o her yn fan hyn, sy'n ni'n deud, mae'n ambell I gaseg arbennig yma. Ac yn siŵr bod yn pendroni ac mae'r gwyneb yn neud y cyfer.
Ti'n credu bod na newidiaeth yn mynd I fod ni bydd y ti'n stico?
Dwi'n yn siŵr I fod.
I hear then that they state in there now it's 8 years and older. I see no identification marks on these horses as in tags or anything like that. How are they vetted to say that they are actually 8 years and older?
Obviously, it's law now that they all have to have a passport. So therefore, if they have a passport, you would hope that when they were registered as foals, that their age would be correct. Now, many years ago, maybe that wasn't the case. And obviously, you'd age a horse by looking in its mouth. But there's not as many people that can do that these days.
So I'm just thinking as all cattle and all sheep and pigs are now, year tags are paramount, or maybe a tattoo or whatever. It's just for somebody that knows nothing about horses. I'm just wondering, how do they arrive at the assumption of?
They're all to be accompanied by a passport, and obviously the age is on the passport. And foals, you would register a foal normally within 6 months of it being born. Otherwise, yes, you can register them after, but the society would charge you more. So. Obviously, that's a nice valid point. I don't think they'd like having tags in their ears, really, the cobs. And I think the classes are so big, as Danielle was saying earlier, you know, it's fair to split them, really, that the older cobs are going to be more developed up against the junior cobs. It's a bit like the cattle. You split those into age, don't you?
Oh, just fair comment. But once they've committed once, obviously, and I do hear that a lot of these horses have been in previous shows, so they couldn't be 6-year-old this year and 5-year-old next year, can they?
No, with the passports, that has all changed. It's a legal
no, it is an
requirement.
interesting factor that I asked somebody that knows nothing about horses, and I was just wondering, how do they identify the actual age of the
animal? And they're all microchipped now as well, which again is fairly new. So you'd scan them with a microchip, but I mean, there are occasions where you could have 2 microchips. But that's another story.
Well, hey, you said that, not me. I know the sheepdog world is a little bit on the dodgy side, but I didn't think the horse world was.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all, not at all.
Press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C Viewers Hotline.
Wel, o bencampwriaeth y pare beef, nôl at y gwartheg godro.
Right, first visit of the afternoon in the cattle ring. And we will join Gerald, who's with Ewan.
Yes, we now Dairy Championship now. Ewan talking to Phil Reid, who has recently got out of the dairy industry, am I correct?
Yes, he's recently back last October, dispersed his Ayrshire herd, and I've heard on sound advice this morning that he's now venturing into beef shorthorn cattle.
Beef shorthorns?
Yes, I believe so.
Well done.
So we'll find out. That's one we'll have to just confirm at some point. But there was firm source this morning when I got in here.
Am I correct in saying that we did see one of his bred animals here in the show a little bit earlier?
There was an Ayrshire from of Phil Reid's breeding here yesterday, second place in his class yesterday. And I assume she'll likely be out later today in the team of 5, I would imagine. But
so
we'll have
what
to...
are we at now? The Heifer Championship now?
Yes, we've got the
Individual
Heifer Championship of the dairy section. In shot now, the win in Holstein, exhibited by the Jones family from Wilcrick down in Mega, Wilto Chief Attlee. So there's a homebred heifer of theirs out. She's a daughter of a cow that's been exhibited here in the past as well. Dorman Attlee, a cow they had a great bit of success with as well. So it's nice to see another generation of the cow family here on display. So yeah, she came to the fore in the Holstein heifer classes yesterday. And we'll have alongside her representatives from each of the breeds that were on display yesterday. In shot now, the shorthorn winning heifer from Driscoll Goch down in Kilredin there. Driscoll Daphne 137 shown there on the halter. Sweet dairy shorthorn heifer here.
Yeah, it looks very nice to me, isn't it? Good top line.
Yes, no, very sweet heifer.
Would she be slightly light in that 1 quarter?
I think, to be honest, I think if we see her sort of led square...
It's the way that she's actually stood at the present moment?
A little bit. There may be a little bit of a difference in between them. But if we look from this angle now, I don't think it's quite as obvious as a general. A camera angle, the way the heifer was walking as well. But
who is the man that is officiating this class?
Yes, well, we've got Paul Harrison from Northumberland judging. We had Paul on earlier judging the futurity pairs, I believe, as well earlier this morning. So he's travelled down. He's a man that has knowledge across breeds, a dairy shorthorn breeder and Holstein breeder up there as well, and a man that's judged plenty of shows throughout both judging breed classes and interbreeds throughout the UK. And we've got the brown Swiss winning heifer in shot here, exhibited by Toy Genetics by Brent Crothers from Shrewsbury.
I take it she would be in calf then?
She is an in-calf heifer, so she would have come to the fore in the heifers yesterday. I'm unsure if there were any milking brown Swiss heifers here yesterday, but this was obviously the judge's choice as his winning heifer, a heifer that's called, and you'll be tickled by the name, Toy in the bin. So I believe I do know from the owner then that he named this one, and there was another partner of hers here as well, another heifer they showed called My Mum's a Hoover. And it was they named them because the mother of them, my mum's a Hoover, would eat anything, and the mother of this one went to a show and spent most of her time with a head in the feed bin. So that's sort of, they're just a small herd of brown Swiss, so they sort of
it's nothing to do with it. They're getting short of names, is it?
Well, I think they just like the twist of the name. So we'll hopefully rejoin later for a result.
Right, a quick visit to the sheep shearing shed, and I believe, Gerald, that Gwion Evans, the world champion, is competing in this heat.
Yes, he is, and he's on heat on stand 5, but he's also joined by Gwyddion Davies on stand 1, Elgin Jones on stand 2, Dylan Jones on stand 3, Ian Jones on stand 4, Gwion's on stand 5, and Gethin Lewis is on 6.
Yeah, so no, flying their way through these lambs. You started talking about the difference in breeds, and some of the ones that will have shown you were talking earlier about the 2 New Zealand boys maybe enjoying these open wool lambs because the wool is more similar to the Romney they have at home. So the type of wool would affect how they'd shear, or when the lamb or ewe would need to be sheared as well, Gerald?
No. This is lambs competition. These are, and what I meant in open breeds is that they are more open around the points, and around the points is around the legs, around the jawbone of the sheep, and around the brisket of the sheep. Whereas New Zealand Romneys are very, very full wool, and that's what a full body coverage then, and that's what the definition is of open, is that you see a lot of New Zealand sheep would have wool on their forelegs, actually on what they call socks, which we right out onto the back leg, but as you see on these lambs then the wool stops there on,
which will obviously mean that they have a few extra blows to take off.
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
most definitely. Yeah, these would be faster lambs to shear then, if you understand. These would be fine wool lambs. The mule would be influenced in most of these bred lambs, and the blue-faced Leicester, as we know, would be a fine wool sheep, so it would be a clean cut-in and easily cut-in sheep then, if you understand. Easily, fibres of the wool would be a lot finer and would be easier to cut than a Welsh then, which would be a lot stronger wool then. So we see a shot there of Gwion coming down the last leg on a particular lamb. Not too sure on which one it is, but you see in the distance there, he's popping, and he's got another one to go, so he's in and got his next lamb.
And we're obviously looking at the 9th heat here in the Open Shearing Championship.
Yes, indeed.
Gerald. So six per stand previously, or
yes, six every time,
give or take. There's going to be some disappointed guys here at the end of the day.
You're quite right, yes indeed. There will be a semi-final, so I mean, obviously, I don't know, I believe there is another one at 10, it could be 10 or 12, but like, if you can do your maths, then 6 9s are 54 already, that will have taken the stand and done their bit then.
And this is going to be narrowed down probably to about 18
semi-final.
For a semi-final.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's a funny term, because a semi-final, you would think of an even number, but 18 they put forward, so they'll actually have three heats then of semi-final. And there we see Gareth Daniel finishes his last lamb. So we'll have to come back later on and see if he makes the semi-final.
And we go straight back to the dairy ring, and we're hopefully going to follow this one through to a result. And Mark Logan from Northern Ireland is going to say a few words on this championship.
This is my sort of first class that I've been able to give reasons on. We have in front of us the 4 winning heifers from each of the breeds yesterday, and I would really like to congratulate those breeders. They brought forward 4 great animals that won through yesterday. The Holstein heifer that's the front end of this class, she just is a very young heifer. She's only calved a few weeks, but she just has that tremendous blend of dairiness, of strength, fabulous udder, and that immaturity that you want to see. She really is a heifer. The Jersey is a really great representative of her breed as well. You really got to admire the frame in this heifer, the depth of body and the quality of the udder that she has. And then we've got a Shorthorn, and I really do admire the dairy quality that this cow exhibits. She's really dairy right all the way through, and a really good udder to go with it. Our Brown Swiss is at a slight disadvantage here today, being an in-calf heifer. A tremendous example of an in-calf heifer, and it would really be great to see her in a few months' time when she calves, has a chance to milk and clean off a little. But I will just go forward, tap out the champion and reserve, and then I'll give you the reasons between the two.
Well, while Mark goes to tap out his champion reserve, I'm going to offer some apologies to those listening. I believe I said that the judge for this one was Paul Harrison earlier, and it's actually Mark Logan from the Clanderboy estate in Northern Ireland. But again, a man adept at judging various breeds. He's judged a lot of interbreed classes and would keep Holsteins and Jerseys at home. And he's going for the Holstein heifer in milk to win for the Jones family. Wilto Chief Attlee, as you can see from the... And the jersey has been tapped out to reserve, and congratulations to both the Jones family and to the jersey exhibitors as well.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and as Nia did mention earlier on, she's back in the South Glamorgan Pavilion. She did say she was going to visit the WI section, and that's where she is at the moment, and she is joined by Pat Jones, who is a member of the Carnarvon Gwynedd branch of the WI.
So quite similar to the Merched y Wawr competition, they have this display competition as well with 5 separate items in the class. So she's just explaining that there's 2 craft items, 1 floral art, and then 2 different sorts of cookery. So 1 cookery, 1 preserve. And the theme this year is all things bright and beautiful, and we can see here for one of the craft items then is like a glass making or a fused glass, and certainly all things bright and beautiful. Oh, she has her own kiln to be making these glass items, so that's pretty dedicated.
Bought for her by her children, apparently.
Oh wow, I think my children need to up their game this Christmas, I tell you that much now.
Third place.
Oh yes, 3rd and then second.
Yeah.
So that's overall then, isn't it? Because like the Merched y Wawr, each item will be judged individually and given marks, and then added up then for an overall marks. A bit like a heptathlon or a yeah, so just saying that how they stage all the items is important as well.
And this is the featured counties.
Oh, this is sugar craft. They're not real flowers. That's all edible. Beautiful, isn't it? Look, the honeysuckles. It used to be a very popular craft, and don't see it so much in the cookery sections now, but that's stunning. Yes, and the bag then was like a gardening bag.
And Nia's just asking, has Pat noticed that more and more people take up the arts and crafts section? And she says yes, especially since the COVID period, where people have been confined to having to stay at home.
Yeah.
Oh,
she's just saying that it's quite popular now for groups to get together and do the crafts together, and it's nice to get a chance to meet and share. And
it's that kind of post-COVID period where people are starting to get back to some kind of normality, as it were.
I do believe now that this is Pembrokeshire. We're just passing by Pembrokeshire's entry there. I recognise some of those entries.
Only just asking Pat that she'd heard along the grapevine that they'd actually converted the garage into a crafts shop, and Pat was confirming that indeed, yes, they have.
Well, I guess you need somewhere to keep your kiln, don't you?
Yes, exactly. Now then, here we go.
That's the winning exhibit then. I think what she was mentioning earlier on about how it's displayed as a whole then really comes together on this one.
Yes, Nia's just picked up on what you were saying to all intents and purposes, Emma, that you can see the colours combining all the items together, as it were.
Running through, absolutely. So that then for the one of the crafts there is stained glass craft there. Oh no, just asked her if she does that, but she prefers the fused glass.
Yeah. There's a fruit cake. But it's the colours, you know. Especially that peacock as well. Is it peacock or is it?
Yes, yes, peacock. Yeah. But it certainly does look like one exhibit as a whole.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and the emphasising now, as she did previously, about the amount of work that's been put in to get all these exhibits together. Yeah, Pat's enjoying herself here at the show, staying in the in the caravan. She's here till Friday morning. And then homeward bound, as we all will be, I'm sure. Well, there's once again an aerial view of the showground here at Llanelwedd, and we're heading straight for the main ring now. And here's Rachel Thomas again.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back to the senior broodmare in the Section A class.
Asgwr maint ag ansawdd dda iawn. Benny Linyn yn arbennig.
Which is class 20, and we can just see the winner there.
Perrins.
315.
Gyda'r hyn, oedd hi'n feddwl oedd yn gywir.
Sandy Anderson's Thistledown Elian Moore.
Yn mynd ar ail wobr. Crumpwell Blue Ruby. Catherine Owen.
So this May last year was second here. And also second in Lampeter, so she's come back and gone one better this year.
Trydydd wedyn mae Justin Davis gyda Rookery Rapture. Wrth gwrs, yn bartner I Heidi enillodd y dosbarth.
And the second pony there. 333, Catherine Owen with Crumpwell Blue Ruby. And just in shot there, we can see the third pony, Austin Davis's Rookery Rapture. And the third pony there was third at the Royal Welsh last year. So two of the top three ponies back in the top three again this year. So that is our Section A senior broodmare class. Sandy Anderson's Thistledown Elian Moore. This pony by Gart Connell Shooting Star, and out of my Steve Aletta. So just seeing her there on a lap of honour. Nice old-fashioned proper type. So we'll be coming back to see some championships and hopefully the Welsh Cob Stallions quite soon.
Indeed, we will. Thank you very much, Rachel. Well, we're heading
Heidi Davis
for an interview.
Heidi Bennett anymore. Congratulations on your marriage, and also congratulations on the win on behalf of Sandy Anderson of the Thistledown Stud. How do you think everyone's going to be feeling back in the horse line?
Absolutely thrilled, absolutely thrilled. We've had her since a foal, and she won here as a yearling in a massive, massive class. So it's just lovely to come back and have a win on her. She's, yeah, amazing little pony.
Fabulous. So a double winner at the Royal Welsh Show.
Yes, it is. No, she's very special.
And hopefully a winner with her foal here in the future. Let's keep everything crossed. And you've got the championship to come.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Well, many congratulations once again, and huge pub luck. Good luck for the championship.
Thank you very much.
Diolch.
Right, we'll leave the main ring and we'll join Aaron, who's in the pig ring at the moment. We obviously saw him, or have seen him there over the course of the last couple of days, but as far as our English language translation service is concerned, we will join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, first visit of the pig championship, and I do believe it's the pair.
It is.
Pigs.
It's the pair interbreeds, and like the other sheep and cattle, then we were seeing the interbreeds here today, and the judge is Mr. Steve Lovelace from Dorset. And it's fantastic to see the different pigs out here all together. We can see the Berkshire pair just gone round there. And I can just see him now then looking under there. He has stated then in his notes that legs are very important, but also the conformation and underline. So he's just checking now. If you've tuned in to us in the last couple of days, we mentioned the underline, and that's the underneath and the teats on the pig then.
It's nice to see most of the pig breeds are represented in here, aren't they? And there's half a dozen pairs or more in of exceptional quality pigs, and attractive, aren't they? Very attractive, aren't they?
And like the, we just see the saddleback pair coming into shot here now.
Well, a saddleback, yeah.
And like the sheep and cattle, then they've had good numbers, and like we've had, like the middle whites have had their own section this year, the Tamworths have had their own section this year, so they're not just lumped together in any other breed. So that's a really great achievement for them as their own breeds. Even the Berkshires had their own section here this year.
Fair dues. Obviously, pairs is one male, one female.
It is, yes, and to be chosen by the breed judge then. So, like some of them.
Look at the length in that pig. The furthest, we'll feature them in a moment, I'm sure, but tremendous length.
Now then, I'm just going to get this right now. I've got it in front of me now. For the best pair of pigs from each section, comprising of one male and one female of the same breed and owned by the same exhibitor. So that's quite quite an achievement. Those are the little Berkshires there now. So for those to be here and have their own section, that's absolutely fantastic, because these breeds wouldn't have been in very high numbers in recent years, but on the way back up.
Good.
So the saddleback pair there. Very sweet, and we've got also in the class.
They are.
Yes.
I've been looking forward to seeing these large whites.
Yes, they've got the upturned ears.
Yeah.
We've seen the British Lops with us yesterday, very big pig as well, but they had the ears coming down. There would be a lot of large white breeding in modern day pigs. So we see now the Welsh pair here from Pembrokeshire. They've got the ears down, but a younger pair, but a lot of work for Mr. Lovelace to do.
Oh,
so we'll come back now and see how these caught up with these pigs.
the supreme champion dairy cow, and the Holsteins have been the dominant breed.
I'r Holstein wedi mynd â hi. A mae wedi mynd am y Holstein. Ha, nad y bwla.
Winning 9 of the last 10.
We go for the Holstein as champion.
Willsborough Goldwyn Kitty the 5th has won it twice. And the last time a different breed won it was back in 2012.
Now 10, turn up for the book as well. Oh, yeah.
So let's head over to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Ewan.
Well, thank you, Gareth.
Right, Ewan, I'm going to put you on the spot. Is the tradition going to be broken?
Yes.
Man of confidence.
Yeah.
Let's hope you're right.
No.
Well, no, I don't hope you're right. The best cow comes to the fore. That's all I hope then.
No.
So.
To say that, if it doesn't get broken, it'll be a good cow winning. I think the Holstein cow is a fantastic cow. What I will say, there is a fantastic aged Jersey cow in here that I really like. She's just coming into shot here. This cow's had 7 calves and it looks phenomenal. So I'd probably be edging towards this cow on a personal level, but I'm not the man stood in the middle of the day. That's down to Mark Logan, who I did start introducing earlier, having introduced him in error previously. But Mark from Northern Ireland, he's now the estate manager for the Clanderboy estate, Lady Clanderboy, or the late Lady Clanderboy's estate. Mark's worked there for I think it's 32 years, I believe, he's worked at Clanderboy Estate, starting off looking after the cows, and now he's obviously the estate manager. So a man who's seen a lot of the dairy industry and has also had a lot of experience showing cows and been very successful with both Holstein and Jersey cows in the show ring. So yeah, a man that more than qualified to stand in the middle of this ring today.
Would he have the knowledge that this particular cow has had 7 calves?
He will be asking, well, he has the right to ask each of the exhibitors. It's up to him if he does. But yeah, I would certainly be asking. He'll be asking each of them.
So that would have a bearing on his decision then?
Oh, certainly, because the age, the wearability of cows does certainly depend on the number of calvings. We've just in shot now, we've got a brown Swiss cow from Kevin Thomas. If I'm right, I believe this is a 5th calf cow. So again, a cow that's wearing well for her age, for her breed. And that's one of the beauties of the dairy ring here, is we've got the full range. You know, we've got the Holstein champion is a 2nd calf cow, a 3rd calf in the short horns. There is the variety, and it is putting them in the order. There is the challenge for the judge, taking into account the age of the cows, because it is a, you know, the amount of milk these cows produce. It's testament to these cows when they last a long time and still wear well.
So you alluded to that cow had actually had 7 calves, so obviously she's had 7 lactations, and you would say that she's wearing it exceptionally well. She would have looked a lot better perhaps last year or the year before.
Well,
has she been on show here before?
I believe she has previously been here, or certainly the family have been showing her before. The Mannings have shown cows before. She'd certainly, I'm pretty sure she has been to the Royal Welsh before, without going and just checking the research. I'm sure she has, and they've had a lot of success as a family here before. And yes, no, just in view now, the Holstein cow, which I did mention yesterday, a cow that was bred in Southern Ireland, had a few successes down in the south of Ireland, and was purchased privately by the Yates family in East Logan in Scotland, and has continued her success from there on with the Yates family.
And obviously you travel the country then in the dairy shows then. It's a good lineup in your opinion?
Yeah,
as good as you see.
A great lineup. You know, we're looking at a Holstein cow that's done exceptionally well in a number of places. You know, she was winner at the Royal Highland, was a winner as a heifer in the Agri-Scot show back in in the autumn last year. We've got a Jersey cow that is phenomenal for her age, has had success before. The Esher cow that's just on the left hand of our shot here. She's a previous winner here. She's a previous winner at Agriscott. So, yeah, a fair pedigree of winners in front of us. The brown Swiss cow, I'm not sure if she's been shown before, but she's a fantastic example of a breed. And as is the young short-horn cow, the third calf short-horn cow as well. No, 5 fantastic examples of their breeds in front of us.
I believe I'm correct in saying as last year, or maybe it was actually 2 years ago, we seen the exhibitors were actually trimming, which they obviously trim a lot of these cows in various spots, trimmed the rib cage of a lot of cows. Is that something that is continuing, or is that
no? Well, we may have addressed it at the time, if I'm right, Gerald, and I have a brief memory of it. Yeah, there was a fashion that went through. I used to describe it as claw marks. For me, it looked awful, but we'll rejoin later.
Yes, we will. Definitely be back in the cattle ring quite shortly. And don't feel that you have to be here at the showground to be part of the show. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And all the details are available on our website, s4c.cymru/Sioe. Right then, we're going to head over to the main ring. Let's join Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back now with the section Bs, and we're on class 37, which is the 3-year-old colt. And we're just seeing the prizes
Mr. Sandy Anderson
being given out to Colin Tibby, handling the winner there. And this is number 475, Mr. Sandy Anderson's Thistledown Sherman.
Fi'n credu fydd Mr Anderson hapus iawn a Colin sy'n arwen e. Sy'n ei ddangos e, wedi baratoi e. Bydd e'n hapus fyd, Colin Tibby fyna. Di wneud i waith yn dda.
Colin Tibby, well known in the A and B circles. And standing there in second, we've got 477. And that is Dewi Lloyd Evans' Hillin Replica. And just out of shot, we have the third placed pony, which is Nicole Musson and Wester Vittorio. Nice pick there, the top 3 section B ponies.
479, and that's Nicole Musson's Wester Vittorio.
So these ponies will all come back for a young stock championship a little bit later on.
Yeah, the cenedlaeth nesa.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll be able to get a close-up of them moving. Yeah, well bred, this pony. The grandmother on the mother's side, Paddock Shea Luster, was actually a champion section B herself at the Royal Welsh Show. So Sandy Anderson's Thistledown Sherman, 3-year-old section B colt.
Mr. Anderson. Colin Tibby now.
So now we've got Colin Tibby will give his interview in Welsh. In English, sorry.
Yet another win for Sandy Anderson this morning.
He's having a good day, isn't he? Yes.
He's just won in the Section A's and now winning in the B's.
So, yeah, well, fair play to him. He's got some lovely ponies, so,
Plenty to choose from over there, the Thistledown stud.
Well, actually, yes. I mean, there's plenty to choose from, but it's always nice to come here and just get a winner. And
Definitely. Well, you've got the championship coming up now. Another run around that big ring.
Well, yeah, but I've got a stallion in here, so I might have to change handlers in a minute. But
lots of chopping and changing, but only down to the successes of the day.
Absolutely, yeah.
The best kind of chopping and changing. Wel, llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi a pob lwc yn y pencampwriaeth. Diolch.
Canlyniadau wedi cyrraedd.
So we're jumping back over now to the section D ring, and this is class 91. So this is the colt foal class. And the winner being presented there.
Felly gyda'r dosbarthiadau welon ni cyn hynny, cesig magu, mae'r ebolion...
Now we believe this is 1136. The winning colt for there, and it's Dean Prater and Sarah Butterworth's Buxwood Hallmark.
A Buxwood Hallmark yn mynd ar wobr gynta.
So hopefully we'll get a chance to see... Oh, sorry, we're jumping across now to the...
Dyma ni Buxwood Hallmark.
So the winning D colt for there.
Ac yn ennill yr ebol o gaseg yn nosbarth 87 ag 89, a hynny yn yr adran dy. Y cobiau Cymreig, ac yn cael modd I fyw fan hyn yn y prifgylch ar y bore Dy Mercher. I ni'n gweld bod yr rhosglwm goch.
And now we're completing our foal line-up. Here's the section A. Again, the colt foal. This is class 22. And this pony is Rhys Freeman's Penuel King Canelo.
Penuel King Canelo. And
this pony by Pendoc Page for boy, and his dam Idyllic Celeste.
Idyllic Celeste.
So little A colt foal there is looking very pleased with himself.
Wel, Rhys Freeman fyny yn dal I afel ar yr enillydd. Llon gyfarchiadau.
So there we've had a quick lineup of some colt foal winners for you.
Canelo.
And we'll be coming back with some young stock championships.
croeso nôl I bencampwriaeth y gwartheg godro.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. We're heading straight for the cattle ring to see which dairy cow is to be the supreme champion.
Yes, indeed, and I'm getting used to this system now, Ewan, in terms of lining them up and in this particular fashion, whereas we see in the beef and sheep sections, then they pull them up in line and or in, say, first 1, 2, 3 in the line, but this particular section of the dairy final is always a side-on view, as I've asked about many times before, and now we'll have to listen to the judge giving his opinion.
Y dorf cyn mynd ati, dwi'n siŵr I ddewis pencampwraig y sioe eleni, felly dywelwn ni am eiliad.
It must have been a wonderful day for the judges yesterday to bring forward such a great team of animals. The Holstein cow is a tremendous example of the breed, second calf cow. She exhibits so much dairiness, she has such quality through her udder and so much ring presence. And our our Ayrshire cow, I do apologise, slip of the tongue totally. An Ayrshire cow, when you stand behind this cow, she has such great width all the way through, such a tremendous rump structure, and that rear udder is something to be very proud of. And then we have a Jersey that has had 7 calves, a tremendous dairy cow. She exhibits that dairy quality all the way through, and again she has that tremendous ring presence as she moves around. A shorthorn cow, I got it right this time. It's had 3 calves. And again, I really admire the dairiness in this young cow and the quality in her udder. And she again is a really good example of that breed. And then we have a 5th calf, brown Swiss. And again, a little bit longer calved, but still a really great example, a tremendous udder and ring presence again. But again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all these champions. I will say a word or two once I've tapped out the champion in reserve, but just before I do it, thank you so much to the Royal Welsh for the invitation to be here. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to judge these classes that I have done today. Such tremendous quality that's forward this year. I think it has been an exceptional show. Really well done to all the exhibitors. Quite a feat to bring these cows out 2 days in a row looking in top condition, really is. And to the people who own them and look after them all year at home, that's a big part of the job as well. So congratulations to everyone, and I will now tap out champion and reserve.
And so he's on his way out now to tap out the champion and reserve here in the...
You installed so much confidence in me, Ewan. I'm thinking about getting my money out of my pocket, but we'll have to see. I don't know. Even the crowd is getting behind.
Yeah, certainly. It's nice to get that bit of atmosphere raised when the championship comes up, and and yes, no, it's a cow that I liked from winning the Jersey Championship yesterday. Just a special sort of cow to be this looking this well for 7 calves.
Tradition has been broken, and Ewan called it right from early on. Fair dues.
But that's only testament to the quality of this cow that the Man and Family Phil and Emma have brought out here. They're always so successful in the dairy ring here whenever they bring jerseys. They never bring one that isn't in contention, and I'll give them credit there. I think that's a sign and testament of a fantastic show people, and you can see the emotion that winning the interbreed here is so important to her.
Holstein second?
Yes, I would assume. We didn't see him go and tap it, but yes, I would assume that would be where my money would be personally, is on the Holstein being reserve. I'd say, looking at the way she's approaching here, she's probably... there we go, yes. I think she's in reserve, but she decided that she needed a moment to herself before coming forward. Yeah, I think... A tremendous dairy cow, the one in second, but I think the fact this cow has lasted so well for her age, just as Pippa, I'm always one, if a cow can last and look this well, it is testament to it. Fantastic. So yes, reserve then obviously to the Holstein ED Crushable Acclaim, and our winner is Windy Ridge Tequila Diamond. We'll hear a few words from them.
It's just as bad, actually. It's even worse. It's been a very emotional show, so yeah. It's, I can't speak again.
We knew she was special yesterday, and you've proved it again today. Happy retirement, I say to Diamond.
She is going to have every creature comfort now for the rest of her life, and, well, diamonds are special, aren't they? So...
Llongyfarchiadau once again, and a wonderful Royal Welsh 2023 for you.
It's amazing, once in a lifetime.
Congratulations.
Thank you
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Llongyfarchiadau.
Congratulations to the Manning family there.
Right, we'll leave the cattle ring. We will be back, of course, but in the meantime, we're going to head to the pig ring, and we'll join Gerald, who's with Emma this time.
Yes, back to, hopefully, a conclusion of the Pairs Championship. And we've seen some lovely pairs of pigs, actually, coming forward in this competition.
Oh, really, really
and
nice
the variety
pairs.
is...
That's the thing. We've just got a young pair of middle whites there in the background, and coming forward in front of them, we've got the Tamworths. Everybody knows the Tamworth and the Tamworth too.
Even I get that one, yeah.
And their ginger colouring, and these then the large white in front of us here, and they're living up to their breed name, aren't they? A super pair of pigs.
So nice to see them all represented here.
Oh, really, really nice. And for a lot of these breeds, well, they're actually all rare breeds, really, because it's the main commercial pig flock. Then there's a lot of crossbreeding and going on, and those kind of genetics. So it's so important that we have these breeders who keep the pedigree and purebred flocks alive then.
Well, it's essential, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Essential.
Because once we lose these breeds, we lose their genetics forever as well. And, you know, who knows where the future of farming will go and what we'll be looking for in our animals in the future. So there's a place for all breeds. Now then, and we've got the Welsh pig just going out of shot there, and they're from Pembrokeshire. And I know
the judge has had his work cut out to assess everyone, because I believe there's 8 or 9 pairs in here, isn't there? And
it is.
You have to examine every individual animal.
Yes, and trying to keep them together to see them as a pair.
Assess it if they are a pair, yeah.
Definitely, especially with those Tamworth. They're an ancient breed of pig, to be honest, and they're certainly going back to their wild roots. Very sweet pair here. These would be the middle whites then.
But how's it the case to say they would be perhaps a good bit younger, perhaps? And
I'd say they're a young boar and gilt, even though they wouldn't be as big as the large whites. They're a junior pair, I'd say, the same as the Berkshires as well. They look like a junior pair. So that's another consideration that the judge has to take in mind in the judging of the pairs.
Well, I put Ewan on the spot in the Dairy Championship. I'm going to put you on the spot. What takes your eye then, Ems?
Well, the Welsh pig always does very well. This pair of middle whites, very sweet, very well matched. Saddlebacks as well, nice pair. They've done well in the ring here in the past.
You alluded to them on the rare. The Welsh pig surely isn't on the rare breed list, is it?
They have been, yes.
They
increased in popularity recently in recent years, but I think I'm not sure what the numbers are to be considered a rare breed, but as in kept totally pure.
We see, obviously in the Royal Welsh here, we see the Welsh breed is obviously well supported, and we see good classes.
Yes.
So personally, you know, it wouldn't have sort of come to mind that would have been the case with the Welsh.
No, but definitely
we have several families here in West Wales that appear to have significant numbers of breeding pigs then, so...
It's getting a little bit hectic in the ring there, but we can see the judge, Mr. Steve Lovelace, then. The steward has...
Indeed, he has gone to
the Welsh pig. Karina Taylor there from Hideaway Farm in Pembrokeshire. And very well done to them, because of course the pair would have had to have come from the same exhibitor then. And they've just split up there for a second there. Where will he go now? Is he going to keep to a junior pair or give it to them?
Tamworth is second, by the
yes.
sound of it,
Now
yeah.
then.
They got a job to keep up.
Oh, they definitely. And
Cofiwch ddiweddaru neu lawrlwytho app.
Don't forget, you can download the Royal Welsh Shows app from Google Play or App Store. You've got a list of all the competitions, the results, as well as a map of the showground. It's all free. Just visit our website for the details, s4c.cymru/Sioe. Right, let's head over quickly to the main ring, and a few results have come in. Here's Danielle.
But we're on 38, which is class filly and gelding 3-year-old, with the results being handed out here. So in first place we have 491 Richard Miller, Heniath Munamia, that's a name and a half, by Torval Houston, and out of Heniath Toodaloo. I believe they imported Houston. Marion's having a run round now. He'll be very happy with the results. Looks like they've had a good show as well this year. Second place is Kevin and Nicola Morgan's Bryn Hewlog Petal, and in third Wendy Trimble with Western Park Nemosa. Now we're in class 23, section A, foal class. 1142, owned by Neris Daniel, which is the filly foal. She's handing the rosettes out, and in first place we have 365 Barbara Green with Repairer Carefree. I know she'll be very, very happy to receive this. She lost her father last year, and this will mean the absolute world to her. Look, she's in tears. This means a lot to her. I'm unsure of second place, but third was 369 Wendy Low Barnes with Four Oaks Chanel's Chasing Dream. As we can see, Barbara is crying happy tears, I hope. This is how much it means to people to win here at the Royal Welsh.
Matthew to dangos ar gyfer y dosbarth. And nawr Barbara mynd ar.
With this very pretty filly foal. Will she stay chestnut or will she go grey? That's the question. A lot of these foals have colour when they're born, but when they lose their coats, it comes back and they turn out to be grey. It's given a lovely show for such a young animal and going very, very well. Happy to see Mum though.
Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd, and as you can see, Nia has now arrived in the food hall, and she's with Dan Jones from In the Welsh Wind Distillery. And of course, it was announced on Monday by the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs that single malt Welsh whisky was given the PGI status, the Protected Geographical Indication. And he has just asked Dan, how do you qualify for that status? Well, it's a 2-year process, and we joined up with several other Welsh distilleries and put our plan forward. The whole process from start to finish, everything that we do is done within Wales, and they're based just outside Cardigan. So everything that they've done from start to finish as far as producing their whisky, gin, etc. is concerned is all done within the square mile, more or less. It's big news, and that logo, as you can see it, geographic origin, UK protected, will be on all the bottles when they are sold. Yes, just asking how much fuss have you had since Monday and this announcement? Yes, well, it's been very, very busy. Obviously, the whisky that they produce isn't ready yet. It won't be ready until 2025.
Yes, yeah.
Ah, right. So Nia just asking the question, you can place your orders for the whisky now, even though it's not going to be ready until 2025. And they have already received some orders already. Now then, you can see those different names there, the different options of barrels. These are the flavours that come through when you're drinking the whisky. There'll be different flavours to the whisky. Depends on what kind of barrel you have. So therefore, for example, if there used to be sherry in this particular barrel, then that flavour would come through in the whisky as well. And the flavour is quite unique because of the process that we have.
So ni'n minso fe, so chi'n cael lot o fel grassy notes, chi'n cael fel malt, fel bach, fel short spread yn dod trwyddo. So yeah, so mae hwn yn addo element ar.
And of course the list there, and it gives you just a little different dimension to the taste that you would experience when you drink the whisky.
Wow, watch this space pan faw 2026. Felly yn y cyfamser.
In the meantime, they have very colourful bottles to sell in the Welsh Wind Distillery. And this is a produce of the the COVID period. Standard dry gin. So this was the original bottle that came out. We also have
bach o nodi whisky, so cask-aged gin yw hwn wedyn. So rhywbeth eitha newydd.
A new gin that they have on the market.
Signature style, ni droi hwnna yn cask sherry.
Right, they use the signature style gin, but it's been in a barrel that used to have sherry. Nia's just making the point that gin, obviously, in the last couple of years has become very, very popular. Have we reached the crest of the wave, or?
Ble ni still yn gweld pobl yn dod atwy bod traceability a provenance da ni. So mae pobl...
But it still seems to be quite popular. We've got the traceability associated with our gin, of course. So it's a sustainable. And as they move towards the front of the stall, you can see the miniature bottles there that they have. And these, of course, have a great interest to the potential buyers who are walking up and down the food hall, because we were in the Royal Welsh last year, and it's nice to see many people coming back to visit us again this year, and to see the new products that we have. We've got a selection of gin, as you can see. This is what we call the Pembrokeshire Pinky, cherry and lemongrass. Cardiff Dry, gin, bit more citrus. A taste of orange coming through. So the element of including Welsh names is very important to you, obviously. And there's a Dewi Sant gin. They've got a rum and a vodka.
Dan.
So Nia is saying, Dan, I've got to wait until you ask me. And the answer is yes, I will till the taster. So she's going to go for the gin. No, not too keen on the aniseed flavour, which is the Dewi Sant gin. She's opted for the Cardiff gin, which has a little hint of orange. It's a bit more citric. And a bit of tonic on top. But once again, an example of a company that's been here before, has had a great deal of success, and have done very well at the end of what has been a historical week for them. Yeah, as Nia said, try saying distillery after that.
Now
the Fitzhugh Pears, and this championship has been more competitive than other dairy cattle championships.
Arbennig. Arwydd ar sy'n edrych arbennig. Gysdiad bar ti wedi gweld mas blynydde.
Dyna ni, Ter Holsteins wedi mynd ar Fitzhugh.
It's been the Jerseys against the Holsteins over the last 5 years.
A mae wedi mynd am y Jerseys. Teulu Tregibi.
So without further ado, let's head back to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Iwan.
So here we go again then.
Yes, certainly. We obviously have smaller numbers to pick from the beef, as we did in the beef yesterday. So it's always maybe slightly easier to call, but no, some very competitive pairs out here in front of us today.
Have we the same judge as the individual?
Now, this is where I got confused earlier, Gerald. The judge for the pairs here is Paul Harrison, who we saw do the futurity pairs this morning.
Yes, that's right.
And he will be doing the team of 5 litre.
Oh, I'll know these guys off by heart shortly, you know.
So, yeah, that's where I got confused earlier. So, no, we're back to Paul Harrison from Northumberland here in the ring judging the pairs. So, as I said, a man that's known for Holstein cows and shorthorns, but has judged across all the breeds and interbreeds across the UK.
We've got the single representatives in here, and the breed have brought another cow out
exactly
to pair up with them, but it doesn't mean that...
Similar to yesterday, that it has to include the breed champion.
Oh, yes, okay.
That's the first thing. But obviously we don't have males within the dairy ring.
No.
So it is another female that matches the champion is what they go for.
So if the champion was that far in front or whatever, then they struggle to get another one close to make a pair.
The same as we have discussed yesterday, you know, if you get one extremely special individual within a breed that's that much ahead, it can often be hard to match them. You're 100% right, Gerald. And you do find that certain breeds find it far easier to match sometimes. You know, the Jersey breed is very, very much a much easier breed to match things up.
Indeed. So the Jerseys are in with a shout then?
I always think the Jerseys are always in with a shout in any of these pair or group competitions, because they are a breed that generally has a stamp. And obviously we've got two exceedingly special Holstein individuals here as well. The champion from yesterday on the left-hand side, ED Crushable Acclaim, and then the reserve champion alongside her, Knowles Mia Miss Brandy Snap, shown by the Thomas family from Llancwm, Churchvale Prefix down in Kidwelly. And they do match each other exceedingly well for two animals that are the second calf a winning champion, but a sixth calf cow alongside her.
Indeed, to be fair.
So as I tried to allude into previously, it's about matching the stamp and type and shape as much as anything.
That's right.
So the fact there's a couple of carvings between them, they are the same sort of shape and wedge, even though, as you've chatted about with me previously, Gerald, they are a different colour animal and everything, but they have got that same sort of dairy wedge to them, the same rump, same shape of rump, and two exceptional mammary systems.
I know perhaps the judge wouldn't be biased in any form or fashion, but you did say that he farms Holsteins and Ayrshires himself, so...
yes, he'd be Holsteins and Shorthorns would be what Paul would have at home.
I apologise.
Cattle here today.
I think we're hearing a few words from Paul here.
The quality of each breed must have been phenomenal yesterday to end up with some fantastic cows coming out on day 2, which again is a huge credit to the stockmen, the owners and the exhibitors of these quality cattle, and I think it's only fitting now to put your hands together and give these guys a huge round of applause. I would just like to talk through these 5 pairs that represent each individual breed. And starting off with the Holsteins here, I think we have 2 outstanding cows that represent the breed really well. Cows, again, that just show that longevity. We have a mature cow and a junior cow here. And again, both cows blend well together, both show the breed strengths with this dairy strength that we need to look for. And any dairy farmer's dream to stand in a parlour and milk phenomenal udders like what these 2 cows have. And then moving on to the Ayrshire cows, again, 2 really good cows and 2 cows that represent the breed. 2 cows that show that power, show that strength, show that body capacity, and show this dairy strength that we need in any animals. And again, down to the Jerseys again, 2 fantastic cows. 2 cows that blend really well together, 2 cows with beautiful mammary systems, 2 cows with beautiful bone quality, and when any dairy farmer can stand behind and see 2 tremendous udders like this coming into the parlour. And again, moving on to the dairy shorthorns, again 2 real dairy cattle. Dairy shorthorn breeds changed phenomenally over the last few years, and we've seen more dairy character, and with the blending coming in, again we've seen more of this angularity and dairiness, and these 2 cows depict the modern-day dairy shorthorn. Moving on to the brown Swiss, again, 2 mature cows, and again, great examples of the breed. 2 cows that match well together, great open frames in these cows, and 2 cows that track really well and handle those rear legs and move well around the ring today. So I'm now going to move forward and tap out my champion and reserve champion in this interbreed pairs for the 2023 Royal Welsh. Thank you.
We've heard those few words there from Paul before he goes and taps out, as he said, his champion and reserve. And wherever he goes, I think he's going to end up with some lovely pairs coming to the fore.
I don't express to know anything about, well, much about the dairy industry, but I am quite impressed with what we've got in front of us here. There is very good pairs right throughout, and I certainly wouldn't like this decision myself to tap out, but it looks as if the man is on a mission, and he is going to go, and he has tapped out the Holstein.
Yes, he's tapped out the Holsteins to win. ED Crushable Acclaim and Knowles Mia Miss Brandy Snap. Exhibited by the Logan Yates family from East Logan, the Acclaim cow, the darker cow of the 2, and the Thomas family from Churchvale, the lighter coloured cow.
I believe it's the jerseys then.
I believe so, the jerseys. So the champion jersey, Windy Ridge Tequila Diamond, that we saw win the Interbreed Championship there earlier, alongside Erie Tequila Bay Grove from the Morgan family of Nantabulla, who was reserve champion to her yesterday. So champion and reserve from each of their breeds have come forward to make the pairs here. And that would have been true with the Ayrshire cows coming from Blaise Tomlinson, the Shorthorns coming from the Thomas family at Diskelgoch. And then there was, I think the Brown Swiss opted to go with the other Tiwa cow as the partner to their champion.
Llon gorchiadau mowr I chi.
Diolch yn fawr i chi.
Sut deimlad yw i?
Teimlad hynny'n gol ei ennill y cystadleuaeth yma gyda breeds wan and all.
With the interview being in Welsh, Ivan is just chatting to Iwan and congratulating him and asking him how it feels to win the Fitzhugh Pairs Championship here, and he's obviously over the moon with the achievement with the cow they purchased from the Nosweir dispersal sale a few years ago, coming alongside this beautiful cow that's travelled down from Scotland. So congratulations to both of these on the win.
Yes, indeed, the Holsteins coming to the fore once again. Right, as you can see, the main feature from above is the main ring, and that's where we're heading to next. It's back to Danielle.
Thank you, Gareth. We're on special 24, which is for the best foal. So here we have in front of us Barbara Green. I think that by the looks of it, they've finished the class and it's gone to 365, which is Barbara Green's Repairer Carefree. This won the filly class, so it's the filly, and then I presume it's the colt that's reserve. Very pretty filly, going beautifully. It's not easy training these foals, especially to perform in such a huge atmosphere on such a big stage. And it's gone beautifully for the owners. They must be over the moon. Well, we go to Hannah.
Champion foal in the Section A's. How are you feeling?
A bit overwhelmed really at the moment. I lost my dad back in August last year, and this is the first show without him, so this means way more than I ever thought it would. So
I would imagine he's looking down on you today, very proud, Barbara. A Matthew, siwr wyt ti'n teimlo'n arwen yr un bach fan hyn ar rhedeg, mae'n siwr fod yn teimlo lot ymhellach.
Just a bit, fi'n mynd ar rhedeg cob, so o'n bach mwy sport gyda hwnna, eitha bryd, so...
Brilliant. Well, fe allai weld bod chi'n emotional iawn. I can see you're very emotional. It means so much to you, not just because it's the Royal Welsh, but with Dad's memory as well. So llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi, a pob lwc am weddill y sioe.
Good, good.
Welcome back. And we're back with Nia at the moment. She's on the Meat Promotion Wales stand. And in the background, there are several members of the DPJ Foundation who are preparing for a cook-off. Well, they haven't seen the ingredients before coming here, so they're going to have to create something as they're cooking in this particular cook-off. But Nia is actually talking to Bethan Gibbon, who is a leading member of the DPJ Foundation, which is a mental health awareness charity. And Nia's just referring to the information on the back of the T-shirt, including the hashtag Share the Load. And as Bethan is explaining, you know, if anybody feels that they're struggling with mental health, there's information there for them to contact. And there'll always be somebody available to talk to. And you could actually talk to somebody in person within the space of 24 hours. And Nia's just emphasising, we these days are hearing more and more about the challenges that face people within the agricultural industry. And Bethan is explaining, well, there are challenges in day-to-day life anyway. More so perhaps within people who work within the agricultural industry. Pressures from the government and other problems, financial, but it does affect us from time to time. But the business has to change, the lifestyle has to change. You know, we live on the farm where there's no escape. To all intents and purposes. But this week we've launched what we call the Big Barbecue, and it's an attempt to try and get people to come together during the summer now, just to have a little time off the farm, mix, have an opportunity to mix with other people and relax, and just take one step away from the work, as it were. But as a few people have said, people go home after having been at the show, and the challenges are even greater after having been in somewhere like the show and been socialising for a period of time.
Wel, mae'r swyddfa, dim ond fi sy'n gweithio yn y swyddfa, mae pawb arall adre. Felly fi'n gweithio rhan amser yn y Mart yn Gyrfyrddin.
Now then, the DPJ Foundation office is situated in the Mart in Carmarthen. Bethan is the only one who works in the office. The other staff work from home. But there is an opportunity for people to call there. You know, what they're trying to do is get rid of the stigma that's associated with mental health. Everybody suffers with mental health issues from time to time, but our attempt, what we're trying to do is to get rid of that stigma. We're in the Mart in Brecon next week, and we're trying to encourage people to come and talk about their problems. This week, of course, is a very important one for them to spread the word, and you've been quite successful in achieving that during the course of this week. And we've also, fortunately enough, had people raising money for the charity. Right, let's head straight back to the sheep shearing shed. And it's non-stop action there today. It's the first semi-final.
Yes, we open semi-final as the pace should pick up quite a bit now, because we have, as Ewan stated earlier on, then there was 11 heats in the qualification system, and so 66 handlers have now been whittled down to 18, because we have 3 semi-finals, and obviously every one of them would like to get through to the open final. And we have Gwion Lloyd Evans here on stand 1. That is obviously the current reigning world champion, and would be on his home patch here now in the Royal Welsh, would be desperate to do well. We have on stand 2 Dylan Jones, stand 3 Ian Jones, stand 4 Alan Lloyd Jones, and stand 5 Alan Wynne Jones, and stand 6 Richard Jones. So Gwen Preen will be a bit under pressure with all the Jones family.
Certainly, yes, yeah, or keeping up with the Joneses.
Yes, exactly, yeah. But no, these boys, to be fair, now have upped their game, and as I said, it's quite an achievement on his own to come out of 66 to get to 18. But then, obviously, 6 of these boys will be lucky enough, or will obviously not lucky, will come into deserve to get through to the top 6, which will be in the final, and then we will see them pulling out all the stops.
And that's no indication on the other 12 shearers that won't make the final. I think it's just that, you know, the 6 that make it will be the ones that I know luck is maybe not the word to use, but all the things will have gone in their way in their form, because I would have imagined that these have all in their time, you know, done well and beat each other at some point. And yeah, it is just about.
But every one of them will quote you the same. And this always rings in my mind, like, isn't it? Luck is only temporary, class is permanent.
True. There's no question about that. There's no question.
All these boys will have worked exceptionally hard to have got to this particular stage where they are, and obviously they want things. We all suffer throughout our lives, and whatever you're at or whatever you're good at is like form. And, you know, like Gwion Lloyd has hit best form a couple of weeks ago up north and come to the fore and won the World Championship. So all he hopes that he can remain, his form will remain with him, and I'm sure he'll leave no stone unturned in preparation and will have worked equally as hard, hopefully, to maintain that form. But if it's not to be,
you're certainly right, Gerald, and you'd like to think we're now in this Open. It is literally down to fine margins, isn't it? Because the skill level in between these guys will be minimal, won't it? You know,
most definitely.
They've all, as you say, they've been whittled from 66 to 18, so there isn't going to be a skill deficit here. We noticed that in the speed that they're getting. They're moving there. The U is out, and you were mentioning to us yesterday and earlier today about the way they set up. They get the leg underneath. I'm noticing a few of these boys. She's barely out of the door, and the leg is underneath there. And it is a fluid motion to them.
Preparation and practice. And Richard Jones there on stand 6 is flying, actually. You'd have to, in your own mind, then address this, and how would you want to? Would you like to say back yourself to really go as perhaps not flat out, but quite quick and gain a few points on time, and you know, hopefully that it does, like I say, go all your own way. But they would be still within their mind of quality, would be paramount in their minds, that hopefully that they can shear these number of lambs to the quality which is required to get themselves through. Here we see Gwion now on stand 1.
And we're noticing as we pan around here, just to fill people at home in, they've obviously shearing, they've got the handpiece, but I noticed there's a spare handpiece there. Now, in the field day to day, they wouldn't have a spare handpiece stood next door. If a cutter or comb goes, they will change it.
That's
but in the heat of the competition here, they certainly
the competition be over before you get the cutter off.
So they've obviously got that spare handpiece there. If anything was to go wrong, comb or cutter break or anything, they can just handpiece on,
swap,
crack on.
You're quite right.
And that's maybe where we see the difference in them wanting to finish quickly, is, you know, they obviously haven't got the time to be doing what they do day to day in a normal situation.
Oh, to be fair to these boys, are making it look exceptionally easy, aren't they?
Oh, certainly, and it's not drawing fault in the junior ones that we maybe saw yesterday and things, but the difference is phenomenal, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Years and years of practice.
And all those junior ones that we saw yesterday will be aspiring to get to here at some point, won't they?
Most definitely.
You almost see the
to the naked eye and to the back of the crowd that is here and cheering them on. Obviously they're thinking there's maybe the one that does finish first will, but there we go. It is Wyn Jones that actually finishes first, but as I've alluded to before, that doesn't mean too much. And stand 5 there, he's out, and we'll have to wait and see and come back.
Wel, dyma chi wyneb cyfarwydd yma.
Well, we're in the cattle ring, and Ivan is with a very familiar face. It's Sarah Cox from Radio 2.
Hopefully, if you listen, that is.
Well, of course I listen. Well, I do, because I do and I don't. I'm on the radio 2 till 5, Monday to Thursday.
Oh, are you my competition?
On Radio Cymru, yes.
Oh, hello.
But I listen to you on the way home then.
Okay, thank you. I should tune in one day to you then.
Please do. First time in the Royal Welsh, is it?
First time, yes.
What do you think?
I mean, it's magnificent. It's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, look at that view. It's beautiful. I'm hoping people will be looking at the view instead of concentrating too much on my judging skills. But I brought my dad with me, so he's in charge, so it'll be fine. But no, it's lovely to be here. We've showed for many years, my dad did, for decades. So I grew up getting under the feet, basically, of my dad at shows, at like the Royal Lancs and at Great Yorkshire,
Highland,
Cheshire.
Go to the Highland
no,
shows?
Cheshire, Garstang, Bury, all the local ones. Yeah. So some lovely shows, but I mean, this is spectacular.
It's quite something, I have to say. And the Hereford cattle, I believe, they were your cattle at home, yeah? And still got Herefords at home?
Yeah, Dad's still got Herefords, and we've got 3 pairs in our young handlers class, but we won't be looking at the cattle so much as the young handlers. So it's a popular class. There's 14 pairs in there. I did say on the radio if people gave me cake, I could swing them a little red rosette. I would like to say that wasn't true. And
she was only kidding.
I was
she was only
joking. Sure.
So what are you looking for today? Because I believe I'm right in saying you've been there. You've been, competing when you were younger. So what are you looking for today?
We are looking for young handlers who will be able to manoeuvre their animals around the ring confidently, calmly, hopefully, and to get them to stand nicely for us and to just show the cattle as best they can, really. I'm sure they'll be in pristine condition. That'll be a given. So I guess it's all to do with holding their nerve in the ring, and hopefully the cattle will behave.
Yes,
I mean, I'd bring my most docile beast into the ring, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be giving it an espresso before you go in, whatever you do. And also they've got to work in pairs, so I guess it's about, if they can work together with their fellow handler and get the cattle to behave nice. And you're hoping that you'll see, that feeling you get when you're looking for a house and you walk in and you want that feeling.
Yeah.
I'm hoping.
You just know, don't you, sometimes?
Yeah, I'm hoping we'll just get that extra little 5% and that bit of sparkle
I think you will.
from the cattle or the handlers.
It's great to have somebody of your stature, shall we say. It's great to have somebody like you coming to the Royal Welsh and judging the young handlers. I think it's going to give them such a boost for the future. And a lot of people don't realise that, you're from a working farm yourself, so it's good to educate the Welsh public as well.
Yeah, well, it's very, thanks for having me. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here. It's going to be really lovely.
I hope you're staying tonight now, because Wednesday night's the biggest night in the Royal Welsh. It is the big night,
It's a bit of a...
Well, everything's happening, really. We can go down to Bilth. I'll take you around the showground. There's, numerous places to
I'm definitely
socialise
staying now.
and enjoy.
When's the party starting? I'll be there.
Well, it's already started in the Royal Welsh. It starts about 8 o'clock every morning. Sarah, best wishes.
Thanks so much.
And next year, I'm hoping you might be broadcasting a show from the Royal Welsh Show. There is a BBC tower down here as well.
I'll try and
a
swing
BBC
it.
building.
I'll definitely try and swing it.
It would be great to have
we'll
Radio 2
get you on
here.
there then.
I'm not sure about that. Radio Cymru won't let me. Oh, Sarah, lovely to meet you. I'm a big fan since I was a teenager, listening to you on Radio 1 and everything.
I'm not old enough for you to know me from a teenager.
I'm quite starstruck today, I have to say. Lovely to meet you.
You too,
and good
thanks.
luck.
Have a
Diolch yn fawr
great
iawn.
show.
Diolch.
Behave yourself, Ivan. No, it's lovely to see somebody of Sarah Cox's stature here judging at the Royal Welsh. Right, let's head over to the main ring, and here's Danielle.
Gareth, yes, here we are with Special 25, which is the female championship. So this is between the best mares and the fillies that were judged yesterday. As you can see, there are some absolutely stunning animals in this ring, and I'm sure our judge will be having to make a very difficult decision as to which one she would like to make female champion. This is for a gold medal. So the Welsh Pony and Cob Society have 3 medals that can be handed out to shows throughout the year: a bronze, a silver and a gold. The Royal Welsh Show is the only show that you can win that gold medal. So this is a very hotly contested competition. Everybody is trying their best to make their ponies stand out and look as beautiful as possible. So it looks like a decision's been made. The hat is off, and coming forward is the beautiful Palomino. I believe it is the 2-year-old filly from yesterday. This is Jill Farrow's Wait with Geneva, number 149, and in reserve is 307 Gdibog Rossin Mynydd, which was the junior broodmare today from the Gabridog stud. So we have Sam Mosley showing for Jill Farrow. Absolutely beautiful filly and turned out to perfection. Looking like she's enjoying her day. Now we move on to S95, which is the female championship for the Section Ds. Again, this competition is for a gold medal, and I believe that this is Elgin Evans' mare, Eglwys Farknelli. I believe he has the wrong number on. I think it's 1110. And in reserve, we have the actual family with Danaway Jolene. Congratulations to them all. As I say, winning a gold medal here is the pinnacle of breeding Welsh cobs. And now we'll hand over to Hannah.
Yeah, Hannah, just asking how do you feel? It's a great honour. It's a big thrill to win here at the Royal Welsh. It means, yes, it's the dream of any cob breeder to win here at the Royal Welsh. You have done, and enjoy every second. Are you back tomorrow? Yes. Oh, Elgan, fair play, deserves a coach from Hannah. It's been a very successful day for him so far.
Well,
the first time that the Royal Welsh was held here and on a permanent location was 60 years ago, back in 1963, and the stage is set for an exciting afternoon with several championships to be decided. Now then, what about the weather? The rain is coming in, and it's going to be with us, unfortunately, for the rest of the day. As you can see, it's moving in from the southwest, and some of the showers are going to be quite heavy. 18 degrees centigrade here at the showground. Tonight, well, the rain showers will continue moving towards the northeast. There may well be some heavy showers before midnight, but the rain will clear. The winds will be relatively light, and it'll be about 15 degrees here in Llanelwedd overnight. Tomorrow morning, unsettled, a few scattered showers in the morning, but as the day progresses, those showers will clear, it'll become clearer, and the temperatures will be warmer. It'll be about 21 degrees centigrade for the last day of this year's Royal Welsh Show. It's going to be an exciting afternoon, as Nia says, and a dramatic afternoon, hefyd, because there's going to be an awful lot of people around the main ring for the Welsh Cobs, of course, and there's going to be a lot of people at the sheep shearing shed. We're back after the news.
Pnawn da, mae prif weithredwr grŵp NatWest, Fonesig Alison Rose, wedi ymddiswyddo ar ôl cydnabod. Mae hi oedd wedi datgelu gwybodaeth gam arweiniol am Nigel Farage a'i gyfrif gyda banc private Coots i'r BBC. Fe ddaw hyn ar ôl i'r prif weinidog a'r cynghellor, Jeremy Hunt, fynegu pryderon difrifol am ei hymddygiad. Mae Mr Farage wedi galw ar y bwrdd cyfan i ymddiswyddo hefyd. Mae dros 40 o bobl wedi marw yn Algeria, yr Eidal a Groeg wrth i'r tannau gwyllt yno barhau. Mae Groeg yn paratoi ar gyfer rhagor o hediadau i fynd â phobl o Ynys Rhodos ac mae tannau'n dal i losgi ar ynysoedd Corfu ac Efia. Mae disgwyl i'r tymheredd godi dros 44 gradd mewn rhannau o'r wlad heddi. Mae yna alw ar Lywodraeth Pryden i gyflwyno deddfe newydd i geisio atal cwn rhag ymosod ar anifiled fferm. Cafodd mesur lles anifiled oedd ar ganol i daith drwy'r Senedd i ollwng yn annisgwyl y mis Mai. Mae'r undebau amaeth yn galw am gynllun i fynd i'r afel ar broblem ac yn ôl y Llywodraeth mi fydd nhw'n amlinellu'r camau nesaf cyn bo hir.
Dwi'n edrych ar y cyfryngau bob dydd a bron iawn bob dydd neu bob wythnos mae na atac i gael ar livestock. Mae'n broblem enfawr yn ein diwydiant ni. Ar ôl Covid, mae lot o bobl yn prynu cwn, maen nhw allan i gerdded a ddim yn sylweddoli beth sy'n medru digwydd mewn cwip eiliad.
Yn Llys yn Aron Caerdydd, mae cwmnïau sy'n rhedeg uned iechyd meddwl yn Aberdâr wedi cael dirwy o dros 400,000 o bunnau ar ôl i nifer o weithwyr iechyd a chlaf gael eu hynafu. Cafodd yr ysbyty oedd yn gofalu am bobl ag anableddau dysgu, problemau iechyd meddwl ac ymddygiad i gau yn 2017. Roedd cwmnïau Parker Homes a Priory Central Services eisoes wedi pledio'n eog i dorri rheolau iechyd a diogelwch. Ac mae ymysodwr Wrexham, Paul Mullin, wedi dioddau anaf i'w ysgyfaint yn ystod i buddigoliaeth o 2 gol i 1 yn erbyn tîm dan 11 Manchester United neithwr mewn gêm gyfeillgar yn San Diego. Mae tymor yr ailadran yn dechrau wythnos i ddydd Sadwrn. Wel, dyna'r cyfan o'r studio am y tro. Bethan Rhys Roberts fydd nôl yma am hanner awr wedi 7 heno gyda holl newyddion y dydd. Tan hynny, diolch am y cwmni a pnawn da i chi.
Traditionally, Wednesday is Champions Day here at the Royal Welsh Show. Now then, some champions have already been crowned, and for some, it's been quite emotional. Yes, it's nice to have your company here once again on this, the third day of the Royal Welsh Show, and traditionally the Wednesday afternoon is a very busy one because we're looking forward to the highlight of the main ring and being able to see the Welsh Cob Stallions and the parade of prize-winning stock, of course. But before then, in the cattle ring, we'll see the team of 5 dairy cattle. Can the Jerseys beat the Holsteins? And which breed will win the individual pig championship? All that to come later on, of course. And Nia looking down at all the people milling around. And because this show, of course, is often referred to as the People's Show. And 671 visitors have registered from 29 different countries, including visitors from Ukraine. Right, let's head to the main ring, and here is Danielle.
Here we are with Special 39. It's in the Section Bs. It is the championship for the Welsh Pony Club Society Gold Medal. Our judge here is having a look at all the animals that have come forward. So all his first and second prize winners are in here. He's having a long, hard look as he walks down the line. It's always difficult when you have this calibre of animal in front of you to make a decision as to who you want champion and reserve. They're all such beautiful animals, all the best of their breed. He's currently looking at the Palomino filly. 469, and he's turning now to look at the chestnut. This is our young stock championship, so all the prize winners from today's competition. The senior stock is competing Thursday, tomorrow. Has he made a decision? He's having a chat with his steward now. What are they talking about? I always wish I could tell what they were having a little chat about.
Dwi'n meddwl bod y steward o bosib yn gwybod, ond y beirniad a'r steward sy'n gwybod ar hyn o bryd.
What's he going to ask them to do? He's made a decision, and we have coming forward Richard and Marion Miller's 3-year-old filly, number 491, Henia Mucialmia. Marion is showing here. Usually it's Richard, so he's trumped him one better. He'll be very pleased with that result. And in reserve we have 469 Ayath Vienna, and that's the property of Mr. J.I. and Joe Parry. So we have this beautiful grey mare. You can see she has quite an unusual marking with the little bit of roan splashing up through her shoulder. Beautiful fronted filly. He'll be very happy with his result. Marion is in fact the secretary of the Welsh Pony and Cob Society, so he's heavily involved in the breeds. Their stud is renowned all over the world, where they have sold stock everywhere throughout the world. And there he goes. Beautiful filly, moving out lovely with a big smile on his face. Congratulations to all involved. We have lots of people here, and there's Hannah having a chat with Richard now.
Another good year.
Oh, thank you very much. We're thrilled. We haven't shown here since 2019, and I judged last year, so it's great to come back and get a gold medal on her. You know, her mother was, she won here 6 times. Her grandmother won here 6 times in a row, was champion twice. So it's great that, you know, the family's carrying on.
And how important is it for the Welsh bees in particular to have a platform like this to perform?
Oh, well, you know, this is a shop window, and I bet you if you polled, there's probably more Australians in that audience now. You see, by an Australian horse that we imported. You know, it goes worldwide, and to win at the Royal Welsh is the pinnacle, and everybody remembers that one. So.
Wel, llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi, a pob lwc am weddill y sioe.
Thank you, Hannah.
Diolch.
The team of 5, Dairy Cattle and the Holsteins, have been the dominant breed.
Yr Holsteins! Wedi gwneud i. Dim os le yn y byd fydde ti'n cael jobi meddi 5 gystal â hyn.
Yr Holsteins yn mynd â hi.
They've won the 14 out of the last 15 and have achieved the Triple Crown on 4 occasions. Except for 2015, when the jerseys won.
Jerseys wedi mynd â hi, chwarae teg. Maen nhw'n edrych y part ydyn nhw.
Well, can the jerseys beat the Holsteins this year? Let's wait and see. Let's join Gerald and Iwan.
I know I keep putting pressure on you, Ewan, but this is a competition, as we've alluded to many times, for societies rather than individual recognition. So every one of them will be pulling on the breeds that we have available for their particular breed section.
Certainly, and it's about, as we discussed during the Beef Teams of 5 yesterday, trying to match the best team together. 5 animals representing the breed, and you like to hope that it's also a representation of the breed as an advert to the wider public, and you know, even as an advert within the industry of what you've got, you know.
Now I'm going to put you on the spot and say then I've noticed that in recent years then we've got, as a beef producing person myself, and we used to keep suckler cows, and they always wanted to have the crossbred calf coming out of the market by a British Friesian cow. Why isn't there any British Friesians in the show? Are they a dying breed, or?
Dying, maybe it would be a little of a strong statement in that sense. There's not that many British Friesians here in Wales, certainly. Numerically, in terms of classifying, I'd probably say they rank up there in probably third or fourth within the number of ones we do. You know, the Holstein would certainly be the most numeric, followed by the Jersey. But then you've got sort of the Friesians, the Ayrshires, the Shorthorns, probably very similar numbers in terms of what we classify. So there are pedigree ones around. You do find fewer and fewer people showing British Friesians. There are specific British Friesians at a few shows, but very rarely do you find specific British Friesian classes.
Do you know if there is a class here for the British Friesians?
No, there wouldn't be a class for them. Whether that is more to do with the fact that they may have tried it before. There are other breeds not represented. You know, the Guernsey breed isn't represented here. I know it has been in the past, but with numbers having dwindled, without the support, it becomes hard to put those classes on for the show. Hence, we have got the 5 breeds we have here now represented.
As Gareth alluded to before, then 60 years since the Royal Welsh Show has been held here in Llanelbyn, and there wouldn't have been no sight of the Holsteins in that particular time. They would have been all Friesians, wouldn't they? How many years since, say, well, I won't say the demise, but perhaps the Friesians have decided that the numbers, like you say, numerically aren't about, and therefore they would discontinue to show here.
You would have found imports of Holstein blood tail end of the 70s into the 80s a lot. And then over time, you would have found more Holstein blood used within the industry than the Frisian cow within the black and whites, isn't it? But what you'd also have found, it would have been Holstein blood used on top of Frisian cows. It wouldn't have been... there would have been a gradual change, if you like. There'll even be some of these cows that have been exhibited here. Today, they will go back to a British Frisian bloodline eventually. But obviously, it's generation after generation of using Holstein blood across them has changed the shape and form of that cow into the slightly more angular dairy animal that we see in the Holstein breed.
Traditionally, and obviously then, as a beef producing person myself, then the width factor of the British Frisian, the wide pin bones, and perhaps a lot more flesh on them animals, obviously, because we'd be selling beef cattle, crossbred calves, and we'd want that. So
I would have said
it's difficult to find perhaps now half-bred cows to come into the beef herd without having a little bit of Frisian influence, and obviously, as you stated, then it's going to become more difficult again, isn't it?
Yeah, well, maybe not so. I think there's a lot of, within the commercial element of the industry, there's quite a lot of British Frisian blood being used back and forth. So there is that little bit of amalgamation of the bloodlines across, but we'll have to rejoin this class later for a result.
Ma' na Sylwebaeth Saesneg. English commentary is available on this programme and on our main Ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C viewers hotline.
Yes, as Ewan alluded to, the judging continues in the team of 5 dairy cattle. In the meantime, let's head over to the pig ring, and here's Gerald again with Emma.
Diolch, Gareth. Yes, we followed the Interbreed Pairs Championship earlier on, and now we are going back to the overall pig championship competition.
We have the champion from all the breeds represented, individual champions are on show here.
Yes, and lovely to see so many pigs out, I have to say. So lovely that the Berkshires, the Tamworth, Saddleback, and some other breeds have got their own sections this week, rather than having to do it together in any other breeds.
Am I correct in saying this is very large Tamworth pig? Because
she'd be an older sow. But yeah, good size on her for a Tamworth breed.
Because we've seen the pair of youngsters then obviously taking the reserve championship in the pairs competition, and they were a lot smaller than...
A lot smaller, yes. And that's what makes the judging difficult as well, because you're judging, younger animals against senior animals. That's a heck of a saddleback sow there from the Perkins family. And they indeed they've won the championship pig in previous years, so they'll be looking to do very well.
That is a strong animal, isn't it?
Very
What
strong.
breed is the black one that's just passed, or the off-black colour?
The brownie pig, then, that's a Duroc, so that would have won the champion in any other modern breed. They're considered to be a modern breed. They're actually originating from the US originally, the Duroc pig, and they're renowned for their eating quality and having marbling as well, which is quite unusual in the pigs to that extent. Then, so a bit like you'd have your Wagyu in the beef. Then. So that's the Welsh boar that we featured earlier on in the week from TV Evans. Nice pig, indeed.
Very well made pig, isn't he?
The Welsh, of course, took the pairs earlier on with different breeders, because the pigs had to be... then we have the Duroc now.
It's a wild boar, man.
Well, possibly it would have originated.
Like we've been talking about the Frisian cows, there's a bit of wild boar in there somewhere.
Not too many of them. I don't think we've featured them on the television here before.
If one of them come to the top here today, probably do them the world of good, wouldn't it?
Yes. No patrons out in the ring today. We have had them in the past. Then they're super pig there now. If you were asked to draw a pig now, it looked like that.
Fair comment. Yeah.
And then the middle white here, sweet little sow, or gilt, I should say.
It's a funny scenario. Then we got the large white, the middle white. Where's the small white? hasn't come along yet.
No.
Long gone.
They make the chipolata sausages.
Oh, there we are. Then, yeah.
But isn't that a wonderful scene, just to see all the different breeds, and so nice that they are well represented. Really great. But the judge there, Mr. Steve Lovelace, he's got something to do to pick his pig, so hopefully he'll come back later on to see where the red card goes.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Emma. And quickly, we'll head back to the main ring and rejoin Danielle.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we're class 96. This is the junior stallion class, so aged between 4 and 7. They split this class similar to they do with the mares. So decision has been made, and in first place we have Jessie Penfolds, Cloyne Howell, Nebunanza. And in second place we have Ashley Dawson, Erevorch Carlwyn, and in third Jay Hayward's Four Ways Prince.
Super lady.
Here we see him running out. As always, these stallions are incredibly impressive. It takes a lot of work to get them to settle and to move as well as this horse is going now. And they're quite hard work to handle. As you can see, he's got his tail up and he's thoroughly enjoying his trip here around the Royal Welsh Ring.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. The judging is continuing in the cattle ring with the dairy cow team of 5. So let's get back to Gerald and Iwan.
Paul Harrison yw'r beirniad.
Yeah, tremendous shot from aerial view we've got here.
Yeah,
Ewan, of the
always
prospective winners.
Those aerial views always lovely, just to see what we've got in the ring, filling that class and filling the spectacle up in front of us. And
I did happen to notice then throughout that, and here it is in front of us actually, that the Brown Swiss must have been struggling for numbers, and they have a junior heifer in the shot in the team of 5.
Yeah, certainly. I think the Brown Swiss would have had, and the Ayrshires I think are the same. I think I noticed it. You noticed the Brown Swiss, I noticed it in the Ayrshires there, that they've included a dry heifer as well, or an uncarved heifer, and I think it is literally they haven't got the numbers of milkers forward to fulfil the team of 5 milkers, which is a teeny bit of a shame, because it nearly makes it a non-competition for them.
Okay, fair comment, yeah.
So we are then, and obviously I don't think the short ones have submitted a team of 5, so we are literally nearly down to a 2-horse race.
I'm going to stick my neck out this time. I think the Holsteins are there. Look at the milk that's in display there.
You'd be right, Gerald. It is a phenomenal display of cows, and again, there's a balance to them. There's a lovely width throughout the rumps of each of those cows.
Gee whiz.
And I'd just like to say a few words about each of the individual groups. But just before I do that, I'd like to say a huge thank you to the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society for asking me to come along and judge here today. It's been a real pleasure and a privilege to be asked to come here to such a fantastic setting, to such a fantastic show. May I thank the stewards for making my job easier by working the ring, and also thank each and every exhibitor for bringing the cattle out in such tremendous form. It's always a great honour and a privilege to judge quality cattle, and that's what we've had here today. And a real credit to everyone. And I think they all deserve a huge round of applause. Thank you. The Brown Swiss team, a real well-balanced team. Cattle of the same sort of type, cattle of the same sort of stature, cattle with this dairy strength, with this power. They're just a little bit disadvantaged today for having an in-calf heifer and a maiden heifer against milkers, but a great credit to the breed for turning out such a beautiful balanced team. And then to the Holstein team, we have 5 cows that are full of milk, fantastic rear udders, great frames, great dairy strength, great ring presence for these cattle. And again, every farmer's dream to stand behind, every dairy farmer's dream to stand behind these cows and milk quality cows with quality udders like this. Again, to the Ayrshire breed, again, a breed very, very well represented here with some great cows in here. Again, a little bit of a disadvantage with an in-calf heifer in there. But again, heifers always are the future. And again, a heifer that shows a lot of promise. Again, a well-balanced team, beautifully matched, showing the Ayrshire breed off to its advantage. And then to the jerseys, again, very like the Holstein team, cows showing a lot of milk, cows showing fantastic rear udders, great frames, great openness in the frame, beautiful balanced cows, and cows with fantastic bone quality and move round the ring so well. And again, a real credit to the breed and to the breeders for turning out such quality cattle on day 2. Well, I know the hard work that goes on behind the scenes, and again, a great credit to them. So without further ado, I'll tap out the champion and the reserve champion for the 2023 show, and then give a few pointers as to why that I've done that. Thank you.
So there we go. He's given us a few words on the lineup that he's got in front of him before going and tapping out the champion reserve. And while he's quick and sharp to back your judgment, Gerald, and he's gone for the Holstein team of 5. And we've been talking during the beef teams of 5 about bringing a breed together. 5 animals here from 5 different exhibitors, Gerald. That's exactly what you've said earlier about bringing the whole breed society, the whole show together, working as a unit to try and win something for their breed.
I might just stick my neck out and say it'd have to go a long, long way to see 5 better cows than that, and as a bunch like that too.
A lovely display of cows. Yes, an absolutely lovely display of cows that represent the breed well. We get into the front of them here, we're seeing width of cows, the back we're seeing width of rump, as you expressed earlier, Gerald, full of milk.
Full of milk.
Yeah, just cows looking at their best.
Pay dues to the Holstein. Probably they'll take a bit of beating, but I'm sure these other societies are going to keep on trying.
Oh, certainly, and we've seen in the past the Jerseys have managed it, and as I said earlier, they are a breed that you can match up relatively nice, and congratulations to the 5 exhibitors on their win here in the team of 5 with the Holstein cows.
Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn i chi. Holl waith caled wedi talu ffordd i chi gyd.
Diolch yn fawr.
Da iawn. Diolch ti bai.
Yes, the Holsteins take their team of 5 in the cattle ring. Let's go back to the main ring and rejoin Danielle.
Hello and welcome to Special 28. This is the male championship for the Section A's. So we have the young stock male champion from yesterday and the male champions from today in the senior classes. We have a beautiful lineup here, all grey, 2 beautiful dapple greys and then the lighter coloured dapple greys down the bottom of the line. As you can see, we have 1 stallion in stallion tack. You don't see so many animals shown in stallion tack these days, but it's traditionally, many years ago, most stallions would have been exhibited with tack on. Sometimes it can just help to balance the animal. Sometimes it can also help to improve the overall look. Here's our judge, Mrs. Perrins, having a walk down the line. I'm guessing she has a very slight idea which is her favourite, but it's always worthwhile taking a second look to make sure that you've got the correct animal coming forward for the championship. We see the stallion, the handler. He has a very colourful pair of trousers on. He always wears something special when he's at the Royal Welsh. Likes to make himself stand out a little bit, Mr. Graham Roberts. Have we had a decision? She is discussing with her stewards as the handlers are doing their best to make these horses look their very, very best. I think it's just started raining and it looks like it is the 3-year-old colt from yesterday, 178 Idyllic Spectre with Ashley and Daniel Aldridge, and then in reserve champion it is 412, the stallion from today's classes, which is owned by the Weller family, and his name is Delamai Bohemian. 2 ponies of very similar type. Congratulations to both owners. It's nice to see such a young colt come forward to take the championship. As you can see, the owner looks very pleased with winning. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see him go out the ring to show us his beautiful paces. And here he goes.
Idyllic Spectre.
Idyllic Spectre, male champion at the Royal Welsh Show. Full of life, enjoying himself as he moves beautifully to leave the ring.
Well, we were in the pig ring earlier, so let's rejoin Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we're back for the individual pig championship, and while we've been away, these people have been working hard to try and impress the judge, Ems.
Oh, it looks like it. And they're all now hanging around.
Chasing
to
around.
see. Yeah, but it looks like he's made his decision then, and we're just waiting for the stewards to do their job. There we go. Nice shot of the saddleback pig there from
that is a powerful
David
sound,
Piggin.
right?
Yes, and
There's a lorry load of meat on her.
Yeah. Be fairly heavy in pig, I would say.
Yes, indeed.
And we've had winners from, well, in horses, we'd say from the same stable, but we'll say from the same sty then, the pigs.
O Sunrise Farm, wrth i'r glaw ddod lawr.
And I'd say that Tamworth sow would be fairly heavy in pig as well. She's
Yes,
from
indeed, yes.
Barbara Warren, who
So we're off on the walk. I don't know which direction.
It's gone
my
to the
word, he's gone to the
Duroc.
Duroc.
Wow.
And his squill.
Now there's a... We haven't seen the Duroc breed engraved on many cups here, but huge achievement for them from Giles Oliver with his Duroc gilt. Fantastic, and hopefully we'll see where no, we didn't quite see where it went, but there we go, the reserve then to David Perkins for his saddleback sow. So
well done to all the pigs who are on show.
Fantastic show of pigs, absolutely.
Danielle.
So here we have the young handlers. So this is a very important class because it helps to encourage our youngsters to come forward and to have their own class and be able to exhibit the skills that they are learning. I believe that this is the senior of the section. So yesterday there was a preliminary judging down in Ring 3 where 4 out of the exhibits were pulled forward in no particular order, and then today those 4 are competing against each other. It looks like we have a winner, and I will just see if I can find her number. She's number 32, and that, I believe her name is Ellie Kerwood, who's from Lincolnshire. She looks very, very, very happy to have won. This is the senior class, so the older of the 2 sections. She has also been very lucky to be winning £80 for this class, so it's well worth coming and well worth taking place. And our judge comes forwards to give her the card and beautiful rosettes that we have in this competition. I'm afraid I don't actually know what the ages are for the young handlers. I'm just looking to see if I can find it. So the senior handlers are 17 to 19 years and the junior handlers were 14 to 16 years. This class isn't judged on the horse, it's actually judged on the ability of the handler, how well they have produced the pony, how well they are showing it, and how well they show off how she handles it. So she will have been judged on how she walks it, trots it, stands it up, and presents it to the judge, so that you show off the best of that pony. She has a little Section A pony here. She may have been in the main competition with it as well. There she goes. Very happy, pleased with her pony. Getting ready to have a photograph, I would imagine. Big smiles all round.
Well, Ellie Curwood, hot off the press, our champion young handler for 2023. Llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi. How are you feeling?
Pretty surreal, really. I just came for a run around. But yeah, it's my last year, so I knew I had to go out with a bang.
Well, you've certainly done that, and I hear you've come quite a long way for this competition.
Yeah, 5 hours from Lincolnshire, but it's all worth it.
It'll be an easy 5 hours home.
It will, yes. We'll be leaving any minute now to get on the lorry all the way back home.
Well, it's going to be a great journey home. Many, many congratulations to you at Llongyfarchiadau.
Well, it's been a while since we've been to the sheep shearing shed. That's where we're off now. Here's Gerald, a new one.
Yes, we're back now in semi-final number 2 of the Champion Shearer of Wales, and we have some familiar names on display again here. Ewan in Gareth Daniel, David Davis, Gethin Lewis, Lloyd Rees, Caredig Lewis, and Matthew Evans on stand number 6. There's Matthew.
Yes, that's one shearing lad they do know relatively well.
Matthew has been Champion Shearer of Wales.
He has, yes. No.
I'm not too sure how many times, but then and there's Lloyd Rees there, young man from down, not too far from Bilthia, down in Llandafalle.
And we are obviously watching the Champion Shearer of Wales here. We saw a heat earlier that included some New Zealand boys, but this is exclusively the champion for Welsh shearers, isn't it?
You are quite right. Yes, you are quite right.
There's obviously the open competition where we will feature shearers from all over the world.
Yes.
New Zealanders could be from anywhere, couldn't they?
Yes, indeed.
But this is the exclusive one.
All nations is all nations, and this is confined to Welsh competitors.
Would you, if you were one of these Welsh boys, you're obviously open to shearing both. Is that would you be? If it was you now, Gerald, stood up in there, would this be the one you'd want to win?
I don't know, to be honest with you. Open shearer of all nations, I suppose, but yes, you'd like to get your name on the all shearer champion of Wales, I suppose too, wouldn't you? But
or is it a case of you'll take what you get if you can win it?
No. I'd do the 2 if I was up. I wouldn't be satisfied with 1.
You'd win the 2, you mean, Gerald?
I would win the 2, half a chance. I'll have to go back to training, but these boys are up to quite a bit now, to be fair, and they're shearing exceptionally well, to be fair.
And I'm sure there's obviously a camaraderie between these boys. They shear against each other quite a lot, but there's obviously the further they get in the competition, the feel gets more, the adrenaline is firing in them, and just they get it in them that they want. They're pushing on all the time. I assume,
most
aren't they?
Definitely, that one eggs one another. The crowd is doing its bit. Anybody that denied the fact that you didn't get wound up and get excited and go, then they'd be probably lying, because you might go out there with a game plan in your mind of I'll just take my time and make sure I shear every sheep correctly. But when you hear them, what you will hear is them port all doors will be banging when another competitor is taking the lamb, and especially after on the first lamb, when you bang and you're only halfway through, you're thinking to yourself, I got to get my arse in.
Of course, that's where the pressure mounts, and as they're obviously sprung-loaded doors, so exactly. You do hear that big
You
clutch.
would hear that bang, yes, indeed you would.
Yeah.
So, no, these boys would... they would be able to up their game and slow their game down, and obviously if it isn't going quite that well, perhaps you'd have to think to yourself, well, I've got to just really slow down here and make sure that every lamb that I do is very, very good, and that I'm not going to lose any points out the back.
And even though this is exceedingly fast, the pace these boys are going.
Oh yes, indeed.
They'll know if they're shearing well.
Yes,
they'll know. They'll have the feel, won't they? They're obviously moving so fast. You're not going to see everything that you're doing, but they're obviously looking at how they do. They're looking for the bits and we don't see any of these boys really second cutting, do we?
No.
We're not seeing it, but they'll know if it's clean.
Oh yes, indeed. I think Matthew tried to clean himself up by the look of it too on his left arm. But no, indeed, yes, you're quite right in terms of they know if they're shearing well and how it is actually coming off and that. But you believe me, they'd pull their handpiece off, and one place they will be going to have a look will be straight down the back and see what their pen looks like, and obviously observe the judge down the back will be saying.
We focus a lot on here, don't we? Once they complete. We'll have a chat about that later, but Matthew first out there, and
hopefully we'll come back and
rejoin the competition later.
Dyma ni, cystadleuaeth y March Hun, a'r Cymru sydd wedi bod yn rhagori dros y blynyddoedd.
Menai Sparkling Imperial, dyma chi'r March Hun gore. Yn ddwrnod i'w gofio I deulu Brydfa Menai a Menai Cardi Llwyd.
Ond mae'r Saeson wedi buddsoddi ac wedi ennill I siar weithiau.
A Trefalian Black Harry yw'r March Hun gore yn y sioe frenhinol yn 2010.
Powys Valley Maxen yn dod â ddipyn o look I Peter a Jackie Denning.
Ac mae ambell geffyl wedi ennill fwy nag unwaith.
Brynmor sydd wedi mynd â hi o bobl fach. Mae wedi bod yn dipyn o sioe yn dywi I Gwenllan Brynmor.
Mae'r brif eisteddle dan I sang, a does na ddim un bwlch gwag o gwmpas y prif gylch. Prynhawn di Mercher, prynhawn y cobie. Mae'r cylch yn gyfan ac yn barod I groesawu y meirch hun I berfformio o flaen y dorf. Yn gwmni fi I fwynhau y gystadleuaeth drydanol mae heddi, mae David Oliver ac Owen Griffiths. A David ac Owen, I ni'n gallu timlo yr egni, a mae wir I weid bod yr wythnos mewn ffordd yn adeiladu lan tuag at y prynhawn y cobie.
Yn bendant, mae pawb, os ydych chi'n gysylltiad a ceffylau neu ddim, mae pawb yn gwybod bod I Mercher yn diwrnod mawr y cobie fan hyn, a bod eich hafbwynt hynny yw dosbarth y meirch yma yn y prif gylch, a mae'n braf cael gweld gymaint o bobl yma unwaith eto yn gwylio.
Yn ddiddorol Owen yn dwi fel mae'r holl beth wedi adeiladu a cynyddu ar hyd y blynydde. Mae'n tyfu a thyfu drwy'r amser.
Ydy, mae'r naws yn drydanol yma yn y prif gylch ar hyn o bryd, a fel nes I sôn, mae'r peth yn tyfu o hyd. Wyt ti'n meddwl bod ti wedi cyrraedd eich hafbwynt y peth rhai blynydde yn ôl, a wedyn y flwyddyn ar ôl ni, mae hyd yn oed yn fwy eto.
Mae llygad y byd ar y gystadleuaeth yma.
Felly, o'n i'n sôn wrth yn gilydd yn gynharach, mae'r byd I gyd yn gwybod am y diwrnod yma. Maen nhw gyd yn gwybod bod y copiau Cymreig yn y sioe frenhinol. Dwi'n meddwl bod yna'r un sioe yn y byd a tyniad mor fawr â hyn. Mae'r copiau Cymreig yma'n fyd enwog, a mi fydd na bobl o Australia, o'r Amerig, yn codi yng nghanol nos I weld...
Good afternoon, and here we are. Huge anticipation for this class. It's what everyone comes to the Royal Welsh to see, the Welsh Cob Senior Stallion class. As always, a magnificent display. The ring is packed out with people in the grandstand and on Horse Hill watching. There's nothing quite like watching these powerful, magnificent animals come into this ring, and there's no feeling like running in front of that grandstand with all the crowd cheering and hollering and clapping for you. The power and the enthusiasm is infectious. Everyone gets excited, including the horses and the handlers. You do have to be fit. I've tried it. I've run round there. It's not easy, I have to tell you. Most of them will be wearing togs to get a bit of grip, especially after the rain that we've had this afternoon. As you can see, the crowd's very excited to be watching, and it's always sell-out capacity. They're still coming down. Everybody wants to come in towards the end of the class. They don't want to get in too early. And they're still coming in.
Are we talking a very large entry this time, Danny?
There's 26 entries entered. We'll see how many come forward. Not as big as it has been over the years, but we have seen a small decline in entries, mainly due to the current climate, I think. This is a very expensive hobby, and horses are not easy to keep. It's a lot of work involved and a lot of cost. But you won't get a show of Welsh cobs any better than here at the Royal Welsh Show.
I'm going to stick you on the line now. Have you got a favourite yourself? Or
I haven't had a good enough.
Gareth and myself are pretty liberal. We'll take your money, but we won't hold you to the. We won't hold you to it.
We still have, this is, they've gone away from him now, but that was Mickey Morris's black horse, Thorny Side, the High Flyer. He's always a huge crowd pleaser. We can't see him at the moment, but we may get the chance to have a look at him.
Are we last year's champion here?
I have no idea, to be honest. Oh. I haven't spent enough time looking at the catalogue. I should have looked harder, shouldn't I? It's nice to see women being in the ring as well, showing, and here he comes, Thorny Side the Highwayman. And they're still going. Fair play to the runners.
This Who's our judge today?
Mae hynny'n gallu wneud, wrth gwrs.
This is a beautiful bay stallion coming in with 4 white socks, looking beautiful, dapples gleaming. Our judge, Mr. Geraint Davis, will have his work cut out for him today to try and find out who his winner is. Everybody wants to win this prize. We've been competing here for many, many years. We have nothing here this year, but we've had great success here, and there's nothing quite like running around that ring with a stallion. For the Welsh breeds, coming here is in comparison to winning an Olympic medal or winning the Ashes or anything to do with sporting, this is the one that you want to win if you own a Welsh cob. Again, we have a lovely stallion here, shown in stallion tack. As I said earlier, it's not something that you see on all horses. It's very traditional. Many, many years ago, most horses, most stallions in particular, would have been shown in tack like this. And it is, I like to see it. Some people don't like to see it. I always think it improves the horse. It helps them to balance. But they do need to suit it as well, and they have to be happy in it. It's also important that it's fitted correctly. This is 1185. I think it's Mr. Gibbons. It's from Arthur Calzaghe, and it's owned by Lee Kirkland. So now we're just waiting for them to have their first initial run round, where the judge gets the first opportunity to see them trot around the ring individually. Oh, he's going to watch them walk round first. It's important when the cobs come out now that they walk. They do get very excited and can bounce a little bit too much, but it's important to see that they have a good walk. A lot of umbrellas around the ring. unfortunately has got a little bit wet, so let's hope no one falls over. And I think here we go with the first one run in now. This is 1:1:96. Laura and Matthew Russell. Oh, they've been asked to continue walking. No running just yet. The judge wants to have a look at that walk. For myself, a walk is very important. I like doing the ridden, and I find it's important that the horse is tracking up when he does walk. If they don't have a good walk, I feel that they also probably don't have the best of trots. So I always find it an important pace when judging. We have, by looks of it, 14 or 15 entries forward in this class. Judge Mr Davis is having a good look. He's had to put his waterproof coat on due to the weather. Our competitors are walking around the ring, trying to show off their animals to the best of their ability. As you can see, they're all in prime condition. Dapples, gleaming white socks, clean tack, gleaming bridles.
Ond beth am yr olwg, beth am y paratoi pan y ti'n mynd nôl blynydde gyda'r magi?
This is Mr CJ Merrick with Brynaith on the director.
Ti fewn a ti fas mewn gwirionedd.
Wel, beth sy'n rhaid i gofio gyda rhai o'r brydfeidd yma, mae yna genedlaethau o fag wedi bod. Fi Gymru ni, enghraifft, brydfa gilydd.
They continue their walk around as the judge makes his first assessment.
Felly, nid mater o paratoi'r ceffyl yma, maen nhw wedi paratoi'r ceffyl yma ers blynydde maith.
As you can see, they have the majority of the main ring. It's probably the size of a running track, so you can imagine how hard it is to control that animal and run around it and show him off to his best of his ability. So hats off to all our handlers out there.
Yn fach a adeiladu ar hynny. Mae llawer o'r cyffylau yma wedi bod yn sioe fe'r Llambed, droion.
He's right down the front, having a really good look.
Felly mae dipyn o baratoi mynd ymlaen I ddod i'r sioe yma.
A'i cyfarwyddo nhw hefyd.
Very serious, taking it very seriously. Stewards here, hats off to them. They spent the whole week in this ring, working really, really hard for the show. As you can see, the Horse Hill, as it's called, is packed out. Even in this weather, it's still full. Everybody that comes here comes to watch this class. It is the highlight of the show and has been for many, many years. We still get goosebumps watching it. So I think we're going to get ready for the first one to do his first trot out. I'm sure that the crowd in the grandstand and on Horse Hill will get behind each and every one to encourage them and for the horses to show themselves off to their very, very best. Judge is ready. Thumbs up. And here we go with the first one. Putting on a lovely show, trotting out strong and square. He's given a lovely show, no breaking into canter. And this is Laura and Matthew Russell, Pennell Apollo. Now this gentleman is actually my farrier. He shoes my horses for me, Simon Pring. Again, he's showing a lovely, lovely show. A little excited by the judge, but trotting out beautifully. And this is Mark Roberts' horse, Brynaith and Kingpin. But Simon's showing for him today. This is Mr. Derek Dykes, and he is running for the owner of this horse again today. Some of us are getting a little bit too long in the tooth to do this, so we have our handlers to come forward and help and get the younger generation to do it. And that's Mr. Jesse Penfold's Gwenfais Cylenin Welenig. I believe he has won here in the past. Again, putting on a beautiful display. So next up we have Mr. CJ Merricks, Brynaithen the director. The Merricks are competitors again that come to the Royal Welsh every year. They always bring forward entries into nearly all classes. They are great competitors and great ambassadors for the breed because they are here every year enjoying the ring.
Geraint Davies o beirniad yn cael golwg ar bob un.
Now we have this dark bay stallion again trotting out.
Penlan Grieg, the dominator, dan Pwllogeth Lisa Saint. The march, Thorny Side, the Terminator, a gall argaseg y Penlan Grieg.
This is Lisa Saint's Penlan Crude, the dominator.
Pob un yn teithio'n hapus.
Been shown by Tom Clark. Again, a younger generation, a little bit faster than us old ladies and gentlemen that can't quite keep up with these beautiful cobs anymore.
I brynhawn y cobiau yn Llanelwedd eleni.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. Without further ado, it's straight back to the main ring, and here's Danielle again.
Thank you, Gareth. And yep, here we are, back to this Welsh Cob Senior Stallion class. That was Mickey Morris's Thornyside, the High Flyer, that's just gone. It's always a huge crowd pleaser. big mover, always puts on a magnificent display to get the crowd excited. So now they're having another walk round while the judge has a think about his decisions before he starts to pull and make his first place in. So we're all waiting in anticipation to see who comes in first. And this looks like Scott Gibbons coming in, the runner. I do believe that it isn't his horse, it belongs to somebody else, and he's showing for them today. And it's Lee Kirkland's Fronarth Calzaghe that looks like it's come in first. The rest of us continue to walk round. Always mouth in the moment, mouth in your heart moment while you're waiting to get called in. As I mentioned earlier, everybody would love to win this class. It is the pinnacle of owning and breeding Welsh cobs. Our judge, Mr. Davis, being asked to come and judge at this show is also a huge honour, one that's not taken on lightly. It's a long 2 days of standing in that ring and judging. And it's no easy task with so many magnificent, beautiful animals that come in front of you. It's a real privilege to be able to judge here. They're still walking around. I thought we'd pulled one in, but it must have been mistaken. There's still judge is still making his decision. Taking his time, making sure he gets things correct. Sometimes it can be a hard decision, especially when there are so many beautiful animals forward.
Yn y zone, yeah. And ffocysu ar cyffel yn unig.
So we have Dorian Lloyd.
Dyma'r un sydd ar y brig, ar hyn o bryd, eiddo I Meirion, Diane a Caleb Evans o Brydfa Gwynfaes. Gwynfaes sydd yn wledig.
Yr ail.
Yeah, eiddo I Lee Kirkland.
And that's Lee Kirkland with Fronarth Calzaghe.
Ac ychydig mwy o offer.
Yeah, mae rhai yn penderfynu ac yn dewis I roi tac yn nhw.
So 3 placed so far today. 4th coming in now. See, our judge is making the decisions quickly. He knows what he wants.
Beth ych chi'n gweld sydd I mynd a'i lygad Beth sydd I sefyll mas iddo fe o ran rhinweddau y meirch?
Mae'r un sy'n gyntaf, mae'n benychel yn dweud, mae wddog fel cryman.
We have mostly bays in this class, but there is one dun and one chestnut. And then this is Thornyside, the high flyer, belonging to Mickey Morris.
Fi'n credu dyna'r beth sy'n neud mor unigryw yw'r ffaith bod mor benychel ac yn mor browd o hunan.
Fe welwn ni bob un ohonyn nhw yn symud ac yn teithio'n dda.
This is Gwynfaes Seren Welenig.
Ffactor bydd yn bwysig I Geraint.
Ffactor enfawr. Mae'r rhaid bod nhw'n cyfro'r tir, bod nhw'n gallu trefeili. Cael un ben yr cylch yn fan hyn i'r llall, gyda cynifer cyn lleiaf o steps mewn ffordd.
We still have a few walking around, but it shouldn't take the judge long to put in a final placing. Once all have been placed, they'll come out in front of the judge for him to have a good close-up look at them. He'll walk round them, wants to check on the confirmation and the correctness of the breed type. They'll then do a walk away and a trot back towards the judge. This is done to make sure that the horse walks straight and true with no dishing or plaiting. He'll be looking for a good shoulder and front, clean through the throat, pony face with a bold eye and small ear. Good tail set, nice deep rib. As always with these animals, every single one turned out to perfection, fit and healthy.
Lly'r tri sydd ar y brig ar hyn o bryd. Gwynfaes sydd yn wledig. Fronarth Calzaghe yn ail a Geilir Mathias yn trydydd.
With 14 animals to judge and to come forward in front of him. He's got his work cut out, but I think so far he will be happy with the lineup that he has. We can see all the crowd enjoying the spectacle as well. There he goes, up to the top of the line. These stallions are always highly exuberant in this class, and they love nothing better than to show off, especially in front of a crowd like the Royal Welsh. Dorian has been showing for many years. He's an excellent showman. He knows how to get the best out of his animals as he comes forward.
Canolfan yr aelodau Dani Sang.
And he comes forward for Mr Davies to have a look at him. He'll stand him up nice and square. Hopefully he'll behave. As you can see, he's full of exuberance, wanting to go.
Y teulu sy'n berchen ar ceffyl yma, Meirion, Diane a Caleb Evans.
I would imagine that Dorian's heart is pounding, hoping that he gets the very, very best from his horse today.
A cydweithio agos gyda Dorian Lloyd a'r teulu.
Mae Seren wedi bod fyny yn byw gyda Dorian a Michelle, yr estiffin.
He's looking very fit and very well, has dapples all over his coat. And there he goes with the crowd getting behind him. As he continues to run all the way around the ring. The judge is looking to make sure he's moving well, and as he is here, covering the ground, powering from behind, all the way round, and keep going. Beautiful.
Well, mi nawn ni adael y prif gylch am fymryn, ond os da chi am aros...
Well, we'll just leave the main ring for the time being. Just to remind you, if you want to follow it live, it's all on our website. Visit the s4c.cymru/Sioe for all the information as to how to follow it all live from the main ring. We will be returning there, of course, but we're just going to go over quickly to the shearing shed, and we're following I think it's the one of the semi-finals as far as the shearer of Wales is concerned, and I believe that Gwion, the world champion, is included in this semi-final.
Yes, no, it's we're following the first of the semi-finals, but it is in the open competition, open all nations. Then, if I'm right, Gerald, isn't it? So but it does certainly include our current world champion.
No, it actually is the first of semi-finals, and we have a few Welshmen on board. But first on stand one is Jimmy Samuels, and then Caredig Lewis, Richard Jones. Oh, sorry, Gwion Evans is on stand 4. You're quite right. Jack Fagan, a New Zealand guy, is on stand 6, and Lloyd Rees, another Welsh boy, is on stand number 6. Sorry, Jack Fagan's on 5. And Lloyd Rees is on number 6. So Lloyd Rees is giving it to works on the end there.
Yes, certainly, and obviously, so we're seeing the Battle of Nations here as well. One Kiwi amongst all these Welsh guys as well, and it'll be interesting as we progress through to see who makes it through to the final. And this is the first of 3 semi-finals. We've alluded to the fact that it would probably be 3, so 18 shearers vying it out to make it to the final 6.
There is Jack Fagan. And I was lucky enough many years ago to shear with his father, David, in New Zealand. Fagan's name is very well recognised in the shearing world.
Yes, well, we'll even see it. We'll see the name on the stand in a lot of places here. The shearing trousers there, having Fagan on them.
Franchise business of Fagan shearing equipment, yes.
And they'd obviously supply this globally, obviously.
They did. A lot of these boys would have been over here and stayed over here since the World Championship that was held up in in the Royal Highland Show just a month or so ago, so a lot of these guys would have stayed for this specific competition here, and as probably a lot of them have been here before as well, but they would have remained here after competing in that World Championship, and I'm sure quite a few of them would have probably been up there, but all we all know is that Rhian Lloyd Evans was the one that came to the top up there, and that's all we basically heard, isn't it?
Certainly so.
Wales did win the team championship with Richard Jones as well, so Richard, we witnessed himself cheering here as well.
And yes, I believe he's actually cheering alongside his teammate on stand 3, I believe. If we get a wider shot, we'd certainly be able to confirm that.
Jack Fagan is finished.
First out.
Yes, indeed, first out.
Kiwis setting the pace, if not maybe setting the scores.
Well, you never know. We're back to the main ring, and
Yep. And as we can see, the rain has started to fall here at the Royal Welsh Showground. Plenty of people watching, but the umbrellas are prominent. Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and straight back to the main ring for the senior Welsh Cob Stallions. Here's Danielle.
Thank you, Gareth. Yep, this class is still continuing, so our judge, Mr. Geraint Davies of the Rugby Stud, is watching as these stallions do their individual shows. Geraint has been breeding Welsh Cobs for many, many years. He started the stud back in 1979 and has been a prolific winner here at the Royal Welsh. He's won 4 gold medals with Section C's and Section D's. So he's an experienced breeder, showman, and should have a good idea as to what he's looking for in this ring today.
We've seen earlier on then that you said that he made his pull in. Obviously, there is nowhere near the quantity of stallions left in this, so if you were not pulled in the initial pull, do you leave the arena, or do you just go and stand in the background? Or?
In this stallion class, at this show, they always judge all animals that come forward for the class. You may have seen, especially in the Section A's this morning, because there are 30 plus animals on time restraints, sometimes some animals will be leaving the ring because it just isn't the time. They get an initial look at by the judge, and she will have another second look before they leave. But this class in particular, they allowed the time for all animals to be judged and have their own individual shows.
So we talked about his initial pull in. What is that in relation to then? So he obviously pull in the one that he may fancy, that just might get and examine that horse first, and then work his way through the rest.
So that's what he's done.
So it's a preliminary.
Yes, similar to a preliminary. So he's pulled them in an order first, second, third. In his mind, after their first go round, that is the order that he'd like to see them. It's not often that you get changes, but it does happen. He is now, as you see, doing the individuals, so he's looking at them closer up. If he sees anything that he doesn't like, that may change his final decision, and there is a chance that he will change some of them around. Nothing worse than when you're pulled on top and you don't stay there. So let's hope that doesn't happen, but it does happen, and it can happen.
So at what stage, if he changed his mind from his initial pull-in, will he swap them horses around as they finish this particular event, or at the end in the final lineup, will he swap them around like the cattle and sheep judges do?
Once he's seen all of them go, so I think there's 14 or 15 in there, once they've all done their individual, he will probably have a walk down the line. They don't always, but I would imagine he'd like to just make sure he's looking at them correctly. He might walk down the line and he'll make a decision as to whether he wants to change any.
The Welsh Cob then is obviously of a certain size, but I just can't help but notice that then perhaps a couple of them are a little bit taller in the shoulder than a couple of their fellow competitors.
So Welsh Cobs, they don't have an upper height limit, they just need to be over 13.2. Traditionally, and many years ago, 14.2 used to be the height that most Cobs were. We do see them larger than that these days. They can be, a lot of them are around the 15 hand mark. I don't personally like them to be much taller than that. I find that they lose a little bit of the Welshness about them, but there is also an awful lot of there's a big market for the bigger horses. They're very popular for a ridden animal, and the people that want to do competition like them just to be a little bit bigger and a little bit more rangy. It's nice to see a woman showing this cob here. She's regularly out on the circuit and goes to a lot of shows. Most of these horses look like they're fire-breathing dragons, but they usually all have amazing temperaments.
Well, we'll have to come back in a little while and resume on this particular competition, and hopefully the judge will get closer to his decision.
Yes, indeed we will. Who will be the star of the show in the main ring later on this afternoon, we shall see. But we're going to go over quickly to the cattle ring, because we saw some of the teams going through the weigh-in process earlier on. Well, it's time for the competition, tug-of-war competition. And I believe the guys in the green behind Ivan there is the Brecon team, and the guys in the black closest to the camera are from Eryri. Now then, it just won't be one. How many legs would there be altogether, Ewan?
Well, if I'm right, Gareth, there's usually 3 legs, so they'll have to pull it against each other 3 times. And I think it will also depend how many they got forward, whether they've done a round robin or a knockout competition within the young families.
So if this is the first leg, what would your tactics be initially?
Well, rather an amateur at this, but a lot of the time, I think the key is to sit on the rope. That's the key. If you've got a good technique at that, you'll usually break the other team. Those teams that sort of pull straight away are generally sort of the more desperate ones.
Right, okay.
The really good ones, usually, they get themselves set up well and sit on the rope.
Right, well, as things stand at the moment, the Eryri team seem to be getting the upper hand, but then again, the Brecon siders seem to have steadied the ship somewhat. Now then, which member of that particular team, when you're assessing the opponents, would make the call, or would it be the coach on the sideline?
I think the coach will be the one making the call when to pull. I think that's the key thing with the coach being there, is they're the one sort of making those calls. There's obviously immense pressure when you're trying to sit on the rope, because the issue is once you start going, you've got to get good leg action. Then otherwise you'll get penalised if you drop to the floor. So that's the key thing, is about striking that balance and the coach making the right calls for them.
And this one looks finely balanced at the moment.
It certainly does.
Eryri have lost momentum to some degree.
And I'd
the
imagine,
coach is essential, actually. The coaches that they would be trained, and this is what they'd be basically doing every night in training, listening to him, when to hold, when to pull, when to take the smallest step, and then if they take the smallest step and there is success, then he will encourage them to keep going. But coaches would be in their ears right from the word go.
And I'd imagine the weather conditions we've just had this afternoon aren't really helping. They've made the top quite slippery as well, haven't they? Whereby...
Same for both teams.
True enough, Gerald, true enough there.
Well, Eryri looked as if they were getting the upper hand initially, but Brecon have won the first leg here. Presumably it's a knockout tournament with
yes, indeed.
the journey leading all the way to the final.
They will swap ends now, so and then if Brecon are successful, they will toss for choice of ends for the third and final pull.
Right,
on a flat field, it shouldn't make any difference, but who knows?
Yes, we shall see.
Felly mae'r meirch...
Welcome back, and it's straight back to the main ring.
Thank you. So here we are. Our judge has had a look at all these horses. They've all had their individual show. They were sent out, I believe, to have a walk around, and he's pulled them in, and it looks like Dorian Lloyd is on top with Marion, Diane and Caleb Evans, Gwen Weiss, Seren Welenig. It doesn't look like the first and second change place in, and in second is 11.85, and that's Lee Kirkland's von Arthur Calzaghe. Again, things may change, but it's unlikely that they will, but you never know. So we won't give final placings until the hat's off and the rosettes have been presented.
So 12 months' work is just in the balance then?
Definitely, and these people will have worked hard with these horses to get them fit with the dapples that are showing on them, and to bring them here. It takes a lot of work, a lot of time and a lot of effort.
I'm no horse judge, and I don't pretend to be, but the Dorian Lloyd stallion standing at the top end at the moment, it just seems that his hindquarters are quite high for me. Is that a problem in the breed, or not a problem, or is it something that they're looking for?
No, I don't think it's a problem. I think he's a horse that has a strong front on him. He stands up very proud. It just slightly makes the bum rise a little bit when he's standing so proud. I think he's a lovely example. I like the shoulder and the front that he has on him, and he's nice and clean through the throat. I think he's a nice example. He's got good, strong, powerful back legs to help him move.
Shows me that my knowledge is not good, because I'm sitting here talking about him rather than judging him then, isn't it?
Yes. It's always difficult when you're standing outside the ring. There's many, many, many judges outside the ring, but there's only one in the ring, and it's his final decision.
I would suggest, perhaps looking across the line, there's one thing I can judge, that probably Dorian Lloyd's horse would be probably one of the biggest or one of the tallest horses that are in the class.
It's difficult to say when you're in the class, when you're standing out here, how big they actually are. And how tall their handlers are. Sometimes they make them look bigger, sometimes they make them look smaller. I would say he's roughly around the 15 hand mark, which is typically what most of the breed are these days. He doesn't have quite a strong middle on him as some of the others do. He is 12 years old, but he looks like he's reasonably fit, which in this day and age it's good to see. We have a lot of cobs these days that carry a little bit too much weight. I like the fact that this horse doesn't seem to be carrying quite so much weight as you can see on some horses sometimes. It's nice to see that he looks reasonably fit.
And did you say that he was 12 years of age?
I think, yeah, 2011 born, so I think he's 12 now. So really and truly he's actually in his prime. So our judge is coming up to have another look, and his hat is off. So congratulations to Dorian and to the Evans family with Gwen Weiss, Seren Welenig. This will be a huge buzz for them. They will probably be crying and cheering and clapping, and there will probably be a big party tonight. Beautiful head, beautiful eye.
I obviously would think that obviously then to have champion in the Royal Welsh show, then obviously there will be quite a desire for his bloodlines.
Yes.
And, obviously we'll have quite a few mares throughout the next spring period, I would think.
Yes, it helps when you've got that under your belt. You can say that you own a horse that's won the Royal Welsh, to be able to then put him to stud for people to use him to breed the next generation of cobs that would hopefully come here and win. And here he goes. Hopefully he'll put on a magnificent display for us, and they will get the opportunity to run in front of that grandstand one last time. As you can see, they really enjoy it. As he comes down that grandstand, there's no feeling quite like it. Dorian is has had a lot of success here over the years, and has run that grandstand with a first prize rosette on a number of occasions. As you can see, he's really trotting out, covering the ground as well as the extent with a good extension and knee lift.
He'll be hoping he'll be running down for him once more too.
I'm sure he will have his eyes now set on the Prince of Wales, but we'll wait and see the outcome of that very shortly. I would imagine he's going to go and catch his breath and have a large drink of water before he gets ready for the male championship, which I believe will be next. The crowd appreciating the efforts of our handlers.
Yndi,
yn braf o gweld Dorian yn dychwelyd eto i ennill, ac Gareth Andrew, ffrind I Dorian sy'n yfanu yn dal y ceffil.
Looks like he wants to go again.
Cymaint o waith tîm yn dos.
Full of himself. It's what the Cobs are known for.
Anrhyfedd iawn.
The young man in short there doesn't think too much of it.
Sound asleep. I know how he feels after 3 days here. I see the young man having a go. At the end of this class, a lot of young handlers love to come in the ring and have a little run round to gain that experience and just have the fun of running around the main ring with a horse. They do have to be careful these days with health and safety, but if they can get the chance, and a lot of these handlers making the most of being in the ring and getting the chance to run around again.
At what age then do the junior stallions become senior stallions?
So 8 and over is the senior stallions. This morning we had the juniors earlier on. They're 4 to 7 years.
Oldest horse in the competition, I'm putting you on the spot, roughly?
Oh, I don't know, but in the past we've had horses in here up to, I think they're allowed to show here up to the age of 20. There is an age limit. So I think they can come in here up to 20. Glenn Venley Temptation used to come here, and he was 20 the last time he was shown here.
I believe we've seen Dorian in the head of his own horses on the odd occasion, but as instead it alluded there, he doesn't actually own this, he's just handling this on behalf of the
Yes, that's
family.
Correct, yeah. He's won here with his own horses, but today he's producing and has it here for Mr and Mrs Evans.
Mae wedi bod ma blaen mae wedi curo'r junior stallion class dwywaith. Yr ail dro nawr I curo'r merch un. So, mae'n boi'n consistent.
Dim byd tebyg iddo fe.
Na, dim yn edrych ar I. Cyn I fod fe'n Geraint y fel nawr.
Wel, pob lwc I ti yn y pencampwriaeth ac yn gweddill y ddiwrnod a mwynhewch yr eiliad yma.
Diolch Anna, diolch.
Dathlu mawr yn y prif gylch.
Yes, many congratulations to Meirion. Well, let's back to the tug of war. Yes, indeed, and this is the second leg. Brecon went ahead after the first leg. Eryri have to win this one to take it to a third.
And yeah, we can see by the conditions where they're pulling that we've obviously had a little rain during the afternoon here. So it all hinges on this now.
Yep. Well, Eryri started well in the first leg, but Brecon seemed to hold their nerve.
Yeah, and Brecon will be hoping to pull the opponents here to avoid having to make that third leg pull, because they'll be able to conserve their energy for the next round then. But obviously Eryri will have different ideas.
They've started strong once again.
Evidently, as Gerald had mentioned earlier, these boys are now probably listening to their coach. You can see them moving in unison.
But then again, going back to what you said initially at the beginning of the first leg, if you see a team that are pulling immediately, then it's out of either desperation, as is the case with Eryri, because they need this leg to stay in it.
They've got to have it, haven't they? They've got to have it.
Enthusiasm, just as we've been watching the stallions when they're on the ring.
Certainly
enthusiasm to win.
And Brecon are down. I think that could be the second time they're down.
It is. They will be warned.
How many will they need before they
3 warnings.
3, so they'll be having to. Oh, but Eryri down as well.
Well, they're not going to give a mind.
Brecon have steadied their ship, actually.
The tide seems to have turned.
They need to get up. They'll be told to get up now. They're told to get up, and Brecon...
And that will be it. Do you think the conditions are playing a part in them going down like this, Gerald, a little? Or is it literally just...
in deep trouble now, and Rory Brecon are taking it.
What an emphatic win in the end. And look at the jubilation.
And that'll be great for them. That means they don't have to pull a third time. It means there's a bit more energy for the next round.
For the next round, yes.
Plus, as well, the way it already started, as strong as they started, it's a big confidence booster as well.
Yes, certainly. Especially they would have fallen twice. There would have been, there would have been a couple of...
that Rory had got quite so far on as that they wouldn't have lost that.
No, certainly not. But obviously...
Discipline, it is down to discipline.
As we said, they've gone for the early pull and maybe a lot of energy gone.
And congratulations to Brecon. What I didn't realise, that was the final.
Brynhawn drydanol fan hyn yn Llanelwedd. Wnaethon ni fwynhau dosbarth y Meir Llun gyda'r adran dy. Pan ddath Gwynfau Seren wledig i'r brig. Nawr, i ni'n edrych ar bencampwriaeth y Meirch.
Well, there's more excitement to come in the main ring. It's not all over yet. Let's rejoin Danielle.
This is the male championship that we have in the ring now. So this is judged, this is 98, which is the best stallion. So we have our junior stallion winner and the first and second from the senior class that's just been judged. The junior stallion was judged earlier on today at the end of the classes after the mares, which is owned by Jesse Penfold. He was in the young stallion class, which was age 4 to 7.
Yep.
And this is Calzaghe.
Is it the same as in cattle and sheep competitions then, that if senior stallion goes forward, then the reserve stallion to him in the senior section could actually come forward and be reserved?
It can do, yeah, because first and second are eligible, so it's up to the judge which one if he likes the second stallion, then he can pull him forward as well. In fact, I've even seen a second place win a championship over the first place, but it's not usual that it happens. But I have seen it done, and I'd be surprised if it happens here. And as we can see, 1181, the senior stallion has been pulled forward to be male champion, and our second place, 1185, has taken the reserve spot.
So he has overtaken the junior stallion.
He has overtaken the junior stallion. Just perhaps showing a little bit more maturity.
It didn't take too long to make his mind up that time.
Nope, he knew what he wanted and went straight for it. They're both lovely animals and well deserved to both of them. The weather's not improving, but these are Welsh cobs. Rain shouldn't be any hardship to them at all. I think the handlers are probably suffering more than what the horses are. As you can see, looks like he's raring to go. So...
Dwi'n meddwl y gil bencampwriaeth wedyn yn mynd I bron ar Calzaghe.
Yep.
Eiddo I Lee Kirkland.
So we'll have the champion and reserve from the mares, which was held this morning. Also the young stock champion, I believe, will be forward for this. I would say yes, it does, but it has happened. We've seen the 3-year-olds and younger win the Prince of Wales here. We have had the surprise sometimes of that happening. Again, it's totally up to the judge. I assume when they come in, he will ask them to do the same. They'll have a walk round, another trot. Sometimes it can be... Yep, we've had the same judge judging the Welsh cobs for the last... Yep, for the whole section. So yesterday and today. So he did all the young stock classes yesterday, and he's done the senior classes today. The Prince of Wales Cup is what they're all hoping to win now. It's an absolutely magnificent trophy.
Welcome back to the showground in Llanelwedd, and we're heading straight back to the main ring. Here's Danielle.
Thank you, Gareth. And here we are with Special 99. So this is for the RWAS Championship Rosette and Welsh Pony and Cob Society Gold Medal. So this is between the best stallion, colt or gelding. So we will be waiting, I think, for yesterday's young stock to come into the ring. Or maybe the judge has already made his decision, and again it looks like we have the same results. So Gwen Weiss, Seren Weledig with Calsagi Reserve, owned by Lee Kirkland and shown by Scott Gibbons.
Yes, I believe we're waiting for the Mare Championship to enter the ring.
Yep, we'll be waiting for
Mare Champion and her reserve to enter the ring for the overall championship of the Welsh Cob.
They'll have been standing up in the stables, waiting patiently to come down. They'll have
keeping them dry, is it?
Yeah, trying to keep them dry, and themselves, I would imagine.
I don't think a little bit of rain would dampen the enthusiasm if you were going to win
not
the
today.
Prince of
Not
Wales
today.
Cup, would you? If you were in with a shout?
Definitely not. They're Welsh boys as well. Made of tough stuff.
Y pencampwriaeth gwrwedd, dwi'n meddwl, ond posib mae Gwyn Weiss.
Good job that the weather is, say, wet here on the third day and rather than not on the first day, although we would have probably seen a mess in the main ring, but it's held up exceptionally well.
It's done very well, and I think
the stock has been through.
Yeah, and we've seen years here where the mud was up to the knees, but they've done a huge amount of improvements on the showground, I think, to try and improve that. But they have been lucky with the weather this year, and I don't think it would matter how much work they do. If it had been this wet all week, it would have been quite muddy in there today. Which is such a shame for the producers and the handlers and owners. They spend so much time getting these horses ready, cleaning socks, getting them white, and then to be running through the mud, it does kind of put a dampener on it. So it's great to see the main ring has held up so well. It also makes running them an awful lot easier. So here we are with the mares coming in. So this is the champion mare from earlier on today, which is Mr. Elgin Evans Esgloes Farc Nelly.
I say the crowd quite like that mare by the enthusiasm.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise, and then this is the actual family's Danaway Jolene. She was the reserve. Two beautiful mares. Both of them brood mares. One was the senior, which was Eglwys Farc Nelly, and Jolene was the junior. Owned by the actual family, being shown by Joe Jimmy Lee, with Matty Actual on the foal. As they all come forward.
Known that two females have come to the fore?
Yes, females have won the Prince of Wales before. The stallions are often favoured, but the females have won as well. As it happens, the actual family won with Danaway Crackling Rose. She's had the Prince of Wales Cup here twice, so it has been won by a female and by the family that are in this championship at the moment. It's unusual for the reserve to come forward, but you never know. So the judge is going to ask them to do another show again in front of the grandstand. I'm sure we'll hear a lot of cheering from the crowd, and the handlers will be hoping that they help encourage their exhibits forward to put on the best display possible.
Ar y bloc, dwi'n mynd I weid y gaseg.
David Oliver.
And here's the stallion, Seren Weledig with Dorian Lloyd for the Evans family, putting on his best display, trying to win that inevitable championship.
Marciau llawn I Owen.
Hele, beth amdano ti?
Wel, ie, digon teg. Wedi serchu at Gwynfais Seren Wledig, felly na I stico.
Yna fe.
And the second and reserve stallion with Scott Gibbons being shown here for Lee Kirkland with Fronaf Calzaghe. Again, putting on a good display. With the mares, they both have foals in here. It does help because she's looking for her foal, wanting to get to it. So it does help when you're showing a mare that they have a foal. As you can see, she's calling.
That is a very, very attractive animal, isn't it?
Yes, it makes them really prick the ears and go forward. Two very lovely mares. And again, here we have the actual family going with Jolene. Looks like Joe's having trouble holding her back. They're very strong.
Nice action there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, moving very well. Still going even after a long day here at the show. So we'll line up now. I'm sure our judge, Mr. Davis, will take his time to make a decision. He wants to make the right one. Hold out on the anticipation, keep everyone guessing as to what he's going to do. But I'm sure in his mind he has a strong idea who is his favourite and who he'd like to pull forward as champion.
There's a very pretty foal there with that black mare
there are
too, isn't there?
Two very nice foals as it happens. I think both mares are actually bay, but the rain is making them look a little bit darker. But yes, I didn't see the foal classes. We missed them earlier on, so I'm not sure how the foals did. Strong foal, big strong black foal on Elgin's mare. Looks older than the foal on the Actual's mare. So he's having a good look round. But as I say, I'm pretty sure in his mind he's already made his decision. But he just wants one last look. And why not? He's judging the best show in the world. Take your time and enjoy it.
Davis.
Are they actually lined up now, or is it the two stallions are in the middle and
the hat is off, so he'll be speaking to his steward, who I assume will then pull forward the champion of the Section D's Royal Welsh Show 2023. And it goes to the stallion. 1181. Marion, Diane and Caleb Evans, Gwen Weiss, Serin Weledig. And Dorian Lloyd looks absolutely ecstatic, over the moon. Fantastic for him and the family. Very, very happy. He will be, of course, winning the Prince of Wales Cup. Excellent. I haven't yet seen who has been pulled forward in reserve.
A mae gweld y berthynas yn dwy rhwng yr un sy'n dangos ar ceffyl ac yn dod I ben llanw fel hyn, mae'n hyfryd yn dweud.
Weledig is by Gwen Weiss-Kaluk, who himself has been champion at the Royal Welsh a few years ago. And in reserve is the mare, Elgin Evans, Eglwys Fach Nelly, who won the senior brood mare class this morning, 1110. I do believe the handler has the wrong number on. There's the cup. It's quite an impressive piece of metalware, and I do believe that these days you are not allowed to take it home. It has to stay in the building at the Royal Welsh Show because of the value of it. But the family will receive a beautiful medal, which will be framed along with their rosettes and cards, which I'm sure they will have displayed proudly at home. It'll be a huge accolade for them to have their name engraved onto that cup, that very famous Prince of Wales Cup. Our judges and stewards are talking to the sponsor. Here's the owner, Mr. Evans.
Yeah. Meirion o Ganol
A lot of names on that cup.
Yes. In fact,
I
have just realised that he owns the father, so this isn't the first time that his name will have been on that cup.
Yn wir. Ond yn heddiannol tu hwnt hefyd fydden ni'n dweud. Felly da iawn I Meirion, Diana, Caleb.
He'll be very proud. Some trophy. It's no wonder everybody wants to win it. Smiles all around. Be nice to see him have a go with his horse now. No, shaking his head. I think Dorian just asked him, do you want to run him? I think he's declined. When he won with his own horse, he would have shown him. When Kluke was here. So Dorian's handing the reins over. I think he's probably run out of energy as he's run around that ring a few times today, and it's a privilege for the other guy to have a go at running the champion of the Royal Welsh Show as well. Let's hope the crowd get behind them now. Big cheer, lots of clapping as they get ready to prepare to do their final run round. He will go forward to the Tom and Sprightly, which is held later on I think it might be tomorrow. The winner of that goes forward to qualify for Horse of the Year show. Making the most of it, having their photo taken with that beautiful trophy. Beautiful rosettes. As they wait patiently for the stewards and everyone to complete all the paperwork, and off he goes. This year's Welsh Cob Section D champion at this year's Royal Welsh Show 2023, Gwenfais Seren Weledig. Congratulations to the whole family and everyone involved. As you can hear, the crowd are getting behind him as he powers forward, covering the ground. Great memories for the family. It's what we all dream of as we own and breed Welsh cobs. Something that I still would love to do one day. Don't know that I ever will though. But we can all dream.
Dwi wedi brifo efo sawl yn y blynyddoedd diwetha, so sawl blynedd yn ôl, bydd y stewardyn yn chwyrlef ag arad yn y cylch i drio gael allan, lap arall, round a fo, a weithiau i profi pwynt fyd. Oedd e wedi cael y safle o ddeisio Gareth.
He looks very pleased with himself. Some of these members in this crowd have probably been sitting in this grandstand all day so that they don't lose their seats, just so that they could watch this show.
Mae hynny'n wir. Mae dipyn o gymeriad yn perthyn i'r ceffyl, ond mae'r pobl tu ôl i'r ceffylau yn gymeriadau mor fawr ar ceffylau hunain.
Ac ni'n barod nawr I gael yr emosiwn ac I gael y stori y tu ôl I brif bencampwr y cobiau gyda Hannah.
Wel, Mr Lloyd, ti bach yn lyffach, ond fi'n gweld y Gwen yn fwy o seis o byth. Llongyfarchiadau enfawr mawr.
Well, Hannah's just said to Dorian, you're wetter than when we spoke earlier on, but that smile on your face is broader than ever. Of course, they won in 2019, but talking about Meirion, Diana and Caleb, the owners, and they've been very special, and it's a very special horse as well. In my opinion, it deserves all the success that's come his way. Yes, as Hannah's saying, you can be as biased as you like. After you've won the Prince of Wales Cup, you're entitled to that. Enjoy every second. Have a great evening tonight. I know there'll be celebrations. Enjoy yourself and many congratulations. Welcome back to the showground here at Llanelwedd. It's, well, what an afternoon it's been in the main ring for Gwynfais Seren Wledig. And as you can see in the background, they're preparing for the parade of prize-winning stock. We'll be back there shortly. As I said earlier on, we're with you until 5 o'clock live here on S4C. And there's plenty more going on around the showground. So I think we're going to head over. I believe we're heading to the sheep shearing shed. And it's the final of the Shearer of Wales, am I right?
Yes, indeed you are.
So they've been whittled down from, I think it was 60-something competitors to the final 6 here?
Yes, indeed they have. And we heard in Gwion Evans's interview earlier on, he's never won the Champion of Wales, but he's in the final, so he has a half-decent chance. Well, he has a very, very good chance, actually. But,
exceptionally good chance.
He's got 5 other guys against him that will be trying their best to stop him. And,
yes, and a couple of former champions, I think, in amongst them as well.
Oh,
so
yes, indeed.
They'll obviously want to regather the crown if possible.
Stand 1 is Gareth Evans. Stand 2 is Richard Jones. Gethin Lewis on 3. Dylan Jones on 4. Gwion on 5. And Matthew Evans on number 6. So, as the pace has been hotting up quite a bit now, as we can see, and every one of these guys would like to wear that red jacket.
Certainly so. It's the pinnacle of well, we'll call it a sport, of course. It is a sport in the sense, but it's the pinnacle of their sport.
This could be about the last competition of 2023, especially in this particular country anyway. So I'd like to come on top, and as we can hear in the background, the crowd are backing every one of them. And
the crowd does play a big part down in the shearing shed there. It's an absolute electric atmosphere when you get down past the shearing shed.
Very talented shearer then on stand 6 and has been there before, so...
And there he is. On stand 5, the world champion. Must be a strange feeling for him. World champion and never having won his own country's championship.
Yeah.
But obviously he earned the right.
He doesn't want you to repeat that very often.
He obviously earned the right to represent Wales.
Yes,
so
indeed. Yes.
It's just needing to sort of fill it up, and well, he can hopefully. He'd like to carry the 2 titles together.
And what a year for him it would be if he was to manage to do that.
To be fair, yes.
Certainly that. It would be like one of these tennis players getting those 4 Grand Slam titles in 1 year. I'm sure he'd be absolutely over the moon to be able to do it.
He's going very well at the moment anyway. They look very, very clean and...
I did start asking you there earlier, and it's an opportune time to say it. I think there was a bit of wool missed there on the top of that one there. You mentioned that the first place they'll go is to the pens at the back. So when the judges are scoring out the back, these boys will be straight around there. They'll want to see what...
100%, yes, and they will know in themselves in their first appearance, because obviously once that lamb's gone down that porthole, they have no chance to have a look and think, well, damn, I left a little bit on or whatever, have they? They round the back to see what sort of job they've done, but as much as that, to see what sort of job their competitor.
Certainly.
Unfortunately, we're not going to see the end of this, but we will hopefully come back and see the result a little bit later on. First out.
Well, from the excitement of the sheep shearing shed, it's to the relevant tranquility of the sheep ring. And let's join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, as you can see, the competitions are still going strong here in the sheep ring, and we have all breeds on display, Ems.
I have to say, no matter whether it's sheep or cattle, pigs or whatever, I do enjoy the interbreed competitions, because it's always such a fabulous sight seeing all the different breeds out together.
Yes, to be fair, and to come to the top of the Royal Welsh Show in your particular breed is exceptionally good, but to come to the top of the Royal Welsh Show in the interbreed would be every
something else, isn't it?
dream.
Absolutely.
Felly gweld nawr y beirniad, un cilt sydd y tro yma.
Then probably
the native upland class here, and It does look like we've got a line-up here then of the Badger Torddi, the Beulah. Oh, now then we're having another line-up then. So the Beulah, and I do believe the Brecknock Hill Cheviot and the Kerry. And the Kerrys, they've seen this one taking the Kerry Championship earlier in the week, didn't we, Gerald?
Yes, indeed we did, but we've seen the group of three, the Speckles took that
right.
earlier in the day, didn't they? So, but obviously not with this sheep in that group of three, but hopefully the Speckle will be thinking to themselves, well, I'd like another go, but Cheviot Ram there in the centre from...
Very strong, isn't he, the Cheviot Ram?
There. Carol Howells from Nagwine.
Danedd ar geithiau neu coesau, so rwan bydd o'n rhoi handling iawn iddyn nhw. Be maen nhw'n dweud, the minor.
Just having a closer look at these.
Oh, it's Tim Pritchard. Shallery breeder himself.
Something a little different for him.
Well, there's it for coming.
Beulah Speckle.
Oh, it's the Kerry Hill. He's pulled forward. And,
from J&P
we've seen this
Owens
with this earlier in Monday morning.
Lovely, yes. Such a smart sheep.
He's had a very good time all the way from
and
the Cheviot has come up in reserve. And
yeah, brilliant for them as well.
Carol Howells in Llandaisa.
Very happy young lady there. she nearly lost the ewe there.
If she'd have held his hand, she'd have taken him with him, wouldn't she?
Fantastic.
Wel, dyna ni, ni'n gael mynes at y prif bencampwriaeth.
Attractive sheep.
Pencampwraig ucheldir y brodorol yw'r bryniau Kerry oedd o teulu'r Owens.
So the...
Oh my gosh!
I know, I can't believe it.
Second year in succession.
I know, yeah. It's, well, a bit of a dream, really.
You told me on Monday that you wanted to buy this one off your father. You'll have to now, won't you?
Well, I definitely can't afford it now.
Well, you've done a lot. You've actually done amazingly with her, and you should be grateful for that.
Oh, it's very enjoyable showing her. She knows what to do. I just stand there.
She's a star, isn't she?
She is.
She wants to show herself all the time.
Yeah, I hope she carries on.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Connie Often, you ready?
Well, we saw the men's tug-of-war final where Brecon beat Eryri. Well, this time it's the ladies' final, and Brecon are looking to do the double. It's Brecon against Carmarthenshire this time.
Yes, certainly. So this would be not my home county anymore, but the county I would have represented in Carmarthenshire against what would be Gerald's home county originally. Oh, so we'll
represented different, both counties in different disciplines in shearing and all young farmers events, because I grew up in not too far from here in both in Brecconshire, and now I live in Carmarthenshire, but I was living in Carmarthenshire when I was still eligible for young farmers. So
so you're
I'm not bothered who wins, though.
He's got one foot in both camps.
I'm not going to bother who wins.
Talk about splinters. Talk about splinters sitting on the fence.
Oh, and Carmarthenshire look to have had the stronger start, and that coach is screaming out the instructions.
And I think you mentioned earlier, Gerald, about the coach being important, screaming instructions and listening, and
listen.
Yes, no question about it. It's
it might be hurting, or
well, they've gained that early advantage, and they seem to have just settled down and see if they can take it one stage further. Look at them.
But each of them holding their own well.
Yeah, like we saw the male team doing, sort of settling down, assessing the situation, and now trying to turn the tide.
I believe this is Will Workman here, in coach of Brecconshire from Trecastle there.
And yes, no, but there could be a change of fortune again. They've gone down on the rope there for a second, but managed to recover. But it looks to be going Brecknock's way.
Yes, they've got the upper hand now, certainly. Well, they're inches away from first leg. They're almost there. That's it. I think they've done it.
1-0 to Breckenshire.
And that followed a similar pattern to the first leg in the men's final.
There's obviously the Brecon coach has got a very good tactic in his mind as to how to get these teams broken down, and maybe there's that little element of trying to let them get ahead so that he can measure up where he can get them over the line.
Well, certainly being in a good start. Best of 3, of course, as was the case before. Well, we'll see the final later on. Well, certainly was an exciting final. We don't know who's won yet, but we will have the result later on, no doubt. Well, that's an aerial view of what's going on in the main ring at the moment. The initial stages of the parade of prize winning stock. Welcome back. What a sight to see the initial stages of the parade of prize-winning stock here at the Royal Welsh Show. We're broadcasting with you, be with you until 5 o'clock this afternoon, because there's a few of the things that we obviously need to catch up on. We saw the first leg of the tug of war competition. We will be returning there before we leave you at 5 o'clock. And we need to return to the sheep ring as well. But first of all, we're heading back to the sheep shearing shed, and it's the Open All Nations final.
So yes, we're rejoining the shearing shed here, and we've obviously already seen the final of the Champion Shearer of Wales, and there's a few of those boys back on here for the Open All Nations Championship, joined by that one Kiwi we featured earlier in Jack Fagan.
Yes, stand 1 is Alan Lloyd-Jones, stand 2 Richard Jones, Gareth Davis is on 3, Ian Jones on 4, Jack Fagan on 5, and our current world champion Gwion Lloyd-Evans on number 6. So both Richard and Gwion have been through grueling All Wales finals earlier on, so they're here again, and obviously challenging for both crowds. So it'll be interesting to see which, or if either of them are successful then.
Do you think that's a disadvantage to them? Maybe an advantage even, Gerald?
No, indeed, no.
Potentially.
These guys can shear 400 of these lambs easy, so what's 20 in a final?
No, exactly.
No, it's nothing. No, it's not a disadvantage.
It could potentially even be an advantage. They're in the zone.
They're in the zone, got a good rhythm, that's to be fair, yeah, but no, they're both exceptional good shearers.
And now we're obviously looking here, six stands here. Any advantage to where you are?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. If you can look at it always, because if you're on number 6, you know, when everybody's in front of you.
Yes, certainly so.
And if you're on number 1, everybody's behind you. But if you're concentrating on what's around you, you ain't doing your job correctly.
True enough.
So they're focused in their own particular performance, and every one of them will be concentrating on what they're doing. But I did allude to earlier on, you hear the porthole door going bang, and if you are only halfway through your first sheep and you hear that, you're thinking to yourself, oh my goodness, I just might have to up my game.
Yes, certainly that. You'd probably hear a few more of them if you were in the middle, possibly. You'd have doors going all sides, possible.
Well, maybe you won't even hear them at all, because of the crowd is giving every...
They're probably drowning a lot of noise.
You'd be telling porkies if you didn't say that you did actually hear the door going, especially as I alluded to on the first one. But after the first one has gone, well, then you have no idea, because there's 4 other doors.
Yes, of course.
You like I say, you concentrate. What would be a little bit unnerving probably was and if you had 3 lambs left and you hear somebody saying congratulations, they finished.
Yes,
thinking,
certainly that.
What have I done?
And obviously you may hear those background noises of those doors going, but you're obviously head down, concentrating on your job, so you have no idea who it is, where it is, anything. It is literally just noise. Some pace going here, these shearers flying on through.
We are talking then 20 lambs in the final here, and possibly in, I don't know, 17 or 18 minutes.
It's phenomenal speed, isn't it?
Oh, it's a lot of speed, to be fair. And
if you think about the work and technique that goes into going and shearing that whole lamb and doing it in an average of under a minute each.
That's quite right, to be fair.
But we watch these shearers move. Every movement is just natural to them, isn't it?
Right.
Every step you see
practice,
as they move. Everything is an action. They move. They've obviously started. That lamb comes out. They're not next to the porthole where the lamb is going back yet. But by the time they finish, the head of that lamb is going straight down that porthole and away, isn't it?
Right.
So technique is of the optimum importance to them, isn't it?
Right. Testament, although we're watching the shearing competition here, is a testament to the people that work to source these lambs. And there we go. Gwion Lloyd-Evans is finished, and probably is first out, and Jack Fagan is very, very close behind him in second position to finish, but as we allude, that means nothing.
Wow, great excitement in the sheep shearing sheds, and we'll have to wait for confirmation of the results. We'll probably end up bringing them to you when we return tomorrow on the air at 9 o'clock. In the meantime, when we went on the air this morning at 9, I did suggest perhaps that Aaron would be doing some swimming. Wet, wild water swimming. Well, I don't know if it's totally necessary with the amount of rain we've had this afternoon, but it seems to be a popular pastime these days for relaxation, to renew the body, and this is the moment of truth, according to Aaron. A couple of tips before you do. Yes, it's worth wearing the appropriate pair of shoes before jumping in. You never know. You can't see what's at the bottom, so you might be walking to a few rocks or whatever. And if you're going into the sea, then it's important that you take some kind of buoy with you so that people can see where you are. I'm enough of a buoy as it is. Okay, Aaron, we'll soon see. I wonder what his reaction's going to be once he gets into that water, because one thing's for certain, it's not going to be warm. Here we go. Right, if the water is really, really cold, the shock could prove to be, well, fatal, but you've got to prepare yourself before going in. Just splash some water over your body initially before you go in over your head, like one toe in at a time. Here we go. Oh. I think he's just realised that it's cold. Slowly. Right, relax, Aaron. Go on. Keep going. Keep going. It's only up to your ankles. I don't know if that was a wise decision. Keep going. Up to your knees. Go on. Take the dive. Go on. Go on. Well, it's obviously a source of amusement to the people watching. Oh, you've got to give it more than that, Aaron. Come on. That's it. Doesn't matter what's under your feet. You've got the shoes on. That's it. Relax. This is supposed to be refreshing. It's always the hardest part. Once you're in and it's comfortable. Well, rather him than me, I've got to be honest. Yeah, convince yourself that it's warm. Anyway, I don't know what he's going to be up to tomorrow, but I suppose we'll find out. We might be returning to Aaron before we go off the air for some kind of reaction. I don't know, but one thing's for certain, we're going back to the cattle ring where we saw the first leg in the women's final of the tug of war. Brycheiniog, Brecon, are at the moment 1-0 up after taking the first leg against Carmarthenshire.
So yes, the girls from Llanfynydd and Carmarthenshire will be hoping for a little bit of revenge here and get themselves back in the game, because obviously if they lose this pull now, that is their final over. Yeah, and just to remind you, the Breconshire, they won the men's tug of war earlier on, so they're going for the double now.
Yes, our two coaches probably will add a word in. One would have been very, very happy with the result and the other wouldn't, and Will Workman there from the Breconshire team would have probably told them that hold it together and we will be champions, and Kevin Davis there from the Carmarthen side was, we need to get it together and listen to me.
And this second pull, there's obviously a bit of mental toughness in this as well, because obviously you've already lost a pull once, so you've got to really get up again, believe in yourself if you're gonna do it. And looks to me like Brecon are just gonna edge this.
There's a
Breconshire have done it.
Breconshire 1-2.
Yes, they certainly ran away with that one.
Yeah.
They sensed they were on the front foot immediately and took full advantage of it.
And I think that's possibly a little of the coach's tactical awareness and just knowing where to go. But congratulations to Brecon.
To be fair to the young ladies, done very well.
Yes, that's the double for Breconshire in the tug of war. Congratulations. Right, let's head over to the sheep ring, and here's Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. We're cracking on with the championships here in the sheep ring. seeing where we are. I think we're down to the last few in the Continental Championship, Gerald.
Yes, indeed, and we've seen the Dutch spotted a lot yet on Monday.
Yes, we did, and we've got we just missed out. We just left before the culmination of the Charolais competitions yesterday, but that's like, did we just catch the end of them?
We
had that's a tremendous view. Oh, wow. Yes. She is something else, isn't she? I'm just looking at the judge there at the right moment, isn't she? And then we have the Zwobbliw.
The judge, to be fair to him, is taking it on as you would. It's a job of work he is doing, because it is a job that he has got here to select the winner, and come rain or shine, the show will go on.
Absolutely.
We
haven't seen two. Oh, big ewes. One of the tallest breeds around, I would say, the Zwobble.
Probably.
Yeah, unless you got the Oxford down, they're quite tall as well.
Yeah, quite large, aren't they? Yeah.
And then the Blue Domain and the Rouge. The Blue Domain then shown by Mr. Will Price, who also shows a lot of the Rouge. It's funny, the Rouge, never hear in many numbers, but they always seem to come... Yes, absolutely. Always seem to come down to the last few in this competition.
Obviously, they might have mighty business actions here as well, so maybe...
I'd imagine all the Continentals would be in this... It would be in this...
I haven't noticed the Texel in this particular side, though.
No, they
with the Texel non-mighty?
No, I doubt it. No, I think they might have had an early exit. The Rouge. Yeah, Ali Jackson's Rouge U coming forward. Tremendous body on her. Maybe a little pinker than some of the Rouge we've seen in the past.
Charolais and Dutch spotted been drawn forward as well.
Yes.
Good you, that Charolais you.
She is tremendous, deep-bodied, isn't she? Yeah.
Deep indeed.
Yeah, strong on the chest. Very, very nice.
Fel o'n i'n deud y blaen, Ali, mae gen efo ddau rwan, di cael ei tynnu fyny yn y short list. Hwna'n tipyn o gamp.
There is no blue Texel female mother
no, interesting.
No Beltex.
It's actually, I do believe it's Alistair Jackson. His wife is showing the Dutch spotted as well, so to be come forward with 3 in this final lineup is something. And it's the Dutch spotted that takes it. Absolutely.
Fair dues.
And for that breed to have come forward just only a few years ago, to having their own classes and now taking this Continental Championship is, well, there we go. It's the first and second for them.
Right.
You two stay there. Don't move. This is quite a moment, isn't it? Can you turn around? Fair play. 2 in the shortlist. That's quite impressive. Yeah. But I've got to say something. She's not yours, is she?
No, it's my son's.
And how old is your son?
16 months.
I don't think he'll remember this moment.
No, he won't.
But Mum and Dad will.
Oh, definitely. 100%. Yeah.
And she's been a special one all the way,
She has been good, yeah. She has been good. No, chuffed a bit. Absolutely chuffed a bit.
And your first time with the show, Hannah?
First time in the Welsh, yeah. So it's certainly been one to remember. So, yeah.
The Welsh is a special one, isn't it?
No, thank you.
Congratulations. Llongyfarchiadau. Dafod Frith, yr iseldiroedd felly yn ben campwr cyfandirol llongyfarchiadau yma. Ac wrth gwrs, mae nifer o ffermwyr defaid o'r iseldiroedd wedi bod yma ar faes y sioe yn ystod yr wythnos yma. Rwan, dwython ni weld Eiron Pyw. Oedd o di mynd I mewn i'r dŵr. Oedd o di pasio'r mannau anodd I fynd I mewn i'r dŵr. Fel chi'n gwybod dwi'n feddwl. Sgwn I sut mae o'n gwneud erbyn hyn.
Sioned helpa fi.
Ti'n iawn? Di byd wedi cnoi ti?
Dwi'n siŵr iawn eto, gen I gael checio.
O, beth I gweld gwyn ar dywyneb di, ty bini?
Dim gwyn ydi hwnna.
Ti'n teimlo yn fwy ymlachiedig, tensiwn wedi diflannu?
O be, rai fi ddweud ar ôl y sioc o gychwyn, ac oedd I yn sioc, mae o'n reit neis yn ydi o.
Ydi. Felly ta'r peth mwy anodd yn biti fe, i'w wneud yn y lle cyntaf, ynddo fe?
Dwi wedi wneud o wan. Dwi angen cawod a tywel. So ti, John, gen I ti'n menthyg ein? Diolch yn fawr yn wers beth yna.
Diolch i ti.
Dych chi'n iawn fyna? Pan bych chi ddim yn chwino bod yn oer? Dych chi'n hapus reit? Dwi'n mynd i gael cawod boeth. Mwynhewch chi yn y dŵr. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Diolch, Sioned.
Dyr ydi gael panet, efe?
Yep, Aaron's off for a shower. Fair play to him. Quite brave venturing into the water, mind you. He would have been wet regardless with the rain that we've had this afternoon. Well, it has been a day to remember here on the third day of the Royal Welsh. Gwynfais Seren Wledig was the star of the show in the main ring, winning the Senior Welsh Cob Stallions Championship and the Prince of Wales Cup. And of course, in the cattle ring earlier today, we saw the Jersey breed winning the Supreme Champion Dairy Cow. And then, of course, the Holstein breed winning the Fitzhugh pairs, and then the team of 5. And some of those victorious breeds are being shown in the main ring as part of the parade, the grand parade of prize-winning stock. Well, our time here has come to an end. We'll be leaving you shortly. But just to remind you that we will be returning tomorrow, and a full day's activities here at the Royal Welsh Show. The numbers at a very, very high level. And the show, of course, has also been very well attended. I don't think the rain that we've had this afternoon has had any effect on the number of people who've come here to see the spectacle. It's been a very enjoyable day, and we very much look forward to having your company here again tomorrow. As I said, our broadcast starts at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we will be with you until 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget the highlights programme on S4C this evening at 9 o'clock. But from me and the rest of my fellow commentators, goodbye.